and good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi.
Our keys still work. That's a good sign.
Yeah, when it goes beep in the morning, when I put it in front of the sensor, I'm like, yeah.
Another day doing radio.
At least a part of the day.
Right.
You know, they might come in at any moment and say, more cutbacks. Gotta leave. But at least this morning, we're in the building again.
They're just waiting for the walkover.
Yeah. To walk over to a locked door. Hey, what happened? Hey, why is the door locked?
We've been doing this long enough to know that something's amiss. Something's amiss.
This economy.
That's all I'm going to say.
This economy is just frightening the way. And I know the media really does pump it up.
Yeah.
But the reality of it is somewhere in there also. There's so many people being fired. There's just so many people. We aren't the only company to just watch people flying out the door.
No, not at all.
And the unemployment reports come out today. So that Wall Street ought to really be a treat today. So, yeah, we made it in another day.
There's excitement on Instant Feedback. Fast Freddy, Jamaica Station. Wow, another day at FM. Congrats, guys.
Yeah.
I just have a feeling there's one last cut they're going to be doing. One last cut. And if they are going to do it, please do it Christmas Eve, because that'll be perfect. Please. Make it really hurt.
Oh, there's always the story of the people that just get the boot on Christmas Eve or right before Christmas vacation. They get brought in. Hey, just come in the office for a minute. Yeah? They got to sit in front of the desk and just, you know what's coming. You know what's coming.
You already start crying.
All you're thinking of is the wife, the kids, Christmas coming up, how you were waiting for, how you actually thought you might be getting a bonus. Well, all of us is going through your head is, I wonder if we got a bonus this year. I know they're really cutting back, and I'm fired.
Yeah.
What? And then you just got to go home to the wife, crying together, like that scene in Goodfellas. We needed that money.
Yeah.
Why did you do that, Karen?
Karen, we needed the Christmas present.
We were gonna find it.
No Christmas parties this year. No Christmas party here?
Oh, stop, right?
I went to last year's Christmas party, and man, I remember visually all the people in the room, and wow, they're all gone.
Gone.
They're all gone, and everyone had high hopes for the new year, which is coming to an end now.
Funny you mentioned that, because last week they were talking about having a potluck Christmas party where everybody had to bring a dish.
A dish?
And the person who was planning it was let go.
Yeah.
Remember Chris Card?
Yeah.
Christine is now gone.
It's one of those scenes, like, you ever watch those movies where at the end they kind of run a montage of everyone that died in the movie?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
That's like,
the end of Boogie Nights.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. It's just a montage of people that are long gone.
Well, this is how it would be to live through the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Like, I was asking about someone the other day, and Stunt Brain goes, oh, they got rid of that person, like, weeks ago. What? The plague got that person? Yeah,
or
plague
or something like that where, you know, it's like Platoon. All of a sudden, oh, that guy's dead.
Yeah.
You know, come on.
Bill, know what's funny?
Stay with me, Gardner.
Yeah.
Fight the pain.
Yeah.
There's a really interesting thing happening with this show. They're not fixing anything anymore.
Yeah.
Like, our equipment is slowly breaking down. So we're not sure.
Equipment breaks down, we break down.
And we're not sure if we're going to make it to the point where we come in one day and we can't broadcast anymore because the equipment is shot.
It's just broken.
So we're not sure if we're going to get let go before then, or the equipment will get us in the end.
That'll be the out that they'll have. Well, I mean, we'd love to keep having you on the air, but you know,
like, it's not fiscally possible to keep the machine running. We're gonna have to come in with tool belts on. And in between, during spots, we're going to have to open up the board and change modules and solder.
We'll be
soldering.
We'd be the rah-rah guys. No, we could continue this.
We got it. We could do it.
We could do this.
Look, we're back on. You just hear static.
No, we'll fix it during the break. Give us a chance.
Stay with us, please.
And if you think we're kidding, I think you were bitching about your computer once again today, and I rolled my eyes like, yeah, all right.
No, that's never.
Kiss that goodbye.
That's why I don't get on the air and start going, if that computer isn't fixed by, you know what, then they'll say, well, you know something? You're fired.
I lost my computer to the virus at least a month ago. At least. I don't even use it anymore.
The power doesn't come on mine anymore. I hit the power button and nothing happened. And I slowly shut the lid like a coffin and went back to the newspapers. Went back to the paper newspapers. Danny?
Ant's laptop actually has two problems. He wasn't able to boot it up this morning, and I traced the problem actually down the power cord to the fact that it wasn't plugged in.
Yeah.
So I plugged it in, then it actually did boot up, but
nice.
But the backlight doesn't work, so you just get a black screen anyway.
Oh, so you don't get a screen now because the light on the screen is broken.
But I fixed the booting up part.
Nice.
That's good.
Now you just got to hit the back of it because I hit the bottom of it.
Now
and
you
I
just
think
can't
that
see
fixed it.
anything.
I got to tell you.
You know what's funny about like this whole thing when you guys are talking about slowly everything's breaking down around you? That's like being on like a sitcom that's not going to get picked up, and slowly they start taking away some of the exterior props, and you're just sitting there going like, did we have a living room set over there? Like, no. We've decided most of it's going to take place here in the bar. And you're like, and everybody's walking around with
Is that how it works?
Yeah, these manila envelopes that has their resume in it, and everybody's smiling. No, everything's good. Because the actors find out last because they don't want it to, I guess, affect your performance. So they just, you guys are doing so great. Everything's great. Just literally 1 foot out the door.
Yeah,
that is true. That is the way it goes, and then you're just like thrown out. Yeah.
It's kind of like
everyone else puts on a smiley face.
You find out in the trades. Somebody reads it on the way to work, and then you're in your dressing room, and you start hearing this. Oh, well, it was a good run. You feel that sink in your stomach. You stick your head out your dressing room like, we get yanked? Oh, you didn't hear?
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I thought someone would have told you.
Well, I found out we lost Boston and Cleveland while I was on my honeymoon from a listener. That's how you want to find out. From a listener.
Oh, from a listener?
Yes.
That's great.
I checked Whack Bag. I'm like, it said something like, bye-bye, Boston. I'm like, oh, no, they just didn't want to pick up the show until all the work parts were back, working together.
Oh, no.
No, I was wrong. I'm like, they would not do this.
That. Why would they?
We'll pop up again.
I was just up
this
in
whole
Boston.
thing
I found out I had a dozen people coming up to me, literally.
Yeah.
Just walking around. I was visiting a buddy of mine who's a lawyer. It's funny. I actually went to go watch him in action, be a lawyer, and it ended up being, I swear to God, not only the same courthouse, I believe the same room where I had my drinking and driving case like 20 years earlier. Like, I literally walked in there, my heart started racing. I just pled guilty when I was there. I ever tell you guys that story?
I think a while ago.
Yeah, I got pulled over, and it was brutal. I blew like a 1.9, just open and shut case.
Yeah,
that was the 80s, dude.
Marginal.
It was the 80s.
That's impressive.
It was the 80s. I went big.
Now .08 will get you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it was .08 back then too. So basically, I went in there, and I was just going to plead guilty. So I was just going to show up there with nobody. My dad was going, "You need counsel. You need some counsel." So he ends up hooking me up with one of his patients he was actually a tax attorney for a drinking and driving case. And this is how he knew my dad was. He basically, the lawyer had gotten drunk at a barbecue, fell down some stairs and knocked his teeth out. That's how he met my dad. So I'm sitting there scared to death, not knowing what's going to go on. And I say to my tax attorney for my drunk driving case, I go, "I'm not going to take the stand, am I?" He goes, No, don't worry, I'll handle this. And I go, right off the bat, "Mr. Burr, will you take the stand, please?" And then immediately, my stupid attorney starts acting like he's shuffling papers and stuff.
Oh, no.
And I just remember being up on the stand, and I'm just sitting there going, the guy's going, "So you agree under the penal code 7695, blah, 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 blah." And I was literally going, "Look, all I'm saying is that I was drinking and driving." And the guy goes, "So you agree under the penal code?" And I'm looking over at my lawyer. He's pretending to write.
Isn't he supposed to be helping you?
Dude, he was such a tool. Like, he literally was, we were walking into the courthouse, like, as we were walking in, he was reading my police report, which was hilarious, but tragedy plus time. The time hadn't happened yet. He's like, "Hey, you remember saying this?" Like, I swear to God, laughing at the police report. And I'm like, dude, this really isn't that funny to me right now.
It will be in a couple decades. But...
Dude, I really wish I kept the police report. It was so embarrassing.
What did you say to the cop? Do you remember?
This was my opening line. The guy goes, "Hey," first of all, he'd been chasing me for like 3 miles. I had no idea. And he goes, "So where you coming from?" And I go, I go, me? Effing Boston.
Oh, no, you just dropped the F-bomb.
Well, you know, you curse to give yourself time to collect your thoughts. That's what I was doing. And he literally goes, effing Boston, huh? You want to get out of the car? And I was like, yeah, whatever. You know, I was so psyched that I didn't have to think anymore, that's how drunk I was, that I didn't have to keep driving. I was like relieved when I got pulled over. So now, according to him, I don't remember this part because I just remember being in the car and then standing behind it. But according to him, I got out of my car and I had a beer between my legs that fell into the road.
Oh, that's a bad sign, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't need a lawyer, dude. It was just open and shut. And I just remember, next thing I remember was I was standing in the back of my truck and they were doing that stand on one leg, put your finger
Why
on
do
your
they
nose.
bother to do that at that point? You're just so gone anyway.
Because some people still get out of it in that situation. I have no idea. But literally, I was fine right until I brought my finger up to about 12 o'clock, and then all the way down to 6, it felt like somebody else's hand. I literally just whacked myself. So then he just did some sort of BS thing. All right, you want to turn around, stick your arms out, and it was just a great way to get me off balance so he could cuff me.
Cuff you, yeah.
And then I said all this dumb stuff in the car, like, I'm not mad at you. You're just doing your job.
I understand. You were the understanding guy.
Oh, no, yeah, it was brutal.
You were the opposite of the, I'm fine, man. No, get off of me. Get off of me.
No, I started off, I was a little bad. I'm like, what about my truck? What about my truck? Screaming.
I'd be like, you're lucky it's in one piece and you're alive, dummy.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just a complete moron. Then basically, it wasn't until I got to the whatever, the barracks there, the police headquarters, whatever they call it, the Hall of Justice there, that I realized what was going on. So we went to go take the breathalyzer. My only strategy was when I went to blow into it, I wouldn't blow into it. I would just puff out my cheeks. They're like, come on, blow into it. And I'd just go like, I just puff them out
all the time.
Come on, blow into it.
They haven't seen that one before.
Dude,
keep going. Blow, harder.
Dude, and they knew I just wanted to pass out. They're like, come, we're going to keep you in here until you blow into it. And I was just like, oh, I'm so tired. And I just,
you got
the needle was just redlined it.
Tacked out, yeah.
The best part of the story is the lawyer, man. Just not having a clue. Just acting the part. Writing down stuff as you're just
Dude,
getting
you go
crucified.
to your arraignment and they sit there and they read your police report. Like literally, I stood there in front of this room of people who like mugged people and all this type of stuff. Everybody's all mixed in, and I'm standing there. And we asked the defendant where he was coming from, and he repeatedly stated effing Boston. And literally the judge sort of looks up and glances over at you and you're sitting there, hey, how are you?
That's me.
That would be me. That would be me. You know what would be great? Do you actually have listeners who's actually getting busted for that to read their police reports because they're always hilarious.
Oh. It's not a bad idea.
Man.
Oh, I have a buddy. He left me a message. He just read his police report when he got busted. It's like a rite of passage up in Boston to get a DUI. And he said it was something like 4 a.m. After repeatedly telling the defendant to stay in his car, he got out of his car, threw his keys at my feet, and repeatedly stated, "Lock me up, I'm effed up."
That's a great defense right there.
Yeah, he just didn't. He just said, forget.
I was watching your Cops last night, and God damn, they had a couple of drunks on there. Oh. And some guy ran over 3 light poles. They were aluminum, snapped them. Wires came down, and he's sitting in his car, and he looks out with this belligerent look on his face out the window at the cop. He goes, "Okay," he was a foreigner. "Okay, write me the ticket." He's hammered.
Yeah, but you got to respect what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
He's really just trying to be like
downplay the whole thing. It's like, all right, well, let me write your ticket.
Hey, hurry up, I got business.
Yeah. Come on, I'm very busy. And then they step out of the vehicle, and he's like, "For what? For what?" And then he couldn't. He goes, "I was drinking water. I was drinking water all day." He goes, "Well, you smell like alcohol, and you can't do anything." They had that nose, touch your nose test.
Yeah.
He couldn't get it. He was taking both fingers, and he at one point stuck them up his nostrils. And they were just like, "Well, you're being arrested for DUI." And he's like, "No, I was drinking water." Boom, in the back of the car, you're gone. He goes, "But I have to go home." And then they make their little cop jokes at him. They're like, "Why go home? All the power's out. You knocked the lines down."
Keep the cop, everyone.
I had a guy 2 weeks ago right in front of me, brand new Mustang, a little wet out, came off the curb, spun the car around right in front of us, slammed into another car, backed up, managed to get in between the car and the building line, drove down the sidewalk, slammed into a light pole, pulled back out into the street. At that point, I jumped out of the car, got up there, and he just, I went to go rip him out of the car. He goes, no, I'll just park it. It's okay. I'm fine. And I'll just park it. You're good.
The guy's hit how many things?
Oh, yeah.
He's driving like the bad guys on Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
The front wheel was bent. It was like you couldn't even drive the car.
I'll park it. There's this thing that people, when you watch on Cops or any of these other shows where they show the drunks, where they absolutely think they got a chance, where they're going to go, all right, leave. You're so... that was a good one. That guy just did a face plant.
Saw a video.
We're watching some video.
Get that on O&A radio.
Look at this guy. I guess they're taking a... What is that test?
He's putting the line down.
Oh, for him to walk on? Yeah. Oh! He bends over and just face plants.
You got to check out that video. It'll be online. Yeah, Danny.
I was going to say, it's a good video, too. I'll try and find it for you guys. But the guy, they got him back to the station, and he's hammered. And he gets up for something. I can't remember what it was. And he completely loses his balance and just puts his head right through some drywall and leaves a hole about like the size of a bowling ball. It's fantastic.
Nice. Hey,
this is it right here.
We got John on the line. Hold that video for 1 sec. John, what's up?
What's up, boys?
Morning to you, John.
Good morning. I got a story. I was 17. I got a DWI out in East Northport, and when I got pulled over, I just hopped in the back with all my buddies in this big conversion van and pretended nobody was driving. The cop was really wasn't happy with that, so he said he was going to arrest us all if the driver didn't step forward. So I stepped forward, and he says, all right, it's time to take a breathalyzer test. So I told the cop, I said, test. I didn't study for anything or something like that.
Oh, that's a great line.
He flipped out, man. Those Northport cops.
You probably all should have just stayed in the back.
Yeah. Keith, what would happen if you didn't have visual identification of who was driving? You knew somebody was, but they all denied it. How would you approach that?
Yeah, that would kind of be a tough one. Like if it was a gun in a car or drugs in a car, the presumption is that everybody in the car owns it. But I don't think that falls into the same category with DWI.
Help the drunks out there.
Yeah,
that'd be tough. The drunk drivers
I'd
out
have to
there.
look up that one.
Hey, we found a loophole for everybody that wants to drink and drive.
Drive around with a bunch of your friends.
And jump in the back seat.
Jump in the back with everybody.
Yeah.
There was recently.
Also, I was 17, and we were funneling liquor, so you know what I mean. We didn't really know too much.
All right, thank you, John.
Yeah, recently there was a story about two people that got DWI in the same car at the same time because one was drunk and driving, and then they saw that there was a cop behind him, and obviously switched positions, and the other one was driving for a little while also. So the cop pulled him over and knew they were both driving, had them on video that they were both driving. 2 for 1.
You got 2 for 1.
Driver and passenger on drunk driving.
All right, we should take our first break. We got the phones. Oh, wait, this is the video?
Look at his ass cracks hanging out. The cop's laughing at him.
Cop's trying to process him, and he's standing up, and he can't stand up anymore and falls face first into the wall and knocks a hole in it.
They had asked him for something, and so he starts fiddling with his wallet. And then as he's trying to get the document to the cop, he drops his wallet. So he gets up out of the seat to pick his wallet up off the floor, and as he bends over, he stumbles.
The worst thing you can do when you're completely hammered is try to bend over for anything, to pick something up, to help somebody get something, because you're going over. This guy.
And...
we got to put that up.
And he's got plumber's crack, too. So.
Oh, yeah, his ass crack's hanging out.
He did it with not even like the crown of his head. It was his face.
His face went through the sheetrock.
Oh, now he's falling out the door. And he hit another. You see him hit the other wall?
This guy is fantastic.
He almost stumbled his way into escaping. Every time he stands up, he's just slowly backing out of the headquarters there.
He's escaped by stumbling.
A quick explanation. So he gets up after popping a hole in the sheetrock. He gets up, and now he falls out the door And then he starts falling to the right after he fell out the door and hits another wall in the hallway.
Yeah, he literally went out the door and down the hallway like somebody just picked up the whole station and started
tilting
it. Yeah.
And the cop is running like, oh my God, he's trying to escape. No, he's not trying to escape. Watch.
There he goes.
Out the door and now to the left.
And
boom.
Wham.
To the right.
God damn, he fell right into
It's like in Silence of the Lambs when that guy there who tucks his thing in there. He like slowly backs out of the room.
Slowly,
All right.
I got Ms. Lippman's card.
Yeah, we're off to a good start. We got the phones ringing, 877-212-0NA. We got Bill Burr in for Jim Norton today. Bill's going to be at Caroline's here in New York City for the rest of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All right?
Come down.
212-757-4100 for tickets to see Bill Burr tonight, Saturday, and Sunday.
You got it.
Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Bill Burr sitting in for Jim Norton today. Good morning to everybody. We're here. That's good. That's good news.
Yeah, definitely.
What's up, man?
I'm so digging the Xbox 360 has, Danny turned me on to this, Netflix.
Yeah.
That I can now get streaming movies and TV shows on Netflix instantly. Instead of having it, when you on Netflix you order and the next day you get it. I'm an instant gratification guy. I don't want to wait in the mail for a DVD to come in to watch it. So this is instantly over my Xbox 360. And last night I was going through the 5-star movie because there's a few ways you can search by title, and then you got to go through like 20,000 movies that start with A that just suck. So I clicked to search by 5 stars. Then 4-star, then 3.
That's pretty smart.
So I'm going through there and checking out some movies and stuff and seeing what's on. And then I see Bill Burr's comedy specials up on there in the 5-star thing within the first couple of pages. Yeah.
Nice.
I was like, that's
good for you,
pretty
Bill.
cool. I go, Bill Burr. Click on that thing and watched it. And laughing my ass off, man. Really, really goddamn funny. And the reviews that the people had were really good.
Thank God, I never have the nerve to read those.
Really?
And you're like, you're just wincing.
Like,
oh, dude, all it takes is one bad one.
Yeah, there's 100 good ones and one bad one. You'll focus on the bad one.
Yeah.
That's human nature, I think.
Yeah.
But
unfortunately,
one thing about this also, not just movies, they have like the box sets for TV series online there that you can just start watching instantly, like Adam 12 season 5. I see that and I'm like, who's watching that? But like you bring up a good point. Sometimes you just want to watch some crappy thing. Yeah. Quincy, they have every season of Quincy on there. So if you just want to sit down and instantly sit and watch a dumb episode of Quincy, there it is. All the Columbos are on there. I mean, it's amazing. The movies, they haven't quite yet gotten to the point where you're like, oh, this one was just, on DVD.
Right.
And I could watch that instantly. You still got to send for it. But as far as TV shows go and some of the older movies, like I decided, I haven't seen Misery in a while, so I'll watch that. That's a fun movie. So I popped that up.
Fun movie.
A lot of laughs.
A lot of laughs when he gets hobbled.
A lot of chuckles.
She takes a sledgehammer to his ankle.
It is a great. That's a great movie, man.
Oh, how like sarcastic and condescending he is to her when he realizes that's the only way he might stay alive.
Right.
But I love you, Annie. No, you don't. He's like, oh, shut up. Don't talk to her. She's crazy.
No, but I don't understand like the people who go out and buy, when you talk about like watching an episode, like you go into like, whatever record stores are left. You walk into Virgin or something. I guess they're still around, but they literally, they'll have like, every episode of like soap. And it's like, who buys that?
Well, that's what's left.
Getting the box set,
there you
though.
That's what that's all about.
But
that's
even
the last thing left because they're not
put it out
because they're not making new product.
But here's a show like say like the Wire. Everybody I know who watches that
Love
show
The Wire.
say that's the greatest TV show ever. And there's 5 seasons out, and I immediately thought like, I'm going to go to Blockbuster. I'll rent it. But people would just go out and be, I bought The Wire. Mm-hmm. I got all 12 seasons of it.
Yeah.
Are you starting your own network, stupid? What are you going to do after you watch it? It's over.
That's pretty much what you do now, though. You just buy it because it's kind of with me, especially between late fees. Movies used to cost me like $50 to go to Blockbuster. I haven't been there in years.
I don't even know if there's a Blockbuster anywhere near
They
us.
used to be everywhere. That was a thing where you went, wow, there's a Blockbuster on every corner.
Yeah.
And then they were gone because no one went and rented movies anymore. But like I said, they buy them. But And then during Christmas, you get some of the worst crap. Somebody gave me, I can't remember who gave this to me. It was the box set of every episode of Planet of the Apes, the TV series. Wow. Dude, the TV series. I can understand the box set of all the movies, because every so often you want to pop in, you cut out his brain, you bloody baboon, or, the other one, Beneath the Planet of the Apes. I used to live here. This used to be my home.
Was that when they lost their budget and the apes now had just Halloween masks on?
It was so bad. Yeah, you could actually see the elastic around the back of their head.
No, I was reading about
Trick or Treat.
Yeah, I was reading about that. I'm not sure if it started in the movies or when it went to TV, but
it was in the movies.
All right, if you look at some of the ape extras
in the background,
not the first one, but it might have been the second or the third one. They ran out of money, so they really had these lame masks that
bad masks.
The extras were wearing.
Yeah, everyone like Cornelius and stuff had to have the mouth,
full makeup and all that,
articulated mouth and everything. But in the background, like on horseback with the guerrilla army and stuff, it was just bad masks. If you look way in the background,
something happened in Hollywood. They couldn't come up with a budget to get everyone the right makeup. So
gonna sit in a chair for 16 hours, like the behind-the-scenes thing. And he sat here with the makeup, and then they got to do the fast motion of how long it took with him sitting there. All right, we get it.
I'm not a behind-the-scenes guy.
We get it.
I'm not even a DVD guy. I'm with Bill. I don't buy them anymore because they just sit on my shelf. I'm like, when am I going to ever view this?
One of the greatest movies ever. I'll watch that maybe once every year and a half.
Yeah, year and a half. How about once a decade?
I pop
for some of these movies.
Right.
I pop in Goodfellas and Casino a lot. Close Encounters I'll pop in every so often. But there's other movies that have sat on my shelf, and I go, I'm never, ever going to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never going to watch it.
There's people out there who will actually buy, like, You, Me, and Dupree. And they'll have that on their shelf. And it's just like, I just have to keep revisiting that cinematic moment when, I don't know, so-and-so's,
I want to get rid of all my DVDs because it's all going to the TV anyway. It'll free up a lot of room on the shelves.
Yeah, it's all going digital delivery.
Maybe we can move our show to Netflix. Sounds like an easy way to, get the show out there.
Stay home.
Yeah. We'll do the show from our homes, and we'll have it on Netflix.
I actually was reading some tech blogs last night, and one report had just come out saying that the kids that are being born now, and some that are even still, here already, like maybe under 5, they will never buy a physical piece of media in their lifetime.
Yeah, like a DVD, anything.
They'll never buy a CD, never buy a DVD, never buy a physical game. Everything will be digitally delivered.
No surprise there.
No, not at all.
It's happening in front of our eyes.
Yeah. But this always happened. I mean, people back in the day said, kids born today will never churn their own butter. They'll never, ever milk a cow. They won't even know how to hunt. They won't know how to live off the land.
That's true.
They won't even have an office. They'll sit in this
I'm from the generation where I never bought an 8-track. Eh?
Oh, I never bought an 8-track.
I never bought an 8-track.
How did you miss that one? Because I bought an 8-track, but it was right.
You had a hand crank phonograph.
It was that. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
5'2", eyes are blue. But what those 5 foot can do?
Mommy, how I love you. How I love you. No, I was at the tail end of 8-tracks. Like my dad bought the 8-tracks when we made our first trek across the country in a Ford Pinto, which was a fabulous trip. Me, my brother in the back, in the hatchback of the Pinto with a leaky cooler, and my father drinking beer with his girlfriend in the front seat, all the way 3,000 miles across the United States.
Did the girlfriend take care of Dad when you guys dozed off?
I don't know what happened when we dozed off in freezing cold water. I woke up shivering in this Ford Pinto. I was hoping for a rear ender just to get warm. Those goddamn things. But he had an 8-track.
Miserable.
No kidding.
Childhood.
Dude, we finally stopped because I guess my father was either too drunk or tired or both to drive any further. And he decided it wasn't even going to be a straight through drive because his 2 kids in the back might be getting tortured in this back. If you remember, it wasn't. You could fold the seats down in a Ford Pinto hatchback, and we were laying down. We couldn't sit up, or our heads would hit the hatchback. And we were, it was pretty small at the time, and the cooler would condense and just drip all over the place. So the whole carpet in the back was wet. So we're laying in a wet Pinto carpet freezing, because he decided we were going to take the northern route so we could see things like Mount Rushmore and the Badlands in South Dakota and all that scenic stuff instead of just bolting straight through.
Time out.
Yes.
What was he avoiding in the South? Your dad wasn't
believe me,
a scenery guy.
He had warrants out
he must
in various states.
He must have.
For God
That's
knows
how he
what.
spun it, that he wanted to show you the northern sites.
Went to California pretty much.
Yukon territories.
Yeah, there was something going on south of whatever.
No, because at one point coming back, we did take the southern route to see the Grand Canyon and the Great Meteor Crater and all that kind of stuff. But taking the northern route, it was so goddamn cold. And we're wet in the back of a Pinto that was.
Why were you wet? I don't get the wet part.
The cooler in the back for the beer.
Yeah.
It would condense on the outside of the cooler because coolers, I guess, back then sucked. I don't know. So it would drip all over the carpeting, and the carpeting would absorb it, and it would wick out to the entire carpet. So now we're laying on a wet carpet in the cold, just shivering, and he's handing back like a cheese sandwich that his girlfriend was making in the passenger seat, like because she had like this little bag and stuff.
Did you tell him it was getting wet back there? Were you too afraid to say?
No, I was like, yeah, it's wet back there. Don't worry about it. I'll turn the heat up, and the heat didn't work in a Pinto. It's a 4-cylinder. It's freezing out. We're in the northern territories. I don't know, we're with the tundra.
You're praying you get rear-ended and catch on fire.
Did you listen to what I said?
I heard.
Yeah, I heard it.
Right, that's exactly the joke I said.
Did you already say that?
Yeah.
Listen to the replay. Wow. We do it all the time, by the way, so I don't even feel bad. Me and Jimmy constantly do it to each other. And then we go, listen to the replay. And when you listen to it, you go, oh, my God, that's where he said that joke.
You'll get...
Sorry, man, you were painting this picture, and I was just picturing... You know what you said? You said Badlands, and I thought about AC/DC had a song called Badlands on Flick of the Switch. And I was like, wow, I wondered, did they do a show in the Dakotas?
You were off.
What were the Badlands? And then I said, oh, Pinto, I got a good one. Let me do the old gas station thing.
You went off the highway for a while.
Wow.
You were somewhere else.
I was drinking.
It's all good.
So we stopped in St. Charles.
They hand you a cheese sandwich.
Yeah, a cheese sandwich, right.
Just start saying everything I can remember for the last...
A stupid cheese. Was it Velveeta?
No, it was just
at least
big
good
block
cheese?
of cheese.
Wait, did your dad have like warrants or something? Why was he going up through the north?
By the way,
Bill,
funny story. It was warrants all over the southern United States for some reason.
Get it.
Gonna ride the joke right into the ground.
We get it.
And now you got GPS and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He had something that he got from AAA. It was called a triptych. Oh yeah. And it was this thing that was almost like a small loose leaf binder that you'd flip through, and it had the route that you were supposed to take. And each time you reached from the top of the page to the bottom, or the bottom
turn
to
the page, right?
You turned the page, and there was the rest of your route. And you had to keep, turning the pages like that. That was your navigation system, your Rand McNally navigation system. And we ended up in St. Charles, Minnesota or somewhere, and he finally decided we were going to get a hotel. And it was one of the worst. It still stands out in my head.
Wait, he drove there from straight to St. Charles from here?
Yeah, that was our first stop.
Wow.
Well, his girlfriend drove also.
Good Lord.
His girlfriend drove. But he drove the whole
20
way.
Hours straight.
With a beer and his .38, tucked on the side of his seat.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Someone got lippy in the car.
He's another just in case kind of guy.
Yeah, I hear you.
Maybe that's where I got it.
Sounds like Vanishing Point.
Yeah.
Your dad Kowalski?
Yeah, Kowalski. I wish it was that car. And, it was one of the worst, wood paneling, old, cold, and just horrible. I just remember freezing the entire trip. Freezing cold. I was miserable.
Are you getting to 8 tracks, by the way?
Oh, right. It was 8 tracks. And before we left, he was like, let's get some 8 tracks. And he was into country music, old-style country. So
old style, not so bad.
No, I mean old
New
style.
country, yeah.
I would definitely go with, old stuff.
Not so bad. New crap.
I'm not talking old cool country like Willie or the Outlaws there,
like who?
Things
Charlie
like that.
Daniels.
I'm talking
Charlie Pride.
Freddie Fender.
Freddie Fender was
wasted days and
wasted nights.
That stuff isn't that bad.
Stuff like that.
It's worth a listen every once in a while.
The steel guitar.
Yeah.
I'm cheating hard. You know, all that stuff.
That's fine. I don't mind that stuff.
So I hear that and just instantly become cold again. That Pinto again.
But somehow that music makes sense when you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, it did.
You're in the city, you're like, ugh, this stuff is horrible. Then you get in the middle of nowhere by yourself, you're cheating.
I remember laying down, and because of the way the hatchback on the Pinto was, it was a lot of glass. Like, we used to lay down and just look straight up at the stars, because there was no light whatsoever, so it was very bright. But I was freezing, and I hear that, meow, 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 and I swear I get this visceral feeling when I hear those songs that brings me right back to when I was I think I was 12 or something at the time, and it was just.
Were you dreaming of your future? Daddy, someday I'm going to have a radio show.
I had no future at that point. It was whatever that moment was. That was my moment. But when we bought the 8-tracks, he gave us one choice. He's like, well, get an 8-track that you guys want to listen to. And, of course, my brother wins out because he was older and would have punched me. So he got like an Alice Cooper 8-track.
Yuck.
And it lasted,
Never got the
it lasted
Cooper.
in the 8-track player for exactly 1 minute.
Good.
Before Pops took it out
and smashed it,
and then took his 2 fingers, dug in, went with the tape.
Did he really?
Threw it out the window, and then right back to it. Yeah, this is it.
Take your drink.
This is it.
Nice.
Yes. The hum of the Pinto tires, the stars, the freezing cold wet.
Yeah, but this music is cool when you're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
It was scary.
But new country's horrible.
They try to cross
horrendous.
over with new country. It's all new country is like we're trying to fit into some pop category also because it's all like hard guitars and stuff, or a lot of those dumb ballads that old chicks from fucking, or I shouldn't say that. See how natural the conversation gets when I just drop an F-bomb. All the girls from American Idol decide to put out.
Well, that's the last-ditch
ballads.
effort for a lot of these broads when they fail in their genre. They go country.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Yeah,
Jessica Simpson, I think, is trying that, right?
Oh, they show their clam and like Rolling Stone.
Show their clam or go country. Who doesn't love Johnny Cash, though? Come on.
Yeah, there was a little Johnny Cash going on there.
Or anything that sounds like Johnny Cash is all right with me. You don't like Johnny Cash,
I
Billy?
just never was able to.
Wow.
Get into that.
I've been everywhere, man.
I've been everywhere.
Rhode Island, Maine. I don't care.
Know who turned me on to
I
Johnny?
don't care where you've been. I get it. You chose the life.
Yeah.
What do you think? You're going to play a guitar in your house and everyone was going to show up?
Know who turned me on to Johnny Cash during our time off? I hung with Jimmy a lot, and he had a Johnny Cash greatest hits. He goes, dude, and we put it on. I was hooked because I knew a few Johnny Cash songs like anyone else, but when you start really getting into the catalog,
you know what? I'm more of a radio Johnny Cash guy, so I
all right, then you gotta love Ring of Fire.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
Could we hear some Ring of Fire?
Down, and the flames went higher. And burn, burn, burn.
A Ring of Fire.
For that Ring of Fire.
I like this 9-inch
This Preparation
Nails
Age.
Oh, dude.
I'm joking. It was horrific.
I loved it, actually.
I
Did you?
hurt
Myself today.
He was just so frail and ready to die when he's doing that. So
Wait, listen to this
it's
Ring of
depressing.
Fire. Nothing better than this, man. Opie and Anthony. For now. Bill Burr in for Jim Norton. Let's not forget, Bill Burr will be at Caroline's tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. I'll be at one of the shows tonight, Billy.
Okay.
Tell Greg for me, will you?
Okay.
No, I'll call him myself. 877-212-0-A. Bill was talking about bad country songs.
Yeah, and there was a song I heard. I was just doing this gig in North Adams, Massachusetts, and I was driving back, and this country song came on. It was so bad I was screaming at my radio, and I didn't hear what the DJ said the name of it, but maybe there's some country listeners out there. It had something to do. The basic story is the country singer sees this family that's poor, and he sticks a bag of groceries at their door. And one of the kids sees him. I saw you. You left the groceries at my door. If you could come back tomorrow, we could use a little more. And it all rhymes. And then in the end, the kid's saying to the guy singing the song, "Are you an angel?" It's so bad. And what I love about it is the whole song is the guy hyping himself up But what a great guy. You know, I tried to drop him off the groceries off without anybody seeing me, but this hypothetical kid saw me, and I guess he thinks I'm an angel.
He's totally pumping himself up.
Yeah. I was screaming at the radio, what an ass this guy is. So when the DJ came on, I missed the name of the song, but I don't know if you guys, one of your Trucker XM listeners.
I think Danny found it already.
To bring a little more. Dad's a drunk, Mom's a whore.
Yeah. We can make our own lyrics for this one. Who sings this, Danny? Do we know yet?
I'm not sure if this is it. I'm previewing it actually right now. I'm not quite sure if this is the one that he's talking about. It is a country song called "I Need Some Groceries."
Oh,
well, yeah, they're real subtle with the title.
Right.
I'm sure that's it. What other? How many grocery
country
songs
music really is music for broke white people?
Yeah, totally.
All right, someone out there will have the title. Well, we got to try to find.
Dude, I was doing this gig in Indianapolis, and the following week I was in Nashville. So rather than fly all the way back to L.A., I just drove down to Nashville, and I have some friends down there. And I drove through Kentucky, and the last exit before I got into Tennessee, I stopped to get gas, dude. I saw some of the poorest white people first of all, everybody looked like a miner. They all had like these beards and stuff, and the prices, it's what the market will bear. Yeah. Everything was like, I remember paying for gas like this when I was in like high school. It was before,
give me $1.
No, it was literally like $1.69. But this is back when the rest of us were paying like probably like $2.25. That's a huge drop.
Yeah,
and I went to like the Burger King that they had right there. It was really a horrible moment in my life. And like one of like the benches at the Burger King was like broken, and you could tell it had been broken for like a long time. It's a Burger King. It's a Burger King. They got money. You got the franchise, and even like their dollar meals, I think were like 89 cents. It was even everything.
Everything was a little cheaper.
Oh yeah, and I got out of the car, and it's like I was like literally, I felt like uncomfortable, like nervous. Even though everybody was white, they could tell that I was like an outsider.
Yeah, they want to pick something off you. They want to get something from you. Speaking of gas, oil drops to $44 a barrel.
Yeah.
They're starting to talk about gas hitting $1 a gallon.
$1 a gallon.
Which is not good, by the way. Anthony was explaining this. It's not good when you start paying $1 a gallon for gas.
Well, no,
in the overall scheme of things. Who was saying that? Someone came up with a great point about.
Well, let me ask you
this. I love dollar gas.
Well, we all love it,
but $4.80.
Exactly.
And now all of a sudden,
don't try to figure it out, Bill. Please.
And they panicked us. I remember the news saying we could be looking at $10 a gallon by this time next year, and everyone was freaking out. They're hooking pedals up to their cars, pedal and chain, so they could pedal their cars into.
You know what I think
work.
it was? I think it was a big test, and we failed. Like, nobody protested, nobody went nuts. They were just like, let's see how
far we can push.
Hey, you want to go up to 480? Dude, I'll do it. I'll hit the button. It's 10 guys in a room, and they hit the button, and then they dive under the conference table, just waiting for people to freak out. And when they don't, they're like, hey, we'll buy another yacht.
Yeah. High fives for everybody.
Yeah.
So now everything drops. All of the prices, the price of oil drops. We're paying, really cheap now compared to just, and it's not even like it was this time last year. We were paying almost $5 a gallon for gasoline. It was
this time last month.
It was no time ago.
Right. Dude, you know what? The big three are going down. They call up the oil companies and say, look, dude, we have 9 million SUVs. We got to get rid of these
Can't sell
things.
them. Exactly.
Just bring it down. Knock it down, okay? Well, I don't know. I'll buy you a yacht.
Somehow we'll kick back some of the money.
Yeah, we'll kick you some over.
And that, because, it killed the audio industry because they were still all geared up for the SUVs that they were pumping out. And everyone started going, no, we want little cars, we want hybrids, this, that, the other.
Have you seen those things in used cars lots, dude? There's like 40
God,
of them.
Yeah.
You get like an excursion for about $250. Take two. Get them out of here.
Everyone offed their SUVs. You drive down the road, and it used to be you just see SUVs everywhere on the expressway. Every other car you passed was an SUV. And now it's all smaller cars, and we're trying to be economical.
I hated the SUVs of the world because I've always driven cars.
Oh, I love the SUV.
I need to know why we're not moving. If I can just see 5 cars in front of me,
that is
fine.
a bitch. But
what sucks is even when you buy an SUV, you can't see around another SUV.
Yeah, that's why I got to get around them and pass them. Yesterday, I did a little acrobatic driving, which is necessary. There is a turn that is impossible for a tractor-trailer to make. It is in Queens, around Queens Plaza, just on the service road of the expressway. You have to drive a little further to get on the expressway. I hit this thing all the time, and I just see traffic, and this looks like a jackknife tractor-trailer because he's got the wheel cut so far, he still can't get in there. Someone else is out trying to back him up, and traffic is backed up so far, and I instantly jam on my brakes, and I start looking around, and I look, and I go, there it is. An opening. There's an opening by the parallel parking, and there's a nice wide sidewalk there. So electric mirrors, I pull them in, I go right up on the sidewalk, and I drive about
it's like Lee Majors in The Fall Guy.
I drive about a quarter mile down the sidewalk, and now at this point I've had my my Escalade for a while, so it's been dinged and nicked enough times where if I scrape the fence a little with my mirror, it doesn't really bother me, a little chain link fence in between that and the traffic light control box and stuff, and I'm just driving down the sidewalk until I pass this mess, and then I see another open little parking space, and I go down over the curb, and I'm freaking clear. And I look behind me and go, ha-ha, ha-ha, I did it. And then I see someone else trying it, like I inspired somebody. But without an SUV, you're screwed. You're just sitting there.
You can never drive on a sidewalk with a car.
No, you'll take your goddamn
oil
pan
can never
out.
make that little 4-inch. Dude, you can do that.
There's some big curbs there. That's service road.
You need the
curbs.
SUV to pop over the curb is what he's saying.
You need that. And,
Look, I'm not going to lie to you. My hybrid would have a dual front tire flats.
Yeah, they'd
would have a heart attack.
The aluminum foil friggin' oil pan would rip.
Dude, you know what? I actually was reading the owner's manual, and I realized, there's a certain way that if you tow the car, you're overcharging the battery or something. Like it could.
Yeah, the wheels spinning charges the battery when you're off the gas or something.
But there's conflicting drawings. One says you're supposed to lift it up from the rear end. The other one says the front end.
You can't just old school, like your friends tie a rope to the bumper and a bumper to the other car and just, hey, tow me.
Tie a rope to it. What are you, Footloose?
I remember
we all did that.
It's like, dude, I just bought a car, but, it's not registered and insured. And
were you ever the guy in the towed car because you had to, ride the brake and, oh, my God.
You got to ride that brake because you don't want to slack that rope.
Oh, my God.
Don't slack the rope, but then you don't want to ride the brake too hard because then the rope breaks or your bumper falls off.
That is the scariest position to be in.
You know what's
but someone had to
pay
do
attention.
It.
You know what's a great one, too, is when somebody just tries to push your car with the bumper, and then there's that classic thing where you have to keep yourself up against them, and then when you don't, then you try to catch up, and you're basically rear-ending them.
Then you're ramming them.
You're messing up the front of your car.
It's destroying your friend's car.
It's almost, you see their brake lights come on, you're like, what are you doing? You roll your window down, no brakes, ass. But yeah, you tow your car home like that plenty of times. You can't do that with a hybrid, though. Yeah, the little... It's made to charge your battery for when you're not on the gas.
No, you can do it. You just have to know how to do it.
You have to lift your rear wheels up? How do you do that?
Something like that. I know. You're going to know the whole thing. Oh, my God, these cars are awful.
No, I'm not saying that.
You know something? At $1 a gallon, I think they'll actually pay me. I don't even know.
Yeah. Yeah, what does that work out to? I could drive cross-country on 82 cents.
$1 a gallon? What was it, like a 11-gallon tank, maybe?
Is that what you got?
Yeah, something like that.
I was getting to the point where I'd be pumping gas and look and go, oh, my God.
You've got to be kidding.
It's hitting the $100 mark. It's like, ching, ching. It's hitting the $100 mark to fill my tank up.
I got up to $45 on the hybrid.
In a hybrid?
On a hybrid. Dude, that's insane.
Yeah. Wow.
Hey, we got a guess the sound. Danny's saying we got to do this.
We love guess the sound.
I don't want to say too much yet, but don't even say what you told me. Let's start with just guess the sound. People might be like, no big deal. They'll try to figure out what this is, and then it leads to an ugly place, I do believe, if I read your email correctly this morning at 4:30.
I know what this is.
For real?
That's somebody opening a jar of mayonnaise on a plane.
Now, from the sounds, it doesn't really sound that bad.
Right.
All right? But you really got to just, the main sound, I think, that's there, it's not so much the end. It's at the very beginning, it's very
Look at the whores on the news, man. It's just unreal. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just really, you really got to be a hottie now to let people know there's a storm or something.
Weather or traffic or some other crap.
Well, why would you want a man telling you where there's a traffic jam? That's just preposterous.
Because they know how to drive.
Never a guy.
They made her get like fake boobs or something to compete with your ex, I think.
Jill?
Yeah, because that one used to be really flat.
Yeah.
But I think that's like padded fake boobs. I don't think
she had a baby, so they maybe.
I don't think she committed to the actual implants, but you got to have the big boobies to be on TV. Yeah, so that's Guess the Sound.
Yeah, I mean, you really.
To me, it's like, who gives a crap?
Yeah, it almost sounds that way.
But
when I can guarantee that when I pop the video up, I dare each and every one of you to sit through it.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, we're veterans of Two Girls, One Cup.
So am I.
But Danny is the biggest veteran of all, and he said that this is the first video you couldn't watch?
I started watching it, and I was like, oh, so what? And then about 25 seconds in.
Really?
So what?
Is that all you got, video?
Exactly. I was like, this is what's passing for internet videos these days?
Yeah,
and,
you really got to pour it on.
And then something happens, and I went, no.
And
I immediately turned it off.
Is the audio clip you just played from the so what portion up into the oh my god, or this is all oh my god?
There was no audio of the kind of so what portion.
Okay, so this is all oh my god.
Yeah, that the first initial sound that you hear, pretty much starts the oh no part of your brain.
Okay.
So
why would you do that?
Let me hear it again.
Yeah, this is it. Guess the sound. Try to figure this out. It's going to lead to an ugly place today.
Now.
I'll tell you this much. I know I'm supposed to be like the cool shock jock, but if this is like anything to do with beheadings, that's my line.
No.
That's my line. I have not seen a beheading video, and I refuse to.
I think
anything else is almost fair game.
Does it have anything to do with the food industry?
In a weird peripheral way.
The very beginnings of the food industry?
No,
it's not a cow being...
Is it someone making their own hamburger?
Yeah.
No, it's not that, no.
All right.
I hear that.
And it's not a beheading video.
It is not a beheading video.
All right, I'm in then. I'm in. I can play.
Yeah.
All right. Try to figure out what that sound is, and we'll have the answer very soon. At least we'll have the answer by next Thursday. No problem.
I will not be. will not be watching.
So we got the gas dropping. We got OJ is going to find out his fate today. What do you think?
Well, they're saying the minimum that he can even get is 6 years.
So he's guaranteed 6 years.
They're not saying that if he'll go to prison. They're saying how long. The minimum he can get is 6 years. The max is a life sentence. They doubt that the judge is going to give him that, but he did kill 2 people and get away with it. Mm-hmm. So who the hell knows?
Objection.
Oh, objection.
He was acquitted. That
well,
has
he was,
to do
but
with this.
We know he absolutely did it, and so does the jury, and so does the judge. So I hope they actually do give him life in prison to make up for the fact that
the one and only guy to gain 2,000 yards in a 14-game season. You'll never see that again.
All right.
Almost impossible.
Okay,
right?
6 years
on the Bills, no less.
Oh, the Bills even good back then? I don't even remember.
Prison will kill
when he was running that.
The Dolphins were killing everybody in the AFC East.
Well, that's true. Yeah, right.
You think he'll go to real prison or?
Oh yeah,
yeah, he'll go to real prison.
This is he's in deep doo doo.
They're pretty strict in Vegas, man.
How do you think he'll be received in prison?
A celebrity. Yeah, they'll love him.
They're suggesting 18 years.
He's old. He's old enough where, you wouldn't get any rep.
Yeah.
For beating the crap out of him, but like.
No, he's too old to beat up and go. I beat up OJ. Then you would just be shanked. I think he's going to be a hero in prison. They love the fact that he got away with killing 2 white people.
How many years, though?
That. I would say if the prosecution is suggesting 18,
right,
then they'll half that, and they'll give him 9 years.
9 years?
I'm saying 9 years.
Will he have to do the 9, or is it?
He's out in 4.5.
Or is it like in dog terms? Like prison years is like dog terms.
It's half.
If they say 9, that means you're doing 4.5.
He's out in 4.5. If he lives through it, and then he'll be on
if he
probation.
gets life, do you think he'll finally just come out and be like, all right,
I
did it.
And I'm happy that bitch. Yeah.
Oh, we got to pray for life because then we get the real stuff. We get all the details, everything.
Why? Come on, man.
You think he'll spill it to his
She almost
cellmate?
had her head cut off. That's such a crime of passion. That's not an assassination.
No,
that's like
it's not a robbery. It's not,
Because knowing OJ, if he gets the life, he will give you all the details. He's dying to give all the details officially in a sit-down interview.
Get it off your chest.
Yeah.
Forgiveness.
Goldman's going to get himself arrested and put in the same prison and play out the scene from Bad Boys.
I was going to say like Shawshank when the new kid comes in and he talks about his old cellmate.
Yeah.
Tasty little bitch too.
This guy OJ, I roomed with him, and he talked about walking in on his wife and some waiter.
Gave me stuff, so I killed him.
Judge Jackie.
And the best part?
That guy couldn't have been happier that he killed them and got away with it in Shawshank. The best part? He took the fall more. Those friggin' brown teeth and...
Judge Jackie Glass is known for giving severe sentences and tongue lashings to high-profile defendants. And she has blasted Simpson before, so... I think he's not getting away this time.
I hate tough judges.
With a light sentence, anyway.
She? Is it a female judge?
Yeah.
He's done.
He's screwed.
Done. He's done.
I'm sick of tough judges.
Yeah.
Their stupid attitudes, like they're tough. Their robes.
I'm not even sick of real judges. I'm sick of movie judges because they're all fat, sassy black women now. That's like, and your please rise as Your Honor. What's her name comes in, and she comes in, and it's always some big sassy black woman who sits down and let me tell you something, honey. And you're like, how did you become a judge talking like that? Just stop it.
Judge Judy annoys the hell out of me.
Oh yeah,
that's Obama's.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that was Obama's what?
Real parents. I never seen his parents before. Sorry about that. I just totally threw you off the track.
No, was there a problem there with the real parents?
Now this is finally going to come out that he's not an American citizen.
Well, that's what they're going for.
Oh, this has been going on for the entire time, man. This guy won't show his goddamn birth certificate. If it's good, if it's legit, show the goddamn thing. He won't show it. You know why? A lot of people suggesting he wasn't born in this country and is not qualified. Then you don't fall into the qualifications to be president. You have to be born in the country. So he will. If you have a birth certificate that says you were born in wherever. Look at me, Flushing, New York. There you go. Born in New York. What am I going to do? Go, you can't see that. I'd be like, here, look, see, it says I was born in the USA.
Why wouldn't they?
Because it says Africa.
No, but I'm saying, how come once you run for that office, don't they just kind of have access to everything?
They've given this guy more latitude on everything. He doesn't have to answer questions.
Well, wouldn't it be easy to prove?
He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to come up with ideas as to how he's going to do things or what. No one questions about anything.
But the birth certificates, they can't get a copy of this and prove it?
As opposed
Dude, where?
To what?
Where are they going to go?
I don't know.
Stunt brain.
Hold on. I had to get my birth certificate recently, and it was... anyone could get it.
Not to get into a political rant, but, Bush kind of got away with... They all get away with stuff.
What, with his draft dodging? I was in the National Guard.
What do we got?
He went AWOL a couple of times, but he flew planes.
What do we got on the Obama birth certificate thing?
Dangerous.
He just had a hunch, so he went to war with another country. Whoops.
Oh, no, that's all lame.
Well, he's admitting that he was...
no, that's completely stupid. Yeah. Believe me.
I'm just saying, they all get away with stuff.
Well, let's go to Stump Brain.
But not being qualified to be president.
All right, what does Stump Brain know on this?
There was a question on the birth certificate, and they turned in a copy of one, which apparently doesn't show the legitimate stamp, like the notary stamp.
If I go anywhere without the raised seal...
Yeah.
On a birth certificate, you can't get on a plane. You can't do anything like that if you're using that without no passport. You can't use your birth certificate without the raised seal to do anything. Nonetheless, become president of the United States.
And there's also a story that apparently one of his relatives is saying that he was in fact born in a hospital in Africa. So there are questions about whether it's there or not, but he has turned in a copy, and he got a passport, which you can't get a passport unless you have a legitimate birth certificate.
Oh, can't you?
Well... Come on.
He didn't have a legitimate one to run for president.
I wonder, but he got a passport through our system.
Show the goddamn thing.
You can't get on a plane without it, then how are you going to get a passport without that raised seal?
He's Obama.
The suit was dismissed a couple of times, and until Alan Keyes brought the suit, it wasn't allowed to proceed because the court said none of the people who brought the suits had standing. In other words, they couldn't have benefited by this being thrown out. But Keyes was a candidate, so he was given standing.
If you were Obama, wouldn't you just say, look, show him the goddamn thing to stop any of this speculation?
But does this story have any legs?
Yes,
absolutely.
Dude, this has been a story for the entire time he's been campaigning.
Is the Supreme Court going to...
He's refused. They are treating this guy like the Messiah. He can do whatever he wants. No one questions anything this guy does. Who's on
the other side of this issue?
Anything forever, dude. Look at that crap that went on down in Florida. They just gave it to the guy. Come on, man. They do this,
come on. That went through the court.
See,
Everyone
you're
just
one of those
sat
guys,
for
man.
it.
I can't stand people.
No.
You're just going to attack one side, dude. Obama's getting away with ridiculous amount right now. Bush got away with the ridiculous amount. They all get away with this stuff, man. It's brutal.
Look what stupid Al Franken's doing with his votes up there. Where is it?
Minnesota.
Yeah.
This guy, if a Republican was trying this, they would be like, he's trying to rig the vote. He's rigging the vote. But it's Al Franken, Mr. Friggin', you can't get any further left liberal ass that he is. So he's counting the votes. What are we on, 8 times now that they're counting this? You lost. Go back to putting a satellite dish on your head and doing a wacky bit on SNL. You unfunny hack.
You're not a fan of Al Franken.
Oh, he sucks. Sucks.
I hate the dude, actually, too.
Look,
and I lean more toward that side.
Every moronic thing George Bush has done, and there's been chock full of them. His whole 2 terms. You'll not get an argument out of me. He's a dummy. He's a douche. He's effed up. He's lied to the country. I was never in for a war to free those savages over in Iraq.
But my point is people got to stop going Republican, Democrat, dude. It's
jackass.
It's wrestling. It's not real. It's BS, man.
Okay.
They're just selected guys, man.
I like that, but you know something? Bush was openly criticized his entire administration, and let me tell you, good. He did a lot of bonehead moves. This guy, you walk on eggshells around him because you'll be called a racist if you criticize him because he's such a young genius.
This is the
and
beginning.
Everyone's scared crapless of criticizing this guy.
So you always have the honeymoon phase. Come on, man. People didn't go at Bush. And, dude, right after 9/11, everybody was behind the guy. You know, we wanted to get this country together. And it wasn't until, basically once he started going into Iraq and everything got crazy. It was the first couple, and then he said the war is over. Everyone was still with him at that point. I was relieved. Good, the war is over and all that type of stuff. And then when it continued, that's when people started jumping on him.
Dude, his Coke thing, this all came out pre-first election. His service in the National Guard, his draft dodging, that all came up, and the press pounded him, and he had to come up with answers. And the paperwork, remember CBS?
He never came up with any answers. Wait. He didn't. They did this to Clinton. They did to all of them.
You're right. He didn't. But CBS came up with papers up the yim-yam about how he draft dodged and did this and didn't do this, and they put it on the news.
And what happened? Well, he served for 2 terms.
Right. But let me tell you, the press went out of their way to find papers on this guy and how he dodged the draft and he was gone on 1969 on January 4th. He was AWOL. He was AWOL.
Handled with kid
and
gloves.
This guy absolutely. They're not arguing over this birth certificate thing. They're not questioning him on the fact that he's got so many socialist agendas. They're not. Know what? They ask him about it. He gives this vague answer about hope and everything, and then they leave him alone. I'd love to see him dig into this guy.
What happened the last 8 years? I mean, those guys got away with murder. They got away with murder.
I'm not saying you're not going to get away with it. I'm saying that whether it's questioned or not, Bush was constantly being
Obama
is
being handled with kid gloves without a doubt. Because he's black, and it's very.
Yes.
Like I saw Jay Leno the other night. He goes, I don't know. I mean, it's really hard because the guy he's like perfect. He's
kiss his ass.
Yeah, it's like no.
It's skunk-headed douche.
It's like no.
Hey, we like Jay.
You're afraid to do jokes because it's a black dude, and you don't know how to get into that. I'm saying, but my point is that they do this with every guy in there. Like they have this legitimate stuff that they should be, attacked for, and they're not. They're not.
Bush was attacked on everything he did. Everything.
By what? I mean, what happened, though?
But
nothing happened.
I'm not talking about the end.
Who cares if you get attacked and nothing happens?
They won't even attack him.
They've already proclaimed a holiday in Alabama. A county in Alabama has already proclaimed
I'm with Bill, though. It's the honeymoon phase.
All right. Everybody
I kind of agree with that.
Everybody is so beaten down by this thing. And now, as Bush is on his way out, dude, you wait when the
wait. But Bush did not get a honeymoon till 9/11.
When that
didn't last long.
When the credit, well, I mean, dude, that election was a little wacky. Dude, when the credit card bubble burst, dude, then this guy. I feel bad for Obama. That guy, he's been past the biggest hot potato in the history of this country, and there's not. It's
True.
like, all right, dude,
True.
here you go. Get us out of Iraq, do all this stuff, dude. That guy is.
And let's see how they hammer him.
Oh, he's going to get destroyed.
I think Bill's right. You got to give him about a year, and then we'll see where we're at.
Nope.
They're building
right now, it's like you can't do no wrong.
We'll see.
They're building. Yeah.
Chris Matthews went on the air and said, "It is my job to make sure he succeeds as president."
There you go.
The media has already said we are going to make him successful.
Let's see what happens.
Matthews said it.
Let me ask you something. With the birth certificate thing, who's pushing it on the other side, though?
You know what? Want to bet? I'll bet you $100 this time next year that guy is going to be sitting in a hailstorm dealing with the fallout of all this stuff. That birth certificate thing will come in, and they'll have those pictures in the paper. Dude, they do this to everybody in the media. When you first come in, they fuck. Oops.
Whoa!
Sorry. Mike, can I?
3,
2, 1. So
yeah,
whatever.
3, 2.
They do this with everybody in the media. When you first come out, they build you up. Everybody loves you. Then you go through your John Travolta, Look Who's Talking, those awful baby movies, and they bring you crashing down to the earth. And if you're lucky, you got a Pulp Fiction, and you come back. Or if you don't, then you.
I think Bill's right on. No one escapes that crap.
They will.
We'll have to wait and see. I think, unfortunately,
this is all
this is a time
now.
thing. You got to wait a little bit.
And I definitely agree with you that he was handled with kid gloves, and it was on two different things. One, because he was a black dude, and it's like, I don't want to seem like I'm racist. And two, people were so sick of Bush and those guys.
Right.
And
that
Cheney reminded them of more of that, a continuation of that. So, Cheney, I'm sorry, what's his face?
McKinney. Let me grab the ball back here, though. So the birth certificate thing.
Yeah.
Who's pushing this on the other side where this might become a big thing? Or is this just going to fade away?
Right-wing fanatics.
But you need a good... you need a good...
Well, Alan Keyes has got it up in front of the Supreme Court, and he's the only one they would give standing to because he's the only one who stood to benefit.
Someone even...
But we'll know today, I guess, because the Supreme Court.
I think it just goes away and becomes just one of those things that
we'll see.
Didn't have legs.
One of those things.
It's so funny when you go politics. Todd, South Carolina, agrees with Ant. Rob in New York, Ant doesn't know what he's talking about. Bill is being an idiot. Bill is right on. I mean, it's...
No, we were joking about that. Like, we had that fight about whatever the hell we were yelling at yesterday. We both got an equal amount of... Bill, it was really nice to hear you take Anthony to task.
Yeah.
It's finally good to hear a balanced opinion. Then the very next email, Bill, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
There is no conspiracy. You just sound like a moron. Listen to Anthony, you know.
Anthony, you are an ass. Bill finally put you in your place. You do nothing but yell about things that you have no knowledge about. Anthony, finally, a voice of reason on radio. I'm like, what?
There's no middle ground. There's no. Well, you kind of both made some decent points.
I think we're the only radio show that will admit that, though.
I know, it's hysterical.
That no matter what you say, people are going to agree with you, and then you're going to have a bunch of people that say you're effing out of your mind.
Yeah, it really is funny.
But you don't get that on Rush Limbaugh or any of these other shows.
Nah.
It's rah, 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 one-sided.
See, I told you so.
Yeah,
told you I would
absolutely.
write or whatever.
Well, we got people riled up, so let's go to the FU line as we go to break here. It's Opie and Anthony, Bill Burr, Caroline's tonight. Opie and Anthony. I got to explain, Joe DeRosa is joining the program. And Joe's been working the New York clubs forever. And
got here in '82.
Basically. Young guy, but I've seen Joe at the New York comedy clubs for years. And I kind of feel bad because Joe is really funny. And after every show, I'll go up to him like, man, we got to get you on the show. Year after year after year goes by with me saying that, right?
Yeah. But
and I'm like, no, we'll get you on the show.
Are you one of those guys, though, who says that to everybody?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
Sometimes people have shows and
I'm
there, kid. I'm going to make you a star.
No, early on.
No, I'm in the weird...
people come up and go, hey, I got that show. Yeah, I'd like to have you on. And meanwhile, it's like,
don't
ever call.
But I'm in a weird position because I live in New York, so I'm in the comedy clubs a lot more than Anthony these days. And some of these guys, I can see it in their eyes. They know I'm in the audience, and they have that look of, maybe he'll maybe he'll try to get me on the show. And I'm like, hey, you're good. And then I kind of like awkwardly walk off.
You're wearing a shirt.
Right.
But,
so who do I got? Here's what they say.
Yeah.
Who do I send? Who do I call or email about getting on the show? Oh, that's yes, that's Steve C.
Right.
And then immediately you go, oh, excuse me. Call Steve C. Yeah, if this guy emails you or calls you,
right? I was just trying to be nice. But Joe was one of these guys. I was like, no, we really want to try to figure out how to get him on the show and work him in. Make a long story short, we finally had Joe in about a month and a half ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Effing killed, and I looked at him like I'm the idiot here. We should have had you on years ago, man. So
well, thanks.
But you finally broke in.
It's nice to
be
be
Opie
here.
and Anthony community.
But I knew you were. Honestly, when you said no, when you said that stuff to me at the clubs, you'd be like, "You're funny." Yeah. I believed you were sincere because the second time I ever met you, I used to open with this joke about being skinny fat years ago, and you came up to me and you go, "Hey, skinny fat," and I was like, "Oh, he remembered my joke, so you must have really listened."
Yeah, he listened to it.
Yeah,
but now it comes to this point. Bill Burr's at Caroline's for the whole weekend, tonight, Saturday, and Sunday, and I just found out that DeRosa is doing the show with you, and that's a huge bill right there.
Yeah, we've been doing the Uninformed tour.
Yeah,
that we did. We've had some stops that were good and people actually knew about the show, and then other ones like Richmond, Virginia. Like I didn't think they even knew who I was. They were like giving away free tickets. It's like it's the worst comedy club ever. Like they'll have Richmond Funny Bone, 127 Main Street. So you think you're gonna drive by it and see it? It's at the back of a mall. Next to a Dick's Sporting Good. It's hilarious. It's awful. So we literally, at the end of the show, we would both go on stage and be like, hey, who out there listens to the Uninformed show? And you just literally hear like, there'd be like one guy in the background, and then we have to explain.
And he thinks you're talking about something else anyway.
We'd have to explain what the show was, and then they were just confused. Like,
what?
Yeah, why are they both up there on stage? Because in the end, we sort of just give each other.
Well, people are confused as they listen to this. It should be, stated that you guys do a radio show together.
They do a radio show.
Sirius XM every once in a while.
It's called Uninformed.
And it's good. It's a really good radio show.
The premise is fantastic because it's a lot like what we do when Bill comes on. We have these discussions with such passion as if we've actually read about what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And we're completely, and you guys, took the name of the show, that's what it is, uninformed about the subject.
Right.
But if you have a radio show and you're in front of a microphone, you can make it sound like you are so informed just by being so passionate about what you're talking about.
That's every argument we've ever had. Bill and I, when he still lived in New York, we got into an argument so bad one day about politics, and I was arguing for the right, and he was arguing for the left, and neither of us knew what we were talking about at all. But the argument got to a point where we were like a married couple. He started washing dishes in the middle of the argument, and he was screaming over his shoulder going, "You're an idiot, you moron!" And neither of us knew what we were talking about.
I can't even name the senator of this state.
Yeah,
I know Schwarzenegger's governor of California because he's famous.
When we got fired and we had some downtime, stupid Michael Moore got me into the political thing, and I saw Bowling for Columbine. So then I'm thinking, I think I could talk politics. And then I would go to the bookstore and get some of those books everyone was writing, Sean Hannity, and then you got the Michael Moore, and then maybe the Al Franken book, and I started reading all those things, thinking, now I know everything about politics and could argue these points.
And you realize these guys are in the same boat.
Right.
They just, you
read one book and you
sound bite here
know
or there.
Everything.
Oh, yeah. Half my opinions are stuff I overheard on the subway. Somebody yelled it in a bar.
You kind of thought it sounded good.
Yeah, it just goes through my brain if it sticks, and then it just comes out.
Sure.
Right after you say it, you catch the person looking at you, and you're like, please don't ask a follow-up question. Please don't ask me to back that up.
Somebody called me.
I will unravel right in front of you.
Somebody called me on that the other day. I was arguing with one of my buddies about Bush Sr., and I was like, Bush Sr. actually did a lot of great stuff. He ended the Cold War.
Yeah. Like what?
And he goes, you just heard that somewhere, and you're just repeating it. And I was like, you shut up. No, I didn't.
You never want to hear, what do you mean by that?
My brother got somebody the other day. The guys hit that whole that rumor of why gas is coming down is because people really cut back. People really cut back when it was 480. And he goes, oh yeah. He goes, what are you basing that information on? And the guy just starts stammering. He goes, nothing.
People said they cut back on the news.
Yeah, it's do you remember the traffic not being as bad during that time?
No.
No. I saw a couple more scooters.
The traffic has been the same throughout the height of the gas prices, and now, it's back down to a low of 4 years or something like that. And driving in the morning, there's not one less car, one more car. It's the same amount of traffic. It's not.
Yeah, it didn't get to the point where you weren't going to drive. It literally got to the point where, okay, maybe I'll, I won't buy Pop-Tarts.
The people,
whatever.
Yeah, people just raise the prices of stuff to pay for it. They, the cabs put the gas a surcharge. Are they still doing that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's still the fuel surcharge, even though the gas is back down to $1.80.
We'll never get that back.
That's like planes. They're still charging $15 for the first bag.
Yeah.
I'm like, the price is coming down. It's just like,
no.
Well, we still.
That's why you can't give in to any of this stuff, because they don't give it back to you.
They don't give it back once you're done. Once the Mass Pike is paid for, the tolls will come down. Oh, really?
Well, why?
It's been paid for 50 times over.
Why did subway costs go up? That has nothing to do with gas. That's electric, isn't it?
No, apparently.
Right?
Electric.
We just both, it was like, here we go. We're going to start pontificating. We have no idea.
The electric's got to come from somewhere. What about hydroelectric? It just turns into this uninformed, dumb argument.
Well, they need oil to turn the turbines to produce the electricity.
Coal. Oh, you could burn coal and ruin the environment?
But the subway cost, remember it was 6 rides for $10? Now it's like 5 rides for $7 or something.
They're raising the price again for mass transit, and what they're doing though is they're spreading it around to taxing drivers coming into the city. So people that drive in are going to have to pay for the mass transit system. Which again
let me ask
is
you a question. How can mass transit be broke? It's jam packed.
Oh,
Every time you get on
it,
it's like, there's the Super Bowl in town this week?
Yeah,
ridiculous.
It's jam packed with people.
It's complete. Anything that isn't making money that has so many customers, it's complete mismanagement. It's unions just milking everything. Not giving any concessions. They just
unions and then CEOs flying jets and stuff.
Flying their private jets, and they have these golden parachutes. So when they retire, they can retire with millions upon millions of dollars.
Dude, that's like airlines when they always talk about they're not making any money. It's like, dude, every plane I get on is jam packed.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
It's like
no more standby.
Yeah.
There's no more.
What kind of business are you running where you're sold out? That'd be like me selling out a club every night. I'm not making any money, guys.
Yeah.
The airlines,
and then like your car, your garage is full of Ferraris and stuff. It's like, I can't get ahead. Well, maybe if you weren't a dick buying all this stuff, that's exactly what they're doing.
We should be the only person on a plane at this point. If you believe what they're saying.
Your whole row to yourself.
Yeah.
The airlines are operating at a level of illegality that I don't even understand anymore. I yelled at a guy on Air Canada a couple months back because they were just lying. They just kept lying and lying and lying about what was going on with the plane and everything. And I was screaming at the dude, and I was like, I want you to tell me what's happening right now. And he goes, you better calm down. I go, or what? He goes, I'll have you arrested. And I was like, for what? And he was like, I'll just have you arrested. And he was... I believed him for a minute. I was like, I'm afraid I'm going to get arrested.
They throw out that 9/11 vibe.
What are they talking about?
Since 9/11, there is this. You have to be on your best behavior in the airport and on a plane. You're not allowed to get angry. And I'm not talking the guys that storm the cockpit to tell the pilot that he wanted another drink and the stewardess cut him off because he's hammered. I'm talking about someone who's legitimately pissed at something. He has a legitimate argument, and he's being told no just based on, hey, we had a terrorist event, and I'm your boss now for this flight. You sit down and shut up.
Right.
No. This is my concern. Hey, the FBI is going to come on and rip you off of this plane and do a full-body cavity search. Yeah. And you know what the troubling thing is? They will. You'll get a passenger, this overzealous friggin' old high school football jock who decides he wants to tell a story when he gets home that he saved the plane. So he sits on you until the FBI comes and gets you, and then now you're the terrorist guy.
I've already made a mental note that if I ever see them doing that to another passenger, whatever the passenger's complaining about, I'm going to back them up just so they can stop with that. Dude, I got on a plane, right? I had the aisle seat, and the window seat had no seat cushion. I'm like, wow, that's weird. I wonder why that is. And then some lady comes, she gets the middle seat. We're both looking at it going, that's really weird. I don't know. Maybe it's a broken seat. Who knows? And then finally the plane's almost full, and the person with the window seat shows up, and there's no seat. So then we tell the stewardess that, and she goes, "What do you mean? There's no seat?" And then she starts freaking out, and then she starts yelling at us because we didn't tell her. She goes, "Why didn't you guys say something? You're going to delay us." It's like, because I don't work here. I don't know. It's not my job. Why don't you start with the idiot who took the cushion out and didn't put another one? Look for a guy with Continental written on his shirt and yell at him.
Or how about you idiots that come in the plane before there's anyone on it?
Yeah,
maybe
how did you
should
not notice?
Take a look around and see, if there's a missing seat.
Yeah, you notice the guy 15 rows back with his headphones on.
My job.
Yell at him.
No, but she came at me with like that 9/11 vibe, and the second I said, because I don't work for the airline, what I said something really like you don't want me to
terroristic.
Yeah. Should I call the tower? You want me to call the tower next? I don't work here. And then she just sort of walked off, but it's just like, dude, don't talk to me like I'm in the second grade.
Tower, this is United Flight 375 Heavy. This is Bill Burr. I'm a comedian. Apparently there's a seat cushion missing.
I'm sitting in 23C.
Send a maintenance crew down here to fix this. We could take off on time. Thank you. Thank you for letting me fly, United Airlines.
You're right, though. You can't complain. You gotta be so timid. You have to fly like you're like a battered wife or something.
Yes, that is exactly the vibe. Okay. Dude, whenever I'm flying with somebody,
don't ask any questions.
I have to tell them beforehand. I'm like, don't say the word bomb anywhere. Even if you're talking about, you saw a comic and he bombed. Like, don't use that word. Like, I tell them stuff not to do. Security, just take your shoes off, do everything they tell you to do, jumping jacks, whatever you need.
Yeah.
Walk through, and I'm like that. I'm like so paranoid that I'm going to do something where they go, like an Invasion of the Bodies, not just they don't just point at you and start chasing you down the jetway. Donald Sutherland is standing there. It's frightening, man. You just don't want to be pegged as that guy.
You do that noise again.
That was the scariest thing. With Sutherland at the end, you're like, oh, Donald Sutherland's still like, you didn't get sleep next to the pod. And then,
everyone's on their best behavior. The paranoia.
No, but I've had enough of that.
Yeah.
I went over to do radio the other day, and the security guard, you just give somebody that blue blazer, and all of a sudden just the power goes to their head.
You're going to get arrested. Guys. You're going to get arrested.
I literally
because you're not going to take it.
I was standing there. It was this ridiculous thing where I couldn't go beyond this one point. I don't know what it was, so I was deliberately lingering near that just to mess with this guy, and so he keeps looking over at me, and I keep deliberately acting suspicious just to annoy him. And then finally he goes, "Sir, can I help you? Are you waiting for somebody?" And I just go, "Yeah, I am." And I didn't do any, he was expecting, well, actually, yeah, there's some people coming down from this show, and I didn't even do any of that. It's like, you're waiting for something, yeah, I am.
See, I'm the biggest kiss-ass douche.
I'm with Bill.
To everybody.
So on Bill's side.
I will never survive a police state. My temperament.
Yeah, I think you'll be the first to go.
Yeah, unless I see them light somebody on fire, then I'll get my head right.
You're the guy in the drive-in theater with the fence around it. Avenge me! Avenge me!
I can't.
Boys! No more crying, boys!
I start screaming at the drop of a hat. I start screaming at people. I was in an airport with this comic friend of mine, and we were stuck. The connection was whatever. We were screwed. We were in Nebraska, and we weren't getting home. And I was furious, and I'm screaming at the lady, and my buddy goes, dude, flies to honey. I go, forget the
I hate
right? And I'm freaking out. And he literally goes up, and he goes, are you familiar, miss, with Rule 42? And she's like, no, what's that? And he goes, it's a statute stating that because there's mechanical problems with your airline, you need to put us on another airline. She's like, oh, okay, no problem. And I was like, oh, that's how you communicate and get things done with people? I didn't know that. You mean pounding your fist?
Doesn't work.
On the desk and spitting?
Yeah. All right, listen, we got to go to break. So Joe DeRosa has joined the program. He's playing Carolines with Bill Burr tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. 212-757-4100. I'll be at one of the shows tonight, absolutely.
Beautiful.
And we're doing Guest to Sound today. Joe, you're new to the program here. We're trying to figure out what this is. Listen. Now, the sound is like whatever, right? But look at Danny's face. Now, Danny's a veteran of of internet videos, and he said this is the one that really got him.
Yeah, I was telling Stunt Brain during the last break, like, I'm sure once I tell you and once you guys see it, I'm sure there'll be a flood of callers and feedbackers. Oh, fake, fake, fake. I wasn't even going to stick around to finish the video out to determine whether or not it's fake. Like, I don't care.
Wow, really?
I don't care if it's fake. I'm not watching the video in its entirety. I will watch up to the point that you probably just heard, and I won't listen to the rest of it. For all I know, he could in the middle of this video, he could just stop everything and say, I'll show you how to do this in CGI. I'm not getting that far.
Wow. That bad.
I don't understand why people watch stuff like that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I did. I turned it.
Yeah, I've gotten roped in, and quickly before we got, I know we got to go to break. I know we got to, but I've gotten roped into watching gross stuff that I've never watched in my life. I've been sexual stuff. I will look at the most heinous pornographic material. I love porno on the internet. But now they're mixing some of these sites together with, like, just inappropriate stuff. So there'll be, a link. You click on it, some hot two chicks pillow fighting, and then they do horrible things to each other. It's fantastic. And then right under it is a thumbnail for a video of, like, massive head trauma due to motorcycle hitting abutment. And I see, like, just in the thumbnail, I got to go, oh, God. But now I'm seeing that, I'm scrolling through those a little more, and I'm getting like, should I click on that? I don't think I should.
They're just trying to cross-promote everything now.
Yeah, that's
Jonas Brothers played halftime at the Cowboys game on Thanksgiving.
Stay off that site, because eventually you're going to be like, head trauma, that's kind of hot.
I'm going to have to look at it.
I have a pretty good example
I don't want to do that.
Of exactly what you're talking about right here. I'll just read some names of videos in a row, and then you tell me if this is pretty much what you're talking about. I recognize that face. Mm-hmm. How does it taste? Dead lady upskirt.
That's three videos right in a row that you can click on. We have to take a break, and I know we all have ADD, but we'll try to do the guess the sound thing right after the break, okay? Opie and Anthony, Joe DeRosa, Bill Burr. Let's get into this guess the sound. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, wait, I'm really hating wearing this god-effing bandana every day. It's atrocious.
It's so loose on your head, and it's just...
I tried to tighten it up on my head a little bit, and it's just everyone has to comment on it. Like, I've gotten the same comments.
Well, it looks like you're going through chemo or something.
I know. It's like I
your
have
hat
AIDS, a cancer patient thing. I got the...
Thomas?
Who is that guy, the child star that had his friend crippled in the car accident, and he did
Hulk
heroin?
Hogan's kid?
No, that other one.
The stupid singer, right?
Yeah.
Leif Garrett.
Right,
Leif Garrett.
Thank you.
It's the Leif Garrett. I don't want everybody to know I'm completely bald look. Like Leif Garrett, if you remember, had that flowing Peter Frampton hair back in the day, and then he just, like, God played a practical joke on him. Yeah, look at his hair in that picture. God played a practical joke on him and made him completely bald, where the top, there's nothing left. So
is that him now?
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave him the bad. God gave him the bad type of bald.
Yeah.
Gave him the little Phil Collins in front.
That's unfixable.
Just to tease him a little bit.
Phil Collins in the front.
Just to tease him a little bit, like, look, see?
That's hilarious.
This is what you used to have.
Phil Collins is one of those guys, like, some people just go bald for, like, 40 years, and they never quite get there.
Yeah,
like
then
Joe
they hit a
Torre.
wall. Yeah,
Joe Torre, Phil Collins, they somehow have that runway strip.
Yes.
Forever.
I got that Bela Lugosi.
Yeah, a little point.
I have a theory on the Phil Collins. I think he was always known for having that look, that he did lose that, then went and did what Ant did, but decided only to give himself a little thing.
That's crazy.
So he could be continue to be recognizable
as Phil Collins with the little. It has
with
gotten
the little
thinner.
wisp.
He's gotten it down. It's thinner than it used to be.
That is the worst hair loss ever.
It's Phil Collins.
All right, let's do Guess the Sound, because we're running out of time, and in time for the holiday season, we do have...
it's not as bad as his music.
Yeah,
no.
From the 80s.
Phil Collins.
Susudio.
I like Susudio.
We're running out of time, and we want to get to the gift idea for this holiday season.
Oh, yeah?
This story is the big one today, but first, Guess the Sound. So we're trying to figure out this.
I know what it is. I know what that is.
I think
Really?
I do too.
Somebody is taking a liquid dump into an empty tennis ball container.
I think it's liquid dump too, but what's that?
He's doing it on a plane.
Yeah, that is a plane noise, isn't it? I think I know what that is.
Really?
Yeah, and I haven't had any help from anybody. I swear.
You're not cheating today like you did yesterday?
No, yesterday I heard that story on the news.
Okay,
that's why I blurted it out. But that's and I won't completely give it away. But is it somebody destroying an appendage?
Oh.
Oh no.
Not.
He's got to debate it.
I know. He's like,
No, I'm going to go ahead and
No?
say no.
All right.
It's not someone hurting themselves?
They might be, but it's maybe.
Wow, that's just it's more. He gave an Obama answer.
Okay.
That's
no,
great.
he answered correctly, though, because unfortunately someone blew it for me. So
it's
me and
funny.
Danny know the answer at this point.
It's funny because Jiven, our dump guy, he's like, "What's the video?" So I ran in there to show it to him, and I'm like, "I dare you to make it through the whole thing."
Wow,
And
not bad.
I got the update, and he did not.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
We'll make it through.
I have a guess.
Joe DeRosa. Try to keep it clean as best as you
Yeah.
can.
No. I don't. It's not dirty, but I'm going to piggyback what Ant said.
Okay.
Is it a guy with an appendage in some sort of device, like a vice or something like that, like crushing it or twisting his arm or his leg or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the crunching is?
No?
No?
No.
Okay,
All
because
right.
I was guessing a blender. Is it a blender?
Oh, my
No, I'll
God.
give you a hint. I'll give you
guy
a pretty
with-
decent hint.
What's
And a stump taking a liquid dump into an empty tennis ball container on an airplane.
Oh, we can
Final
say
answer.
that?
That may be too descriptive.
Yeah.
I'll just say the first major sound that you hear in the clip is a pretty. I'll say that's a very big clue. The first major sound that you hear.
Well, then, to me, it sounds like a meat cleaver chopping something off. But no.
that would be wrong.
Well, Bobby D in Brockton writes, just tell me if I'm right. Is the guy scraping his arm on the ground down to a stump?
Could be. Is it a garbage disposal?
No,
And it's not a blender?
it is not a blender.
Wow.
How can I phrase mine so I can actually get it out to the listeners?
Yeah, it's going to be
Talk in code.
Okay, somebody is relieving themselves in a liquid form from an area that usually produces a solid into an empty tennis ball container.
Did
I get that through?
You're close, actually. It was
No?
it was a Pringles can. No, you're not close at all.
No, I'm saying, was I close to getting it through?
Nah,
Oh!
Joe DeRosa, back to you.
Is it something with teeth? Knocking the teeth out?
No.
Oh,
If it was that would
Yeah.
you also have to understand this is something that I could not possibly watch. By Bill saying that it could potentially be someone putting fluids into a cup, like that's fine for me.
that's
I could
old
watch
hat.
that. If it's somebody getting his teeth knocked out, I'm not going to have a big
Does it
problem.
involve someone's private area?
Yes, it is a private area.
Oh.
How about we just, at this point, how about we just watch the video cold and then we'll have a nice reaction for everybody out there.
And then maybe that'll
Okay.
help the listeners guess?
And then we'll,
boy.
I
then
got
we'll
it.
give it away.
Okay.
I'm
it.
honestly
go.
like nervous right now
Yeah.
about what this is going to be.
So,
I'm not going to watch. I
Somebody
will
is,
press play and I will turn around.
all right, hold on. All right,
Somebody
Joe, you can,
inserted Jiffy Pop.
if you stand up, you can see it over here. Grab your mic, just move
And
it
there's a
around.
liquid.
There you go. All right, here we go.
All right.
Bill, you got to watch.
I'm watching on that screen right there.
All right, we're going to watch the video for the first time.
Just the stills on this site are upsetting me already.
Yeah, these are really.
God.
Yeah, thumbnail stills are enough to like drive you away.
Look at that one.
What's wrong with this one?
Wait to a full.
It's that. That's my guess. That's what it is.
What is that? All right.
This is one of my absolute go-to sites.
Yeah, you can't even say it on the air.
I think I got a bunch of material from this specific
Yeah,
site.
it's fantastic.
Okay.
I'm gonna click this, and I am going to.
Wow,
turn
Danny
around.
can't watch. That's upsetting me because Danny
I'm not
can
watching.
watch
I'm not
anything.
Okay.
Danny is a sick mother. He can watch anything.
Why can't you watch?
because I don't want to.
Oh,
Here we go.
It's
Because I
just-
don't want to.
Full
Now-
screen. Here we go.
now-
Bill,
now,
you
hang
got to
on.
look.
I'm not
Now-
watching.
Come
Now,
on.
We're playing this for you guys
Come on,
only,
for me.
with no sound. So based on your reaction only is what the listeners will base their guess on. That's how we're playing this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
No sound?
No.
Okay.
Just give us the reaction.
All right, go.
There. Give us the video.
All right, I'm out. I'll narrate until I can't. And so you're thinking at this point it's not that bad, right? Wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
Oh my God! No. Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay, this. Dude, this is horrible. This is horrible.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I'm getting that feeling, like I'm getting like lightheaded and like I feel adrenaline in me.
Dude, this is horrible.
Yeah, this is bad.
How is he so calm?
I can't watch this.
Oh Jesus!
Can I turn it off, please?
Hold on.
How much longer does it go?
For like a minute.
I'm still in there.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's still in there. Bill Never was in there, and Joe DeRosa's in there.
Oh my God! Oh Jesus!
Oh, this would be a Bob Kelly puke video.
See,
easy.
He's in trouble.
Gag for real.
I'm looking
I'm trying to figure it out too.
If his skin color is changing, or if like.
I turned my monitor off, so I'm going to be able to deal with this now. Oh. This is going to be the new, like the two girls thing, where this is what we're going to show people.
Yes, to get their reaction.
This is the new one.
Jesus God.
Oh God. Damn, come on.
You think this is
How
real?
How long is it?
See, that's what I'm saying. I didn't make it this far to pose the question.
Why are you guys still watching it? Just shut it off.
Oh, damn it. Oh, God, it's only getting worse. It was going so well at the beginning for him.
Sure was.
Oh, dude. I'm not even kidding. I'm sweating now. I feel sweat.
I can't. Oh, Jesus. Look at it pouring.
No Call somebody.
Dude.
All right, see? There you go.
Bill Burr at Caroline's.
All right.
There you go.
Steve.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Is it over?
Jesus.
Wait. How is he?
You know what?
All right.
The last part makes me think
shenanigans.
So am I, and I know why. The exact
because
thing you're thinking.
I don't want to believe it's real, but I'm calling shenanigans. I'm
going to write down why I think it's shenanigans.
Yeah, I think we know because of the.
Hold on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does somebody have a tissue? Because I'm crying from gagging.
Hold on.
Is it over?
Yeah, it's done.
It's done. The job's been done.
This is why I think.
What was it, by the way, for other people who didn't see it?
We're going to tell them after the break because we're smart radio guys.
Ooh, teaser.
And that's why I think it's fake.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Very good. Yeah. And
because wouldn't that continue?
Well, then that should win some kind of award then.
That should continue. You're right. And the fact that. How about no?
He was way past that point.
That should have been destroyed.
Yeah, he wasn't. He can't do that anymore.
Dude, that should have been destroyed. And the fact, I mean, being able to not to function after that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no functioning as far as even the simple function that he did right at the end of that.
Yeah.
But I have an argument for that, but I can't say it because it's going to give too much away.
No, we'll argue the whole case after the break.
You know what I'll say, and without giving anything away, who knows how much like drugs and stuff, like there might have been no.
Well, you know, I'll tell you this much: the audio doesn't do the video justice.
I know, but
you explained this perfectly in your email overnight. Here's the audio again. After the break, we will definitely give the answer, and we will definitely discuss this.
And now you see why I cringe at the parts I cringe at.
Let me hear the audio, that's...
Bill, could you watch the first few seconds?
No. I don't know why you guys... No. What, you shouldn't do stuff like this to yourself.
But that's...
No, man. You know what? I view your soul. It's pixelated. And every time you watch something like that, a couple of cubes float away, and you never get it back.
Is that
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich doesn't taste as good. Air doesn't smell quite as fresh.
That was worse.
Deliberately,
Bill's kind of onto something.
What you guys are doing is you guys are going to have that faraway stare that cops who worked the Vice Squad and looked at dead hookers for 40 years, and even when their kids hugged them, they still couldn't feel anything. You're doing that to yourselves by going on YouTube this or whatever, and watching stuff like that. No, I'm not doing it.
Bill is so disturbed he can't even look at anyone right now.
He's not even looking up. He's just reading a really boring article.
I'm reading an article about Jackie Mason.
Oh, that was worse than the Bud Dwyer suicide video, and that was the worst thing I ever saw.
Let me think.
He was that congressman.
The first time I saw we know the story very well. The first time I saw the Bud Dwyer, that was horrific. Now it's just hilarious. Now it's comedy. You ever see the rap video they made to that?
No.
It's like 10, 15 seconds. It's a rap going back and forth. It's really, really. Can we find
is that the one where the guy shoots himself?
Yeah. Politician down in the Philly area. All right, here's the sound again.
Well, that's when he shoots himself in the mouth?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sound adds a whole other texture to it, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it does. After the break, we will definitely tell you what that is. Also, the gift certificate story, which is pretty brutal, too. As we go to break, Rich Voss, a true dummy.
Oh, yeah.
We got to play this production piece again. Derek and Steve put it together. We have this new bit. We show Rich celebrities. And then all he has to do is tell us who this celebrity is by looking at the picture. And, wow, he messes up names.
Introducing Name That Actor on the Opie and Anthony Show with your favorite non-actor, Rich Voss.
Yeah, hold on. I got gum in my mouth.
And now for our first question.
All right, I'm ready.
This actor was Remington Steele and starred in several James Bond movies. Who is it, Rich?
Pierce Bronson. Right?
I knew he was going to say that.
What? This actor starred opposite Heath Ledger in the controversial Brokeback Mountain. Who are we talking about, Rich?
Oh, Dillenworth. What? Something. It's got a couple names on the end of it, right?
This actor is best known for playing bit parts and retards. Who is it, Rich? And no, it's not you.
Like Berdici or something.
Stay tuned for another edition of Celebrity Password, only on the Opie and Anthony Show, hopefully starring Rich Voss, because he's dumb.
Voss, I wish we had just had a live feed into your brain so we didn't have to go through the bullshit of your mouth getting out the words.
All right, finally, we're going to figure out this guess the sound thing. Bill Burr, Joe DeRosa, both playing Carolines tonight. 212-757-4100. What happened?
Well, they spelt your name.
Oh, 2 R's.
D-R.
Oh, wow.
2 R's.
DeRosa.
All right.
So how you want to work this? You want to watch the video again?
No, I think I've had enough of that video.
Bill, can we entice you to watch the video?
No, I'm done.
Entice me.
We just showed you the Booyah video, and you were...
Yeah, but that was funny. That was wacky.
This is funny,
silly.
too.
It was silly. No, it wasn't. I heard it.
It's kind of funny, right?
Just make you vomit in between.
Oh, man. We should have showed Bob Kelly this one.
Oh, yeah.
There would be puke all over the studio. All right. Well, the audio is no big deal. Play the audio one more time.
You don't really know what it is.
All right.
God damn. That sound. Danny had to walk away. He's.
We made it to the end.
I don't like it.
How did you find the video, Danny?
I saw it, and I read the description for it. I did not click through to it. I wasn't ready. I was just like, I'll watch that later. And then somebody emailed it to me, and I was like, all right, I guess I'm going to have to check this out.
Fake.
And,
it's making the rounds?
Well, it just, I think it was brand new yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So it's just like fellas, we got on the ground floor.
Nice.
On this one.
How great.
Yeah, this is
the next chocolate.
The listeners have to be screaming at their radios right now at this point. Like, what the hell is it? What is it?
Yeah.
Oh, we got to do the radio thing every once in a while.
Well,
what the hell? Well, Ant, I'm going to give it to you because I'm good at describing.
The describing portion of this might be a little rough.
Yeah, so listen closely to Anthony.
The sound
that you have heard, initially, a gentleman has taken a jar, a regular type of jar with a screw-on cap.
Like an
kind
applesauce.
Of
I was close with the mayonnaise thing.
Applesauce jar. You're right. He then places the applesauce type jar, empty, on the floor with the lid on the floor, and he proceeds to use that jar to do things that men of certain sexual preferences enjoy. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay.
Can you say no hands?
Yes, no hands.
No hands.
You say full feeling.
It's a move that, like,
no hands.
If you were doing something in the woods in order to release a certain waste product that is not,
which he did internally,
is not a standing by a tree.
Yeah.
You know, this is the position you would do.
Sure.
You would be in.
Sure.
So he does that. No hands.
He looks like a Chinese person waiting for the bus. You know how they crouch down.
Yes, crouch down.
They put their elbows on their thigh, their upper thigh,
and just kind of wait.
Picture your favorite shortstop getting in position.
Well,
or catcher.
A catcher, actually.
Or the catcher,
yeah.
sure,
like
okay.
The catcher. And then
except he's not wearing his pads,
his uniform.
Yeah.
He then proceeds to slowly start to make this jar disappear.
The old
from view.
Hocus Pocus.
The old, Hocus Pocus. Make it disappear.
Skidoo.
And he's doing a fine job of making it disappear, to tell you the truth.
Sure.
It was working out. It was one of those normal kind of videos that you see where people do this type of thing and make things disappear in such a manner, until right when the lid is disappearing. I mean, he's made the entire jar disappear. Right when the lid starts disappearing is when you hear that popping noise. This is the jar shattering. At this point, the jar's remnants must now come back into view, and he must assist in this process using his hands to make sure that there are no shards.
No shrapnel.
You got to make the rabbit appear at the end of the trick.
Yeah. It's the prestige of the trick.
Yes.
Actually, every trick has 3 parts.
Yeah, he presents the ordinary object, the jar.
Yes, the jar.
And then he does something out of the ordinary.
But you have to make it come back. You need the prestige.
They go out in his backyard. There's 1,000 broken jars in his backyard.
Tesla.
And he grabs the camera shot pulled out. And you see those electroid machines.
Big Tesla coil is going. The prestige.
David Bowie is standing there. Obsession is a young man's game.
See, that was the problem with this guy. He never got his hands dirty.
Yes, he never did. He finally got his hands dirty, I see. And then he was actually removing these shards.
He fills the jar. He makes the jar disappear. The jar explodes on impact.
Well, the jar doesn't get filled with anything. It's completely empty the whole time. It's just sitting on the floor. He then makes the jar disappear in a way that certain people might find pleasurable. It then pops, and he then has to remove where it has popped in shards because it's broken glass. And you see some damage has been done to where this glass had disappeared to.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff escaping.
When the glass is finally slowly revealing itself by being taken and placed on the floor, it is full of damaged material. There's a lot of stuff that the human body needs to survive that is also mixed in with the glass. And,
When at the end of the video, it simply looks as if somebody dropped a full jar of, let's say, Smucker's strawberry jam on the floor.
Yes. Yeah, it does. It looks like Smucker's jam.
Onto what, chitlins?
Now, here's... How are you not understanding this completely?
Like, I didn't watch it, Anthony.
Well,
yeah,
Bill,
but I thought I was.
I guess you're gonna have to watch. You're gonna have to watch
but
the video.
Bill is he's the ears of the listeners.
Yeah.
I'm trying to convey this in a way that everyone would understand, and apparently I'm missing the mark here.
I'm distracted by your do-rag.
Yeah, I would be too. Yeah.
Hold on, Dawn in the Bronx wants in. Dawn, go ahead.
Oh, my God, I am gagging on my way to work. I'm going to take Anthony's do-rag and puke right into it.
Oh, nice. Keep my follicles moist.
Dawn, by Anthony's description, do you understand what this is all about?
Yes.
All right, good.
It's very disturbing. It's not appetizing at all.
Yeah.
I'm nauseous. Ugh. I'm getting sweaty. I got to turn down the heat.
Yeah.
Gross.
You know what she sounds like? Have you seen that commercial where they bring people to a 5-star restaurant and then they serve them like Burger King pasta? They're like, oh my God, it is so decadent. Like that she used. Who calls macaroni and cheese decadent?
Decadent.
I like that she used the word appetizing.
Yeah.
It's not appetizing. Nobody said it was appetizing.
That's what I'm
never
saying.
came
That's
into
what
this
I'm
argument in any way. Nobody said this is a delicious little video that we found.
I got to say, Angry Pirate, he's a regular from New Hampshire. He writes, for the love of Christ, you have 350 FM listeners. Just effing say it and let the locals bleep it. This is the fun of trying to describe this horrific thing for regular radio.
Yeah.
Don't you get that?
You'll be able to explain it in another 7 minutes.
Who's
we'll give you the Angry Pirate, but he doesn't understand how this is. Yeah, we understand we're working with censorship here on regular radio, but it's kind of fun to work around that and try to get the point home to Bill Burr and some other people out there.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Sometimes just saying it is,
just
sometimes you like a little Skinamax thrown into the mix.
Let's go to John in Jersey. John.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, at the end of this video, does the guy say, the aristocrats?
Yeah, that's definitely an aristocrats moment.
Yeah.
I was a little shocked, though, thinking it might be faked.
Well, when he stands up, right?
He stands up too normally. He stands up because he's in that position that a catcher is normally in, and then he just stands right up. Well, I would think you'd fall over and faint.
Hold on. The reason why he's standing up is because he's going for the ta-da, I'm done.
Is that it?
Yes. Ta-da.
So does the video make it look like the jar was supposed to break?
No, it looks like he wasn't supposed to break that jar.
Oh, really? You think that wasn't part of the trick?
I'm not sure, because even in the description where the video was posted, the poster clearly states that he's not quite sure if this was intentional or not.
Dude, I've seen so many videos where it's just like, hey, let me see if I can do this.
Right.
And you watch the video and go, oh, my God, I can't believe
that was a mishap?
Happening. And it looked like a mishap. Why would you do that on purpose?
Joe? We're jumping right over the obvious reason how we know it's fake. There is no screaming. There is no crying. There's nothing. He doesn't make a noise.
He doesn't fall over. He doesn't go, oh, my God. There's no crawling away. There's no, to the phone.
I guess it's ruined.
That is true.
It's ruined.
If that had happened to you or something like that, let's hypothetically speak. Would you? I mean,
would you call in sick?
I'm trying to run through it in my head, right?
Yeah,
and it's like, all right, so I like that kind of thing. I'm home. I'm by myself, and I'm gonna put this on my webcam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would be in the mindset to just start scream. I would freak out, but I don't know if I would start screaming. Like I'd just start panicking and just thinking I have to make sure.
You're trying to justify it. You'd be out of your mind.
I don't know.
You know what it is?
You wouldn't be that calm like he was in that video. You'd be running around the house freaking out.
I've panicked before.
That's why I think he meant to do even the mishap. And going for, here is something that people are going to be talking about for a long time.
I don't know, because that's a potentially fatal thing that he did.
Maybe the guy's dying.
Absolutely.
This is his way out. I'm going to go out in style here.
I'm not saying he's got to be screaming, but, maybe a, oh, my God.
Or
something, like, whoops.
There's nothing. There was nothing.
Nothing. Not a peep.
Not even like a Homer. Oh!
Yeah. Like, oh.
Ah, jeez.
This is going great.
This is going great.
Wow.
Well, yeah, it's fake. It's got to be fake.
Well, Jim from the back is saying, the dump guy is saying that's why he thinks it's not fake, because imagine how fake we'd think it is if he was overacting. Oh, no! Oh, no!
Yeah,
screaming like crazy.
Oh, maybe he is thinking, the first thing I have to do is get rid of this. No!
The jar broke in my ass. Oh.
I hit the button on that one. Jesus. After that,
I can't say that.
After the ballet dance I did to describe that, you're just gonna blurt it out.
Was that Ray Romano?
It's supposed to
be. You just stepped on Anthony's ballerina toes.
Yeah. I danced around that to get the description out so people know, and you just blurted out.
And then a wrecking ball came in from off screen.
Yeah. The jumping ball.
Let's go to
one of those dangerous comics, man.
You certainly are on the edge.
I have a leather jacket.
Let's go to Rick in Connecticut. Rick, how are you?
Fonzie of comedy.
Yes, I do.
Hey.
What's up, Rick?
And your description was dead on, real or fake.
You.
Yeah.
Dead on.
It's one of those videos you don't even. I just want to jump in. It's one of those videos you don't even really care if it was fake. It's just.
Yeah,
it transcends whether it's
fake or not. It was fake, but it was a great movie. So maybe
while you're watching it, you're not thinking whether it's real or fake. You're just watching it.
Yeah, and then you try to pick it apart every video you watch. But
he could have been in the mindset of, oh my God, I have to get this potentially fatal object out of any place that might really hurt before I move.
Yeah.
You know how they tell they're like people in a car accident. It's like, don't move them. Don't move him. We got to put the neck brace on. Maybe he thought that, like, I shouldn't budge. I should just make sure all of this is taken care of before I try to maybe get to a phone, call 911.
That's a good point, because, you would do more damage if you start running around the house.
Moving around, jogging.
Yeah. I'm assuming this guy has read up on this procedure.
Probably.
And just kind of had an idea. Okay, if something goes wrong.
Right.
But still, a peep. Something.
Maybe he's done it before. You ever see people like they've separated their shoulders so many times they can just pop it in and out?
Oh.
I mean, if you just constantly, if you're constantly.
That's just like what we saw.
Very understated acting in that, by the way.
Yes, of course.
All right.
Boys, check it out.
All right, thank you.
Best performance by a mullet.
With simple home editing, though, simple home editing, he could literally seamlessly cut together the shot of the disappearing act.
Yeah.
Immediately to a new shot of him being fake and injured, and it would be seamless, and you would never know.
At this point in time,
yes,
we're now treading on Occam's razor. Now, are we going to start? Are we going?
Back up. What is Occam's?
Yeah, it's the principle that it's like
it's not like Falcon's maze.
it's the principle that the simplest explanation
is that like Murphy's Law.
It's the principle that the simplest explanation is likely the correct one. So, did this guy go through this elaborate setup?
What does that have to do with a razor?
Just to make that just what it's called.
Thank you, Bill.
He was shaving when he thought of it.
Yeah.
And
wait, what is it? The simple principle? I don't like how that's how you described it either. Well, guys, it's the simple principle.
Obviously,
you can't look like the big ragu and then say Occam's razor. That's not fair.
Occam's razor.
It's the simplest explanation is most likely the correct one.
All right.
So did this
how
guy?
does the razor work into it, though?
Bill, I don't know. I'm as uninformed as you are. I read it somewhere.
Expressions you don't understand.
I watch Contact, and now I use it in everyday life. So
that's what I was asking.
That's what he got it from. All right.
So, but
he
seriously,
has no idea what it means.
I just explained it.
It's like the litmus test.
Jodie Foster says, it's a spaceship. Something like that.
Hey, let's go to Bob in Connecticut. Bob.
Morning, boys. How are you?
Good, Bob.
You cut off the last 3 seconds there when he goes, and that's how you executive produce.
Yes.
There's a gentleman that ilk that's used to that kind of punishment in that general vicinity.
Yeah.
So I think you guys are making a good point, like with the dislocated shoulder and things.
Yeah, that is just
you're so used to the blunt trauma, you're not going to feel anything.
Yeah, you don't start with the jar.
It's not blunt trauma. It's sharp trauma. It's bleeding. It's it's an injury that is potentially
Anthony,
life-threatening.
I want you to use your imagination. If you're on jars at this point, how many other objects, living or not,
have
been in there?
If you've worked your way
scurrying around
to jars,
hundreds.
Yeah. Once you've
Hundreds
had a
of
rodent.
things.
Yeah, I
Hundreds.
Once you had a rodent.
Really?
Wait, someone is saying he does scream at the end. Dan, you've seen the video?
Yeah, I Googled it from the description that Anthony gave, which was fantastic.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And the last few seconds, he lets out a scream when he stands up if you have the volume on.
Oh, really?
I didn't.
Oh, that's right, Dave.
I admitted.
Danny said he didn't watch it.
The first time I saw the end of that video was right here. Right
Danny, could you get the screen for the other side of the show?
And then we'll.
Oh, that's great. And then we'll try to determine whether it's a real scream or Meisner technique.
Sure.
All right.
Whose razor is that?
Occam's.
Occam's razor.
Yeah, Occam's razor. That's right.
Where the simplest thing.
Take Occam's razor to your throat.
I'm trying to think of like.
You and your stupid razor. Dumb it down like the rest of us, will you?
Sorry. I thought some of you guys had seen Contact. My bad.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
This is the classic situation. Your friends trying to keep you dumb.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What are you trying to get smart over there?
It's like the simple, what they call Occam's razor. Let me explain.
Simple premise.
Yes, Professor. Professor Ross.
I go, what does that mean? He goes, it's the simple premise.
The simple.
Pretentious.
All I'm trying to say is that
Danny, you are an ass.
I know I am.
Shut up.
But this video, it's not going to come out that this video is like viral marketing for some video.
Somebody get him a lab coat. He's wearing one of those fake lab coats.
He's wearing that Super Mario Brothers cap.
Dr. Ross has said many times that...
the best part of that was his confidence. He stood up and pushed his chest out. Well, watch what I do to the guys.
Present the theory.
Right. We're talking about a jar up. Yeah.
Well, we're talking about a jar.
Yeah, we're talking about a jar.
Bill and Joe, when I'm helping about with Uninformed, they always find a way to smash my brains in, no matter what's happening. One time, I wore
batting 1,000. Then
I wore like a T-shirt like twice, and they were just like, "Oh, you wear that every day?" And it was like it went on for 20 minutes.
No, yes, you have the worst. I worked at a carnival in '84, and you weren't even like the guy with the good game. It's this stupid thing where you throw the darts at the balloon.
Yeah,
like
I'm good at that.
Danny's the guy that wears any T-shirt somebody gave him for free. He'll have like a TD Bank T-shirt.
No,
You
I
would
never wear
think
that.
Danny actually buys expensive T-shirts that look like cheap T-shirts, which is even worse.
Yeah,
like
either that or he wears those Armenian design.
Yeah.
Dude, I used to see the Armenians out in L.A., man. They cannot buy a shirt that's just plain. It has to have, like, this psycho...
Kind of scrolling...
bedazzled...
calligraphy and...
tons of moose, and then they drive Maseratis. I don't know what they're doing with their money, but it's great. Hey, did you guys see the Body Shop? I don't know if it burned down, but... the legendary strip club out there in L.A.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Sunset?
Yeah. So I've heard.
Wow,
hey.
burnt down. Hey, I don't know.
Hey, now.
Personally.
Yeah. All right. Wow. We got to get out of here. The phones are lit, but we got to go.
Yeah,
Anthony,
we do.
They need to play some rock and roll here in New York.
Man.
Look at Anthony's a mess. He's got a watermelon down by his
watermelon
feet.
on the floor. I'm wearing a dopey do-rag. Hopefully this goes.
Were your hands
today.
trembling as you brought it up?
By Monday, I'll be back to, I guess,
I don't think you look
military
like,
hat.
I don't think you look like you have AIDS. You look like the senior gangster at the poker game.
Hey, vatos!
Yeah, I just got to button the top button of my shirt.
Yeah. That's a much better look.
I'm going to walk down the street like this. Hey, vato.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow, look at that.
That's it.
You look like the guy that throws...
Oh, Holmes.
I think I shot you in Grand Theft Auto.
You look like you're going to throw Ethan Hawke into a bathtub at training day.
2-1.
All right, we got to go. Listen, we might not be here Monday, and we're not even fooling. We have no effing idea what our future holds.
Oh.
Well, then we should have described the jar.
Yeah, no kidding.
Really gotten thrown off.
No kidding. At least we know we went out with a big laugh, right, Stump Brain? You got Joe DeRosa, you got Bill Burr, both at Caroline's tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday.
That's right.
It's a great. That's going to be a great show between.
It's a powerhouse lineup.
Bill Burr's got a brand new hour. Joe, I'm sure, has got new material as well, right?
Yeah.
212-757-4100 for tickets. I'll see a bunch of you tonight at one of the shows. Well, that's it, I guess. Have a good weekend. Hopefully, we'll be here on Monday. If not, there's always the satellite. See you guys soon. Opie and Anthony, as we continue, we got lots of radio still to do. And I just found out that Bill Burr and Joe DeRosa will be doing a Uninformed radio show today from 11 to noon.
Yeah, a little live.
We're going to keep the live. We're going to keep the live programming going straight through Ron and Fez, noon to 3. Ow! Just got effing shocked. I guess now that we're on satellite radio, we should now describe the video, just to show you the world we live in.
Oh, yes.
About a half hour ago, we were describing the video very carefully.
Yeah, we were.
Carefree.
Huh? Very careful, working around the FCC rules and regulations.
We gotta kind of watch what we say. Describing something as horrific as what we were describing is not an easy chore these days on regular radio.
Yeah, well, now we can tell you exactly what that video is about for the people that were too
confused,
stupid to figure it out.
I don't know.
What the fucking video's all about, this fucking naked faggot.
Holy shit.
Puts a fucking jar on the ground.
Yeah.
And proceeds to squat over the jar without using his fucking hands.
He shoves it in his ass completely.
Fucking ass.
His fucking ass.
And the fucking thing disappears.
It pops.
Now his fucking asshole decides to squeeze at that very moment.
Hey, was it his fucking asshole that makes the fucking thing pop?
That fucking asshole was gaping. Like he's had a few fucking fists in there.
That thing's like muscular.
Yeah.
He's used to squeezing down on some fat cock, I think. You know, to make the guy come in his ass real easy.
That's right.
You don't want to seem loose.
Real nice-like?
Yeah, real nice-like. A lot of fucking hot cum in his ass.
Right.
So you got to be able to squeeze that big fat cock with your asshole.
Enough jizz to fill up that fucking jar. That he then sticks in his fucking ass and he breaks with his fucking asshole.
This guy's taking a few fists up his fucking ass.
So is he squeezing his fucking jar with his asshole, with his fucking asshole muscle?
Yeah.
I bet it was a pickle jar.
Smuggler. The thing pops and makes it sound like a fucking light bulb.
That's fucking
And then all he's got is a jar broken up his fucking asshole.
Fucking A.
Just shards of sharp
he
broken
got a
glass
male
and
fucking
blood.
abortion.
Right.
Yeah. And the visual is blood pouring out of his ass.
Out of his what?
Out of his asshole.
Out of his what?
Out of his manhole.
Out of his
stink
asshole.
fuck ass.
There you go.
and it's pouring down his hands, blood, and then every so often a big globule of glass,
fucking
blood,
Smuckers.
and shit comes out of that fucking asshole.
The next thing this fucking faggot does is he now puts his hand in his fucking ass.
Deep in his ass to pull the glass out of his asshole.
He had the other hand pulling his fucking ass open so he could get his fucking other hand in his fucking ass.
I liked how he had the whole
fuck.
the whole fucking jar up his ass, and then when it came time to remove the glass, he's got like 2 fingers
he
gently.
He was dainty.
I can't.
He's just being dainty.
Here.
He's feeling around to see where the fucking glass
Stick
is
that
stuck.
fist up your fucking man cunt. Up the back of your fucking man cunt, you cock-sucking fuck.
You look like you got an ass period. You fuck. Look at you. Get a man pond.
And then he finally gets the glass out of his fucking ass.
Yeah. He stands up, which he'd fucking fall over.
And did a ta-da.
All that blood, and then there's no more blood pouring out of his ass when he stands up.
But I heard you had some fucking audio of the guy screaming in the end.
Where's the fucking audio of this freak fucking screaming?
That's a fucking load of shit.
Yeah.
Because I just looked. And there's no fucking scream. They put it in. The fucking site they put it on. They fucking put it in.
Oh,
it's not fucking
fake.
for real. That sucks.
That description.
So it's fake.
No.
It's
just
fucking fake.
The fucking video cuts. And then that's where the scream is.
Like the glass. Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, it was just tagged by the website.
It's a fucking sound effect.
Bullshit.
Well, that description's for Angry Pirate. There you go.
Fucking idiot.
That's how he wanted us to describe it.
Yeah, was that dirty enough for you?
You fuck.
There you go. Yeah, because the one guy was upset.
You fucking ass pirate.
That it was too fucking clean the way we described it over there.
You know, sometimes it's the drag, but every once in a while it's kind of fun to kind of work around the rules and
kind of work around. I enjoy doing that.
With putting a jar.
He had a jar in his ass.
A jar.
A jar broke in his ass.
George is a jar in his ass.
We got a gay guy that's very.
Oh.
Hold on. Let's say hi to Jason. Jason, how are you, my friend? Jason.
Jason.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
So, as a gay man, that made me cringe.
Did it? You ever done anything like that before?
Nothing glass goes up there.
What about like a shampoo bottle?
Can I ask why you have to say? Can I ask why you have to say as a gay man? Because I think as a straight guy, it made everyone cringe.
No, because
he's
had
assuming,
shit up his ass.
He's had stuff up his ass. Yeah,
exactly. Is that why you're saying that, Jason?
Yeah, but yes, that's why I say that.
But the straight guys have had a finger or two every once in a while.
A finger is different than a fucking jar or a man's cock.
I had a finger break in my asshole before.
Oh, damn. They got to pry it out. Prying out knuckles and fingernails, knuckle hairs.
Nice.
Hey, dude, you ever have a dick in your ass?
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Don't be silly.
Duh.
Of course. And, God, that can't be a treat, huh?
Boy, you have no secret.
Not for you.
Oh, bless you, Anthony.
The dick in the ass talk makes me sneeze.
When you sneeze, do you lose any of the hair restoration?
No, it's all in there now. No follicles are going to be popping out like fucking bottle rockets when I
he can't sneeze for the first couple of days.
Yeah.
Very...
I was a little scared of sneezing. Yeah.
All right, Jason, thank you.
And then
right, buddy.
I wasn't drinking or anything, but I was afraid of getting sick and puking. You know when you're puking so hard and nothing's coming up? That you know your blood pressure is like a fucking fire hydrant in your head.
Yeah.
You just feel like, you go, and you're just holding that, thinking, how long can my stomach muscles fucking contract like this? Your eyes are red. And that would have just fired him out of my head like the grand finale at a Grucci show. Fucking follicle fireworks in my bathroom.
Making hair shapes in the air.
Yeah.
How many times do you puke like that, though? Me once every maybe 5 years.
Food poisoning.
It's not often.
No, food poisoning, sure.
Yeah. No, with me, it's drinking too much. If I drink, and I mean way too fucking much.
But you're puking like that, not on a regular basis, but more than the average?
I would say probably once every 6 months.
Holy
I'll tie one on to the point where I puke.
Really?
Not that bad, but... You know,
every 6 months you'll vomit?
About every 6 months I'll puke. And I don't puke when I'm drinking. I will puke. I swear to you. I'll come into this show like hungover. I'll go home and like at noon I'll be like, oh my God. Noon the next day I'll start fucking puking. Wow. I'll start feeling like all fucked up and really hungover. I'll have to put a rag on my head and lay in bed and just moan. I'll never drink like that again. Never, never, never.
Feeling the cold steel of your gun to comfort you.
Yes.
Side of your face.
Some of those guns are so nice and cold. You just hold it against your head.
I puke sometimes to make some space or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'll puke and be like, I'm gonna be sick if I don't make myself puke.
Yeah, I've done that
it's like
too.
self-cleaning, you know what I mean?
Joe, you bulimic? That really just sound like you were bulimic. You know,
bulimic
puking
with
to make
booze.
space.
I like to stay fit, you know.
I've done that with booze, though, where I've been so drunk and, like, it all of a sudden hits you where you're like, I'm getting kind of double vision-y and, you know, I'm really getting the spins a little bit.
Yeah, that's
I got to
when
take
go.
care of this right now. So you hit the bathroom, bleh, you puke. And then I stop drinking after that. You go to water and aspirin and just hope for the best.
I've actually
morning.
sometimes gone into a bathroom knowing I have to puke and I can't puke, so then I just do a big inhale. Just smell the bathroom. And
that usually gets you.
Just let it out.
And then there are so many triggers for puking the next day for me. I can't eat. I can't think of eating. Until well after noon. Like, sometimes I don't eat the whole fucking night or I'll throw up.
It worse.
And if I think of, because if I think of food, I'll puke.
Yeah. And all breakfast food actually will make you puke.
Greasy fucking pork.
Yeah.
Or something. Pork links. Or eggs. Runny eggs. I can't even think. If I think about it, I'll throw up. I'd sit there and go, stop thinking about it. I got to put like a movie on and just like put the rag on my head.
Watch Big Night.
Drink
water.
Vomit. Drink water in increments of like a dropper. I drink like a gerbil.
Like you're a baby bird.
Yeah. I have to just drink real slow.
Water will make me puke when I'm hungover because it sits so heavy. And
So that's why I got to drink a little bit. And then about 5 or 6 o'clock, I go, I think I could have something like grapes. Something that's like watery. And not dry, like a cracker would fucking make me puke or something like that. And then once you like get up the energy and you can stand to take a shower, then you kind of get out of the shower and you go, I'm kind of ready for a beer. No, I don't drink that day. There's no fucking way. I puke
that's
again.
Good news.
Yeah.
I
Next
did that
day,
hair
right
of the dog thing once because people always talk about it, and I was like, no fucking way. And I did it once, and it does work.
It kind of works.
It really does work. You go, wow,
works.
I felt bad.
Doesn't take much.
I felt like I was on death's door 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I drank this beer. I feel fantastic.
Oh, you feel great, dude. Just jump starts
I feel
it all.
fantastic. But the bad thing is, I'm at work.
Yeah.
And this isn't good.
Hey, you know what's fucked up? When I watch those intervention shows, they make me want to drink.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just watch them, and these guys are like boozing, and I
like
spontaneous will go out and go get like a beer.
Yeah.
There was a guy, I don't know if I told this story, but this guy was just like, he was just drank Budweisers, and the way he described getting up in the morning and he would drink a beer in the shower. The fucking ecstasy in his voice, I was like, dude, I want to fucking try that. I gotta try that.
Did you?
He was like, no, I never did. But he was talking like, you hear the sound of the beer opening and the water's going over your head. It was like one of those cheesy commercials, and I was just
you
like,
have a hot shower and a really cold Budweiser.
I've drank beer in the shower before, but it's not like I'm going to purposefully drink a beer in the shower. I've been drinking a beer and been like looking at my watch and go, I got to go out, so I got to shower.
Right. Yeah.
So I know the beer's going to get like piss warm or lose its fizz if I put it in the fridge or whatever. So you'll be in the shower and, just kind of put the beer to the side so no water hits, and every so often you take a swig. I've smoked cigarettes in the shower when I used to smoke.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like just smoking. You keep that one hand dry, you're shampooing it one hand. You're just like, I'll just finish this cigarette. And then you put it in the drain and grind it.
Are you thinking how fucking out of control your habit
is? Never. I'm just thinking, this is easy, and I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying my vices, and
and you're not going to smell like smoke because you're washing it right
wash
out
it
of you.
off of you. Yeah, you're washing it off of you. It's fantastic. And then when you get done with the shower, you light up and have another one anyway, and drink another beer.
One of the
Hey, before we continue moving on, because everyone wants to know, look up One Guy, One Cup for the video. We got to turn some people onto that because they're having a tough time finding it. Back to Joe. Sorry.
No.
Joe DeRosa.
I was just going to say one of the sickest days I ever had after drinking. I worked in a mall one year at a kiosk by myself, right?
Oh,
and I think it was cell phone accessories.
Oh, those annoying people. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a cell? Shut the fuck up.
Dude.
If I need a cell phone, I know where to go.
Dude, and it was literally at the height of, like, the cell phone accessory craze.
Yeah.
And I remember one day one guy came in and he goes, you have any Confederate flag face plates for the cell phone?
I really
as a matter of
black
fact,
people.
we do. I go, as a matter of fact, we do, and I show it to him. He goes, nah, it's not good enough. It's like, what do you want, a fire hose on the front of the fucking thing?
You have something with the flag and a noose?
Yeah, exactly. So I had to work one New Year's Day because I was a low man on the totem pole.
Oh,
and
fuck.
I drank until literally probably 6 a.m., went to bed, got up at 9:30, and went to work, and I was so hungover, and I was going into the bathroom all day puking while I was working. And I remember
Who was guarding the cell phone stuff?
Nobody. Fuck them. I was in the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom, dude, and I am vomiting like horrible. And I walk out of the stall, and there's like a 6-year-old kid peeing by himself, and I just pictured the kid's dad being like, "You're a big boy now; you can do it by yourself." And he goes in to pee alone. There's some creep.
You've ruined his first pissing alone experience.
People are probably stealing shit every time you went to the bathroom. They figured out your pattern.
Yeah.
No, it's 5.
What?
What were you trying to do?
I was looking for this.
Oh.
The gurgles are the...
You're gonna be okay! You're gonna be okay! You're gonna be okay!
That hurts. That hurts just listening to it.
Dude, Joe, you should have done that eggnog drink. That's the eggnog drink contest.
Yeah.
Dude, that is the funniest fucking thing. I mean, it's just, that was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Comedy.
We might get the eggnog drinking contest back. Maybe.
They drink till they puke, and when they're puking, it's all this gurgling. It sounds like an outboard motor.
Joe, have you ever seen Baby Bird video?
I saw the video of it, where the kid's over the trash can, right?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Dude, his face was just, he looked like fucking
covered.
powder by the end of it. He was covered.
Dude, but even like all the strategies people have. Like, remember the guy there was one guy, anytime anybody would puke, he would just turn around and face the wall. We were calling him Blair Witch.
Yeah.
Remember that guy? He would just stand, and he would just so nonchalantly just stand
He
there.
didn't want to look at the guy puking or he might puke.
Then the other guy was pouring it on the Fruit Loops, and then he was trying to make...
he fucking ate
terrorist,
it.
Sergeant Magoo, man.
The terrorist.
Good old Sergeant Magoo.
Dude, he fucking poured the puke on Fruit Loops and ate it. Rancid fucking...
Who is the kid with the beard? Jesus Christ. Remember he takes the big Viking swig out of it?
God damn, I can't...
Dude, he literally he goes like this, dude. He goes, stop. And then just goes, what?
I'm going to get sick.
Dude, I know. I'm really... That was some of the worst shit ever.
I could not tell the story without gagging and simultaneously crying, laughing.
Yeah, I know. It was too fucking funny to watch.
I gotta ask E-Rock because it's one of our lost shows. We gotta find it. We're still finding. We're still finding our old shows. But our best puke show ever, I still think, is the Super Bowl tickets that we did at BCN. But did you ever find that show?
I think we have it. I don't know if I cut it up. But we have it.
We had a clam chowder eating contest.
Oh yeah.
Do you have it?
I don't know if it's ready to air, but I know where it is.
You get that cut up, and let's promote that. We're replaying that for the first time in years.
No, wait, we don't. That's one of the shows.
I think that's one of the ones we still don't have.
That's one of the shows that were stolen. The dats are missing for that one.
Oh,
yeah, we got a lot of our old shows back, and some of the really good shows were missing for some reason. We still don't know who decided to.
Very selected shows.
They were
collector's
lifted.
items.
They are collector's items, but basically we had Super Bowl tickets. But because it's radio, we had the tickets. It was when the Pats were in the Super Bowl, but
when they played the Packers.
Where was that Super Bowl?
97.
No, where though?
It was in New Orleans.
No, it wasn't 97.
It was like 2001.
It might have been.
2001 was also in New Orleans. They played the Rams.
So we were going to give you the tickets, but you had to find your own way there.
It's actually February 2002. Yeah, definitely February 2002.
Yeah. So we decided to have a clam chowder eating contest. We miscalculated. We wanted these idiots to eat a bowl of clam chowder every 2 minutes. They could only get like 2 bowls down before the contest. Completely sucked. And then we came up with another pair of Super Bowl tickets, and these people were puking because they were eating so much clam chowder. So Ant and I decided that the first person that could take I can't believe they let us do this, a spoonful of the puke from the clam chowder that was puked up, not only eat it, but could keep it down, would get the other pair of Super Bowl tickets. A very simple concept, right? Watching them pass the spoon around the room, trying to keep the clam chowder down. It was like a fucking rodeo, because some of these people were like, I think I got it. And then you would just see their whole body like convulsing.
You know what sucks about that? If you're going to do it, keep it down so you get something out of it. And then you actually,
But they were trying. They
it's
swallowed
so hard
it. They
to even talk about this.
But I guess the taste in their mouth was still there.
Yeah,
and
it's
it just made
thinking about what it is, and your own body is rejecting it.
Dude,
it knows it's not good.
And also Anthony's colorful descriptions of goopy, creamy, chunky.
Look at that. Filled to the tippity top with good, viscous, creamy chowder.
And every time someone puked, everyone else would puke, and the contest just kept going.
The whole studio smelled like the cafeteria when someone vomited in it as a kid.
And they'd put that sawdust down over
it would just still stink. Yeah,
dude, the audio you have from the year before the baby bird of Pat Munaki, that puke hitting that empty Glad bag is the funniest fucking sound. Dude, this guy, he would literally, he's a diabetic, first of all, who lost a toe to the disease, and he's drinking fucking eggnog. And he was a champion. He drank like 70 double shots. It was like, it was literally like, Lake Erie of fucking eggnog would come out of this and hit this empty trash bag and hit this Glad bag. That's what made me. That's what made me come in.
Not only is he puking up the eggnog, it's curdling because I guess it's warm in his stomach. So now it's chunky.
It's the acids in your stomach.
Do you have that? I've never seen that one. Do you have that one?
No, the audio. The audio of it made me laugh so hard. That's why I ended up showing up the day of the baby bird.
That's hilarious.
You needed to be part of it.
Oh, it was just too funny.
We got to find the clam chowder fucking show. That's still one of my favorite shows of all time, and we lost it years ago.
I don't know why I find puking so goddamn funny. It's the sound people make. It's just... just the involuntary noises you have to make when you throw a.
You know what's funny? There's no reason to make a sound there.
No.
You're not trying to speak. There's no reason. You can just open your mouth and let it come out.
But
you gotta. You gotta. That'd be, you know something? That would be a great contest. Have somebody puking and see if they could actually like read from a manual. Like if they
Somebody puking's funny. You know what's really funny? When somebody tries to block it and the puke's coming between their fingers.
There's no
That's
holding
fucking hilarious.
puke back with your hand. Yeah, people sometimes feel compelled to hold their hand over it as they're running for the bathroom or something, and you just see it squirting out between their fingers.
Well, Bill, we might get the eggnog drinking contest back, so. We lost homeless shopping because they wanted approval from the mall, because I know people out there are wondering. But Sirius XM's like, yeah, we'll let you do the homeless shopping spree, but we want the mall to approve this bit. And we're like, that ain't going to happen. And Keith went to the mall, and they laughed at him. So, once again, homeless shopping spree is on the shelf.
Yeah, that ain't going off, but we're working on the
eggnog.
The eggnog drinking.
You
ever have a friend driving the car, and there's drunks in the back seat, of course, and they puke out the window, and the next morning you just have this puke fucking flame paint job down the side of your car.
we had a guy in our crew, like he was known as the puker, and the worst thing,
great.
Not only did he puke, but he had no concept of I'm gonna puke. You know, like you feel it, and you're like, guys. He would just be sitting there, like, mid-conversation, and just all across the windshield. So my buddy had this 79 T-Bird, right? It's like July. I remember it was the summertime, and we were coming back from the Cape, and he puked. The window was down, and he still put his head between and puked on the floor mat. My buddy was so pissed. He's like, yo, fucking cleaning that up, blah, blah. He dropped the kid off. And for some reason, because he was hammered, he put the windows up, and the kid didn't come in until like the next day, like 12 in the afternoon. It was like 80 degrees out.
Oh my!
I don't know. It was probably 120 in with this puke just cooking.
That car's done.
I was at a party once. Me and my buddies are wasted, and it's the end of the night, and we're sitting there just talking, just shit-faced. And there was a couple, a guy and his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is like, just out.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, just mid-conversation, she bends over and she's going, and just puking all over the ground, and we're laughing so fucking hard at her. And he's rubbing her back, and he's going, "It's not funny, guys.
No,
fuck you. It's hilarious.
You'd be laughing your fucking balls off with someone else's chick, dummy."
Yeah, exactly.
You ever early on, like when I was fucking like 15, 16 years old, and you're just trying to get with a girl and shit like that, at a party. There was this girl, and she was drinking too much wine and shit, and she was all fucked up, and we were all fucked up and making out and shit like that. And at that point, you're just like, you got a rod just from making out, all that. Just, you're pumping. And she just proceeds to puke her fucking guts up. And I'm just still thinking, all right, finish puking because we're taking up right where we left off. And
we're going to skip first base.
She leans over, and she goes to kiss me again, and I just open my mouth and start kissing her.
Did you get Super Bowl tickets?
No Super Bowl tickets, but I tasted fucking wine puke breath. But I didn't give a shit. You're 15. You're 15 fucking years old. I don't care if a cunt smelled like puke. I was gonna put my mouth on that too, motherfucker.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I was trying to get with this chick, and she was completely hammered, and she threw up what looked like an entire can of SpaghettiOs everywhere. And probably about a half hour later, I'm making out with her. I just didn't give a shit.
That's what it always
did not give a shit.
You won't looks like, by the way. It always looks like SpaghettiOs or fried rice. It's one or the other. Nobody ever just pukes up like a steak.
Yeah, the stomach really does some damage to that food real quick. Just turn it into SpaghettiOs and send it down the chute. Fuck it.
Oh, my God.
SpaghettiOs.
Let's take a quick break. Bill Burr, Joe DeRosa, not only are they doing Caroline's all weekend long, tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday, they're going to be doing a little Uninformed.
Yeah.
From 11 to 12 today. So
and
the live radio.
For any Boston listeners, I just got this date. In February, I'm going to be at the Wilbur Theater.
Sweet.
Bill Burr at the Wilbur. I already know people are going to give me shit about that. At the Wilbur Theater
Bill Burr.
in February 6th, and then out in Chicopee, Massachusetts.
Hi, Chicopee.
Oh, Chicopee.
Yes.
And these guys will do Uninformed from 11 to noon, so we got live programming all the way till 3 o'clock today. So very, very cool. When we get back, the doctors, that show we take a peek at every once in a while, explains queefing.
Oh, they're not going for fucking ratings, are they?
And the gift certificates that are available for people this holiday season. We found one that's just amazing. It's all over the news. We'll explain next. Opie and Anthony. We're talking about music during the break, and I was asking these guys, I think I'm sort of onto something. You're into a band, so into a band where you got to get everything they do, and then one day, like your obsession for this band just goes away and it passes you by.
Yeah.
And I say this because I was a huge Metallica fan, and I couldn't name one song off the new album. I'm thinking to myself, what happened? That all of a sudden I just didn't even want to search it out and listen to the new Metallica. The band didn't change. They don't suck or anything, but all of a sudden I was just like, oh, Metallica.
But it wasn't your reason.
And I said to Bill, has that ever happened to you? And you said it happened with AC/DC.
Yeah, I tapped out for a while, and then I kind of...
But before you tapped out, you had to, like, know everything possible about the band,
I had all their albums right up to the Heat Seeker one, Blow Up Your Video, that album. And I didn't like the cover, and I couldn't get into it. And then I don't know, I just fucking tapped out.
And you didn't...
And then Joe ended up getting me into the albums like Ball Breaker and the shit from the 90s because I just like, all right, forget it.
Right.
I'm done.
Well, Thunderstruck was where after Thunderstruck, I tapped out.
Well,
for no real reason.
I've still never bought that album, but like every time I'm at a football game, I'm like, I got to get this album.
Oh, my God.
Well, look, Thunderstruck could be my favorite AC/DC song ever. But but the album just, like I said...
What else was on there? I played another song off that when I was doing music radio.
The first three songs are Thunderstruck, Fire Your Guns, which is awesome, and then Money Talks, which is a great tune.
Talks, of course.
And then it just goes, and I love AC/DC. I'm not shitting on him. But then Rick Rubin got him in the studio. He got Phil Rudd back, and they did Ball Breaker, and that album is fucking awesome. Yeah. And they've been great ever since then.
I was telling Bill, we got Angus Young on the phone, and after the interview, people were like, wow, he was on for like 40 minutes with you guys. He usually does 5 minutes tops. He hates doing like phone calls. We had him laughing though, man. We had a good time with him.
He was pretty good. He was.
Yeah.
I'm seeing those guys at the LA Forum this Monday. I get worried when I watch Brian sing, though. I really think he's going to hurt himself.
Yeah.
He puts his head down.
He does. He puts his head down. His mouth goes.
Just trying to get it out.
That box set, Bill gave me the Plug Me In box set last year for Christmas. And, it's video of them through their whole career. And the last clips are from, like, their last tour before this one. And they do Thunderstruck. And watching Brian Johnson, the part that's like, it's like so high. Watching him try to hit it, dude, he's literally going down like this. And he looks like he's going to have a fucking seizure. And it's so funny, man.
You ever pull that muscle, like, in your neck?
Yeah.
He must pull that muscle
He
all the
puts
time.
his head down. Like, he doesn't, like, lean back to try to get the note, but he just puts it...
Yeah, how is the thing that happened to DMC with his voice? How did that not happen to Brian Johnson, where his voice is all fucked up now and he can't talk anymore?
I think it's just... and he messed his voice up rapping.
Yeah, he's like, I rapped an octave too high for 10 years, and now I can't talk anymore. It's like, how the fuck is Brian Johnson still?
Wow. Yeah, that guy is singing just... Singing like that is meant to just fuck your throat up.
But maybe he did fuck up his throat, but it's a type of style he's got that you wouldn't know.
Well, I heard his friends when he joined AC/DC immediately told him on the Back and Black album, they said, you're singing too high. Like his natural register, I think, is more like a baritone, but just their music called for... I think he was so like, I have to follow Bon Scott.
Yeah, so...
Fuck this shit. This is my big break. And he just came... Back and Black! Just fucking went
it's ridiculous, the notes he's hitting on that album. And then the funniest part of that DVD set, you're sitting there going, okay, if I was going to sing a concert like that, I'd have to sit and meditate for 2 hours to get my voice loose enough to come anywhere near that. They show them they're doing like a concert in Russia. He is smoking literally to the point when he walks on stage. He's like, taking the last drag. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy made
First note he sings, you see smoke come out his mouth.
Yeah.
No, he's like a pirate. He was just born in the wrong time. Like, he really should be out at sea.
Yeah. Speaking of that, he's swinging around in a wrecking ball.
He's on a wrecking ball.
Yeah, he's swinging around in a wrecking ball at one point. He's like 80 years old.
Holy shit!
Like a fucking pilot.
No, I have great seats for this too, and I'm really hoping that it's not going to be.
It's not going to be. The reviews are great. We got one from Keith out there in San Francisco. Keith.
Hey guys.
Hey buddy.
Hey, I went and saw AC/DC last night at the Oracle Arena here in San Francisco.
Bring it on. What do you think?
They were incredible. I mean,
I can't wait.
Brian Johnson's voice was pretty much gone after the second song.
But it didn't matter.
But he still sounded awesome.
Yeah.
The only thing is their original drummer, Phil Rudd, I don't know. I think when he was gone for a while, and I think they had the other drummer, Chris Slade, the bald guy, I think he was a lot better. And Phil Rudd's kind of lost a step. But, dude, they sound awesome. Angus Young is incredible. That guy just ran around the stage for an hour and a half.
That's unreal.
Okay,
good.
How old is he? How old is he now?
I think they said he's like
53.
in his early 60s.
No, he's 50. He's born in 1955. Malcolm was born in 53. I'm a geek.
He looks like
Thank
he's
you.
80.
Bill,
Oh, he
cover
does?
your ears.
Okay.
I want to ask him. I don't want to ruin something about the show. I want to ask him something, though, because I'm not going to say it.
Okay, well, I literally have to cover my ears.
Well, I don't want to ruin it for you. Hey, what did they open with?
They opened up with the very first track
What's
off
that?
their new album.
Oh, okay. That's a
The
letdown.
Train.
Yeah.
I hate when they do
the
stuff
computer
like that.
graphics.
Yeah, and it's the single.
Nah,
it's the first
come
song,
on.
and it's the single.
Come
and
on,
it's
they're
new.
pushing the album. You got to do it.
That means they don't
I
believe
like the
in
song,
the
though.
single if you're starting with it.
Yeah, you
You
got.
got it. You got to go right into the catalog.
Yeah, come out and open with. That's like
Thunderstruck is the way to open.
Oh,
Get the
fuck
whole crowd.
oh, when they opened with that on the live
Fucking
at
Jerry
Bonington.
You know we have to play Thunderstruck now.
I want to hear a little bit
Maybe
of it.
we'll play it to end the show before these guys continue till noon.
Rush knows how to open a show. They come out.
I loved watching
Fucking.
Rush.
They came out with. Right with Tom Sawyer
Oh, yeah.
a few years
Oh,
back.
yeah,
they came out
yeah,
with
yeah.
Limelight last tour. Like
Come on,
they're just
they
fucking.
know what's going to make the people go.
They're
right off the
fucking
bat.
awesome. Those guys.
Why not? Like
2112.
everyone's so.
You know what? I've
pumped
never
up.
been into them. I've never been into them. I always thought it just sounded too fucking robotic. But I actually watched a
Rush
concert,
rules.
and they really impressed me. That Geddy Lee just always just.
Hey,
You just
Bill?
want to beat him up. There's just something about him. He's just that guy. You
I
just
like
want to
him.
stuff
He's
him
got
all
a lot
over.
of voices,
fucking
though.
dork.
that-
Yeah.
Bill, I got to say, at NEW, we had Geddy Lee in. He couldn't have been cooler. And we had that big monster stripper in, and he
Yeah.
really enjoyed the hell out of it.
You know,
He was-
I hope you're not.
he was really
if
cool.
you're looking for their singles, they're not going to pretty much play their singles. A lot of their old, earlier stuff they play, but a lot of like Heat Seeker and Thunderstruck, they didn't play.
Yeah.
I went to
They
see.
didn't play
I'm fine. No, I'm
Thunderstruck.
fine with
Wow,
Thanks,
they didn't.
Keith.
I went to see. I was so into Blue Oyster Cult years ago because I was from Long Island, so it's the law.
What is that? Don't fear the Reaper?
Well, that was one of
Godzilla,
the commercial
come on.
ones, dude. Those are the commercial songs, dude. I was into like
Joan Crawford is
whole
there?
No, that sucks too.
Were you
I was
burning
into
for them?
All the stuff. Yes, I was burning for them.
Oh, that's right. I'm
I was
burning
into
up,
all.
burning up.
No, I was into like the stuff that was really obscure. All their obscure shit, and they used to play all of it when you'd see them live. And I saw them at the
My
Black
Father's
Sabbath,
Place.
the Black and Blue concert, and the Nassau Coliseum, and they'd come out at one point with the 5-guitar army and just like fucking all playing guitars, and it's just loud as fuck and everything. So then I go, oh, they're playing in Huntington at that theater on Main Street. It's right near a certain no, it's the place that was right near a certain restaurant in the heart of Huntington Village.
I don't know what the restaurant is.
Oh. F.H. Riley's?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's a theater. Was a theater. I don't know if it still is.
They used to do laser light
shows. Laser
shows.
shows and all that bullshit. But then Blue Oyster Cult was playing there, and I'm like, fuck, let me go see Blue Oyster Cult. So,
well, who was
it's
stopping
well past their fucking prime and shit, but figure, what the fuck? I go in, I'm watching, and I could turn to the person next to me and go, so, they sure sound a little different in this voice. They sure sound a little different than they used to. Yeah, they look a lot different too. I think it's a different drummer. they were playing songs like it was a fucking lounge act. And their whole thing was about the volume and just like rocking. And
their ears must have been shot.
And they're just playing their songs, and the volume was.
What age
low.
do you think, as like, where you can still leave like Johnny Carson and still be like classy, like as a musician?
Yeah.
I think it's different for every band.
Oh, it is. It is, because you look at U2. They've been around forever, and Bono, they could still go out and fill arenas.
Well,
Bruce is another one. He can go out and fill fucking arenas. But then there are other bands that it's like, who's going to go see fucking Winger?
You know what?
Oh, yeah.
Or Poison.
What fucks up a lot of that 70s stuff, as good as it is, it's fucking great stuff, but it's like Deep Purple's a good example.
Yeah.
Some of the old Deep Purple shit is so good, dude, like Highway Star and Space Truck and everything.
Yeah.
But, dude, a lot of it is the way it's produced. I mean, the way that 70s rock is produced is so thick and full of texture. And then you hear it live, and it's all, now it's like tinty and clean, and it just fucking ruins it, man.
Yeah, it really does. It was all, their equipment just sucked.
Yeah.
Distortion was part of the sound.
Yeah, it was like, you want to distort this?
No,
you got to cut a hole in the fucking amp.
The stuff was better back then. It was made better, and now they got it like I think the way they make the guitars and
it's
everything.
All very clean.
If you go on eBay, those old beat up guitars are getting like $25,000, $15,000. These old Fenders and stuff because the sound of them or something. Like I don't know. I'm not into that end of it, but
yeah.
I think too much of that, like, what's that shit? I was trying to talk to you about that on Uninformed.
What?
That auto-tune that people are singing with, like a lot of those R&B guys. It's horrific.
It puts their voice in key.
Kanye West did a whole album where he's not rapping, he's singing.
Dude, that album is dog shit. I fucking hated him to begin with. That album blows cunt.
Yeah, they use a pitch correction, and you could hear it. Especially, some of them use it as an effect and turn it up like that Cher song.
Do you believe?
Where her voice did that weird fucking thing. You'd hear like it would step up like very digitally, but there's a way to set that where it's not as digital sounding. You're trying to sound like a little more analog. But it's still, you can tell.
The Paula Abdul setting?
Hard. Yeah, the Paula Abdul, I can't fucking sing.
That should have started and ended with Peter Frampton. I think he was the first, and he should have been the last.
Oh, the talk box.
Yeah, well, I guess that's different, obviously.
That was unbelievable in the 70s, though. People were like, oh, my God.
That guy was packing places. He's another one God just played an awful trick on. Gave him that big head of hair for Frampton Comes Alive, and then right after Frampton Comes Alive, like all of his fucking hair
Frampton goes bald.
Frampton goes bald. He must have just shampooed his hair once after that album shoot and just found the drain full of fucking tribbles.
Did you ever see the story of that? He talked about, I saw an interview with him and talked about that album. He goes, yeah, one day I wrote Baby, I Love Your Way, and whatever the fucking talk song is. He goes, I wrote those in one morning before I had breakfast, and trying to have a day like that ever since.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, you really blew your load.
Totally blew the load.
You could literally clock the hours that you blew your fucking load.
There could not have been a bigger album than Frampton Comes Alive. It was
still a great album.
It was giant.
It must suck. You get the inspiration like that, and you're thinking, I'm the next Beatles. This is going to be easy. I'm going to be writing songs every fucking day for now on, and it never happens again.
It's like the Blues Brothers, what you were talking about. We were listening to Blues Brothers live at the whatever the fuck it was, and you said how it was playing at a club. We had to listen to it. But it was, Bill was just saying, like, you were saying how popular the album was. It was a craze.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
The follow-up bombed,
they were like that.
legendarily.
Two comedians or sketch comics actually had a top 10 album.
Yeah.
The musicians they played with were incredible, but then they had their second one, Made in America. Woo.
Pretty bad.
Really bad.
Yeah. Hey,
Going back to Miami. Oh, just these terrible fucking...
Was it better or worse than Bruce Willis's little debacle?
Bruno and the Heaters.
Bruce Willis and all those, they ruined... Because actually, the Blues Brothers, their first album, man, I mean, like the musicians they had on it were fucking incredible. And they did like Aykroyd always stunk, but Belushi did a real passable job. I mean, for what it was, and it was sort of joking around and shit, it was good. But like, yeah, like all those other bands, or that guy from Full House, whatever the fuck he would do. They would always weave something into the story where he had to play drums or...
Dave Coulier had a band?
Yeah, weave something into the story.
Yeah. Somehow we always had maracas. He was like the Ricky Ricardo of the early 90s. John Stamos.
John Stamos. He was in that Beach Boys video.
Kokomo. He played drums on it.
Yeah.
Ugh. Going back to AC/DC for a second, Doug B. in Salt Lake City saw AC/DC in the 80s. Open show with Angus banging a huge bell center stage for Hell's Bells.
That's awesome.
That is fucking cool.
I think it was Brian. No, Brian would hit it with the hammer.
Yeah.
Because then Angus would be playing, I believe. This guy's going to get pissed. Fuck you, man, I was there.
Angus had to play the fucking guitar during that part. Right. Where the bell is fucking going, then
that is
he's playing the riff.
Way to open a show. I'm trying to think of the best open to a rock show ever that
you just don't get that. There was a certain fucking feeling about walking into an arena and you find your section, you walk up, you come out through the fucking, big cement fucking opening tunnel to your section, and it's just a shitload of people. You sit, the lights go out, the band comes on, and there was this fucking just energy that you would just, you got all kind of shit. You just fucking, hey, this is the best night of my life.
First time I ever saw cocaine being done was at an AC/DC concert. And
people would pass joints around each other. And
Providence Civic Center. I just remember seeing this kid. He was like burned out at he was like probably 15. And he looked like he was 30. He was and he just came up to me and was like, I was trying to match his intensity. Like, please don't scratch me, don't bite me.
My first Metallica concert, Metallica's great. They put on a great show, and there's all these explosions and everything. And I was at Madison Square Garden, and I have like mediocre seats, but you could still like feel all these explosions going off. So the guy I was next to was shirtless and just completely like ripped and sweating, screaming at every lyric. So one of the explosions start going off for one, right? And he just turns to me and goes, "Can you feel the heat, man? Can you feel the heat?" And I'm just like, "Yeah." And then 2 seconds later, he just puts a joint like in my face. So I'm looking at him and I'm like, I think I'm gonna have to smoke a joint today.
it's really the only place where you can just pass pot around and drugs and no one gives a shit. Like,
it was awesome.
There was always people passing joints around, and even if you didn't want it, you just pass to the guy next to you. Like you didn't know where it came from, what was in it,
and then there'd be another one coming the other way.
Another one coming the other way, so you take a poke, and then like there'd be a wine satchel would come past you. You like squeeze some of that into your mouth and just keep.
Now you're getting dated. They didn't have that in the '80s.
Wine satchel.
That was at the Charlie Daniels concert.
Like you were in the Robin Hood and His Merry Men.
A Long Island arena with Charlie Daniels and Molly Hatchet.
Dude, I saw Metallica at the Civic Center in Philly, and it was the greatest opening to what you
said.
said.
We want to get back to that. Ecstasy of Gold?
Oh, dude.
That's
they play
where we
Ecstasy
stole that
of Gold.
shit from.
Yeah.
Right? They play Ecstasy of Gold. Come up 30,000 seats.
By the way,
yeah. 30,000 seats, sold out show at Civic Center in Philly. Ecstasy of Gold, they come out. They open with fucking Battery, but they play the acoustic intro when with the lights down. Lights go up, and I'm like, I'm getting chills right now talking about it, dude. I was like, holy shit, this is fucking awesome. And you know when it goes into the breakdown in Battery,
I know.
Right? They get to that part, they stop on a fucking dime, right? Everybody's going crazy, and James Hetfield goes, Philadelphia! Metallica's with you tonight!
Oh, shit.
And everybody goes, ah! And he goes, are you with Metallica? And 30,000 people, ah! And he goes, all right! No counting, nothing, just right into it. And I was like, holy Christ, dude, I was going fucking crazy. And they come right out of that.
I know it.
Right out of that, and he goes, Philadelphia, give me an M! Give me an E! Give me a T! Give me an A! Give me an L! Give me fuel! Give me fire! Give me that! These fucking guys are unfucking believable.
Hey, you know what's great about them too? Like, they'll talk. They're not one of these bands that'll just run from song to song to song. Like they'll occasionally say some shit, but they never get like too wordy or too political. They don't have like some fucking message or whatever. They just want to kick your ass, and they do it every fucking time.
And
Dude, they're fucking great.
And
They're
I got
fucking great.
I got shit. I got shit from.
That's when he does that.
Yeah. And then he has
And
then you get crowd wars between James and the crowd with doing yes back and forth. He'll go yeah, and then the whole crowd Jim was giving me shit about a year ago because we were talking about the last time they were around. They played They played at the Nassau Coliseum 2 nights in a row with Godsmack, and they played some songs that they hadn't been playing in a very long time. And they played Dyer's Eve, dude.
Yeah.
And it hit me. Like I had a little tear come down my eye. I was like, yeah, baby.
I saw them twice on that tour. Once was Philly, once was Nassau.
I went 2 days in a row.
Yeah, between the two shows, I saw all of Master Puppets and 90% of Injustice for All.
Dude, I know. They
Most
never
to
play
Ride
that
the
shit.
Lightning. Dude, it was fucking
I think
unreal.
I went to some of the worst concerts. just when I came up, it was all hair metal. I remember when I saw AC/DC one time, this band Loudness, it was a Japanese heavy metal band, opened up.
Loudness.
Yeah, and they were like, they couldn't even, I don't think they could even speak English, but they sang in English. So
Yeah,
then
but
when
they didn't know what they were
go,
saying.
Oh, thank you for coming down to it. And then, it was fucking horrific. I saw my first concert was Doc and Judas Priest.
Oh wow!
The Turbo Lover tour.
Oh Jesus!
And I literally stood there as everyone was going nuts, and I was watching a guy basically fingering his girlfriend. She had those. He was. This is how it was going down. Like
I love it.
She was like back up against him, like leaned, like looking over his shoulder, making out with him, and he literally had his hands right down the front. I never forget. She had like those, those pink spandex with the leopard print on it, and he had his hand right down it. And I was like going, he's fingering her.
Fingering his chick.
I'm electric. And it was gay ass Rob Halford is running around looking for cock.
Turbo Lover was the name of the tour?
That was. Yeah.
Was that a Judas Priest album?
Yeah, Turbo Lover, 1986. That's when they kind of jumped the shark.
Why don't we go to the phones? Everyone's got their greatest opening to a concert. Gary in D.C., how are you, Gary?
Hey, man. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
This is especially for Anthony, but it's probably 1996, 97. Kiss at Madison Square Garden.
Kiss. Get out of Would they have the big Kiss light lit up and they came out and fucking played some with the dumb makeup on? Fucking prop act. Shut up.
Yeah, then blood came out of Gene's mouth all over the place.
Was he wearing his big shoes and his axe guitar? Wow. It was like fucking
he
kids.
Just killed his
story.
story.
Little kiddie band.
Oh, he hates Gene Simmons.
Fucking kiddie band.
Just don't bring up Gene Simmons.
That's
Gary.
great. It's a franchise.
I have two more really bad.
Wait. I want to hear what the opening was.
Yeah, what was the opening?
They had this giant curtain on the stage, so the stage was blacked out, and they have the greatest gospel band of all time, Kiss, and you hear the opening to Detroit Rock City, da-na-na-na-na-na, and then massive explosions, and there they all are in their costumes. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, opening with a big explosion is pretty cool with the band, sitting there and you go, oh, fuck, they mean business.
I saw Def Leppard on that I get hysterical.
Oh, yeah.
Hysteria. Oh, it's terrible. I didn't know any better. I want to hear Photograph and all that.
I saw them too.
I wanted all that.
Rock of Ages.
Yeah, this stuff is
Pour
good.
some sugar on me.
And you couldn't understand a word he said.
Yeah.
Sugar on me.
Oh, and you got to sit there and pretend like a one-armed drummer is good.
Look, man, he's fucking playing with one arm.
Yeah, I appreciate it's inspirational. He hung in there, but
please.
Yeah,
Dave. Bill's having a moment.
When I saw Kiss last time they were around for their farewell tour, two farewell tours ago, and we all went to the Garden or some shit, or it was in Boston. I don't even fucking remember anymore. But I went to see him, and I didn't realize how few fucking hits they had. I thought Kiss had like a shitload of fucking familiar songs.
Terrible.
And I'm sitting there going, I don't know this one. I don't know this fucking self-indulgent piece of shit. I don't know this. Oh, Gene's going to fucking do one of the songs from the album with his face on it. When they put out the 4 albums with all the fucking...
Well, you had to have all
just
of them.
Sucked. I was sitting there going, this is a waste of my fucking time.
I never liked them. The first Kiss song I ever heard was God Gave You Rock and Roll, and I was like,
fantastic.
fuck these guys, man.
How we doing, everybody?
it's Guns N' Roses, and I believe I saw him in, I want to say Toronto, with Skid Row opening up, and they opened 80,000 people, something like that, to Welcome to the Jungle.
Holy Christ.
That was a fucking open.
That's a biggie.
You know what? I had tickets to go see Guns N' Roses, but my brother was going through a brutal breakup.
Right.
So I gave him my tickets, so I didn't go to that. And then literally, like a couple months later, somebody had free tickets. You never go to one of those. John Cougar Mellencamp.
Yeah.
Dude, it was the most
What
boring.
did he open up with?
I don't remember, but you know what he did? He stopped.
I was born in a small town.
I don't remember.
Is that right? That is Mellencamp.
And I live in a small town. I'll probably die in a small town. How many times are you going to say small town, fucker?
And I love that douchebag. He tries to put out this whole, hey, I'm just a blue-collar guy.
Yeah.
And then they show footage of him backstage, and he's like, get the fucking explosions off! Where's my fifth guitar right now?
That's blue-collar regular guy.
Dude, he opened with one of his awful songs, and then they stopped. Just like Metallica, but in a really bad, just stopped, and then he took time to wave to everyone, like in each section of the crowd. Really long, self-indulgent wave, and I was just Did
he start with a little ditty?
You know what was a great opening?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you just really hang yourself with your ditty about strings, please.
About Jack and Diane. Was everyone just sitting in their seats watching?
Everybody was like fucking 35, 40. It was horrible.
And we went to a Mellencamp show when we were at NEW.
We had to.
Before we said fuck the music and started talking on it.
We had to go.
I saw Fleetwood Mac with Squeeze opening up.
Oh!
And at one point,
that makes you gay.
At one point, I'm just telling you the bad ones I saw. And I saw Skid Row with Aerosmith, but the bad ones are so much better.
Oh, dude, I got a bad one that trumps yours.
The Squeeze guitarists, like they had like that one and done song, whatever that song about cheating on your girl was. So at one point, he literally runs into the crowd up the alley, and there was no frenzy whatsoever. We were all just looking at this idiot running with his guitar through the crowd. Like he was going to get mobbed and he needed security. We're all just like, there's that idiot. I don't know what his name is either. You want a pretzel?
Dude, I was a huge Police fan growing up, and for the farewell tour I went to the Garden.
Oh, the most recent one?
Yeah, B-52s opened up.
Oh God, they blow.
God.
They blow.
Here's the side of the house on the fucking road.
Yeah. Jar in your asshole.
It always, and I think it was a surprise. You were hoping for maybe some cool band, and it's fucking
Here's the
B-52s.
the worst concert I had to go to. And again, a chick. It was all because of a chick. I had to go because I wanted to fucking, I want to fuck. That was it.
Whether she's puking or not.
Whether she's puking or not, I don't care. If I'm going to make out with a girl that just puked, I'm going to a concert she wanted to go to.
Right.
I sat through Jackson Brown. People stay just a little bit longer. Lawyers in love. Woo, woo, woo. I sat through that shit. I sat through that shit.
What was your first show?
To hope I just got fucking late. My first show was probably like should get Charlie Daniels
Mine
or
was
some
lame.
shit.
Try to guess my first show.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to get Foreigner.
Wow. I wish.
East Coast
band.
Jukebox Hero? Really? Did you really want to see that live?
East Coast band within a 50-mile radius of where we are right now.
Oh, shit. Okay. Then we're talking
Bon Jovi.
White Snake or White. Who's the Fire?
Lion?
You got to go back.
No, the band that had the fire. Who was that?
This was
Great White.
Great White.
This was early 80s.
Eddie Money.
Oh, Eddie Money's a good guess. Southside Johnny.
And the Asbury Jukes. Southside Johnny.
The poor man's Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, that's what it was. Look, we're from Jersey, too. No, you're not as from Jersey as Bruce is. Southside Johnny.
Everybody's trying to jump on
They had to put Asbury in their name just to like, hey, look at us.
He didn't have enough songs, so he played Having a Party for like a half hour.
We're having a party.
One of those moments
Come
where
on, everybody.
you know they don't have a big enough catalog, so they stretch all their songs out.
All right. That's like going to see Boz Scaggs.
Yeah.
How many times are you going to do Lido?
Here's a bad one. I went to a Bush concert and I crowd surfed.
Oh no!
I crowd surfed to Glycerine.
I hope someone fingered your asshole.
Dude, we went to a Bush concert.
We had to again.
Yeah, but remember all the
little girls screaming. All you heard was
they loved that.
There was this high-pitched scream like locusts were coming down or something. There was a whole bunch of little girls screaming about Gavin.
Yeah,
fainting. It was great.
I'm trying to think if I have any more bad ones. I got to redeem myself. I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan. I did see some good guys.
Ray Vaughan ruled.
There was a lot. There was a lot of bad. I saw David Lee Roth. I'm trying to remember.
No. What was your first show?
Smile tour? Was Doc and Judas Priest.
Oh, you said that?
Yeah, where the dude fingered the girl.
Okay. I went to see. I saw Journey.
Right.
So Journey
with the Asian guy or with the
the original lineup. The original fucking lineup.
You hear how the new guy sounds?
They were on the rock stations back then. It was weird because they were like accepted as a rock band back then. You listen to the music now, you're like, what the fuck is this faggot shit? But back then, you're like, yeah, any way you want, it's fucking rocking.
Love it, touch it, squeeze
it. And it's like, this isn't fucking rocking. This is fagging.
They fucking blow, man.
Oh, yeah, but
they
back then,
fucking blow.
This is the shit. I don't know why. We were all psyched to go.
Journey is like Toto, except they try to act like they're not Toto. Toto wears it on their sleeve. Hey, man, fucking Africa. Whatever. Yeah.
Fucking Toto.
Saw such shitty bands back then.
I saw Phil Collins. That was my second concert I ever saw. But I liked it.
Not Genesis, though, just Phil Collins.
You can't beat up Phil Collins too much.
No, I liked it.
Later in his career, yeah, but... I mean,
right after somewhere after 82, 83, whenever that Susudio shit came out.
Dude, it wasn't even Susudio that he lost me when he did that fucking song about the poor fucking homeless people.
Well, what?
That was the opening to the concert.
Think twice.
Yeah.
Another day for you and me.
It talks about how, some lonely old stinking person is fucking eating shit out of a garbage pail, and I can give a shit.
I used to be a big Genesis fan.
I saw them on the reunion tour.
You pay him, Phil.
Genesis
got so funny. Let me be a cabana.
Cash, you fuck.
Genesis was one of those bands that started off really cool and ended up so freaking faggy.
Yeah, it was like a progressive rock band. Jam band.
I saw them like a year ago. They played a lot of the cool shit though. It was cool. But
they start off so good, and then they just faded to this. You don't even want to admit you ever
but you like
them.
all that shit that he did in the '80s.
I like the Phil Collins.
You like all
Here's
of
the
it.
thing.
What's wrong with
you
it?
Can't hurry.
In the Air Tonight. Come on.
That's a great tune. Phil Collins
that drum solo and In the Air Tonight.
But that's pre like 83, 84.
Yeah. Which one are you talking about?
No, his first album is the one with Susudio. That's his first solo album.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
Susudio.
In the Air Tonight was before that.
Yeah.
That's on that album.
No, it isn't.
No, Susudio, No Jacket Required. That's the first Phil Collins album.
Right. No.
In the Air Tonight came before that.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of the album because I haven't thought about fucking Phil Collins in years, but what was the name of this album?
Face Value.
Face Value. Thank you, Joe.
He actually played drums. He actually played drums when Led Zeppelin bombed on that 1985 comeback.
Oh, right.
What was that called again?
Oh, my God.
That was either Farm Aid or Live Aid or
fucking things. Robert Plant couldn't warble out anything during that.
No, they didn't rehearse. They just went out and did it.
He still couldn't sing at all. He couldn't fucking sing. He couldn't hit any notes. And he'd do the whole, like, fucking go down an octave. And
it's sad when they have to do that.
And when the high part comes on a song, he'd give the mic to the crowd. I hate that fucking move. Well, the guy can't hit the note anymore, and it's like, fucking, been a long time since I rock and roll. He's singing it low like that. Been a long time, been a long time, been a long... the crowd, lonely time. Fuck you, you cocksucker. Sing the song like I remember it. Is this live? Yeah, it sounds live.
I'm a big U2 fan. Once they opened up with
come kick
When
in
the
with the
Streets Have
vocals.
No Name was a good one.
That's cool.
They're still, they're still doing very well.
The Phil Collins opening. Oh, sorry.
Get back! What happened? Let me get back! Let me get back! Where's he going?
9,000 shows, dude. You can't scream
The guy
like that
never
every night.
fucking sang like the record. Ever!
Bullshit.
Oh, what? Song remains the same?
No, it's very early stuff. Very early stuff. Dude, you can't sing like that every night. Back then, too,
Every night. This is once in a blue moon they'd get together and sing, and the guy couldn't even fucking do it.
No, but it's literally,
it's
like 20 years of touring, dude. You can't sing like that. You blow out your voice.
Dude, this is horrible. This isn't like, this isn't that bad. It's terrible when the original, when you're going up that high as a singer, that's the whole thing. It's like, wow, the range of the singer and the voice. It's what makes it recognizable. You sing along to it or whatever the fuck. Listen to this.
He's not even trying.
He's not even fucking trying.
Brian Johnson's still trying. He'll squeeze out a fucking turd if he has to try to hit the note. You know what I mean?
He can hit the lonely, but even that's they're tuned so far down on this. It's retarded, ridiculous.
You want to hear the new
thing? And then,
ooh yeah,
ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah.
Start singing doo-wop.
Ooh yeah.
Yip, 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 yip.
For Joe.
A ding a dong ding, rock and roll, roll. It
sounds like
and a long pound.
Sounds like Bowser.
Yeah.
Have you seen the infomercial with Bowser on it?
Dude, it's pathetic.
For fucking like CDs from the '60s or something. He's like, I'm Bowser, and he's this fat fucking mess, and he's still doing the make a muscle thing, and he's got this big fat body and little string bean arms. And he's trying to make the muscle, and the mouth, he opens the mouth and does a big double chin.
I guess they were actually edgy at one point, like during that whole 60s movement and all that kind of... They used to yell on stage where he was going, what does it call? Something like it goes, I got news for all you fucking hippies. Rock and roll will never die.
Oh, shit. And then they go into that.
I swear to God,
I read it
on the Wikipedia page. They have some quote or something like that by him. But you got to understand, like, they were playing, like, doo-wop shit in the late 60s. That's like playing hair metal after grunge happened.
Yeah, and you're
with
like,
your hair
we're still relevant.
Blown out. Yeah. Having the balls to go up there.
And say that their music now sucks.
Yeah.
Sha Na Na's playing at the Times Square Arts Center, which is also a comedy club. They're playing there in like a week doing some Christmas review. And it's clearly a case of like the bass player is the only guy left in the fucking band or whatever. Right. And they have, even that washed up cunt Bowser said no to it. And they have a new Bowser. They have like a young.
No, he does the Bowser moves.
New Bowser. And there's
Aren't
a guy.
Those, like copywritten?
Like yeah, exactly.
Where he does the stupid muscle and opens his mouth real big. And
do you remember? I used to watch
his head
the show.
Back.
I used to watch the show.
Sha Na Na variety show.
Don't. Good night, sweetheart.
I hated Sha Na Na, and I wanted Bowser dead. I always hated him.
This is we talk about how these bands are going to go on when all the original members are done. They'll just continue on forever.
Yeah. Yeah, who owns the rights to the name? 'Cause I was talking to Keith Robinson. He was telling me the Temptations tour, and there's no original Temptations or something.
Wow.
I got to check on that. But
it's officially no original members. Wow.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these
One
bands...
of those bands. I shouldn't say
well,
that it's...
you guys were talking about Journey. We did find the new Steve Perry. So this band goes on, and they're putting out new music, and they're done with Steve Perry.
And it sounds like the old Journey.
Listen to this fucking guy.
I think this is, remember, they re-released Journey's greatest hits. They re-recorded all the songs with the new guy.
With the new guy, so they didn't have to pay Steve money anymore.
Oh, wow, is that a fuck?
Listen to this.
Wow. Yeah. That's the guy.
But we
dude, it sounds like it's just been updated. It sounds like they took Steve Perry, instead of using the 80s fucking equipment, they're using the equipment from the 2000s.
That guy's miserable, too. I read a thing with him in Rolling Stone where he's like this... He's like,
worst
he was in a
gig
Journey
ever.
cover band, and that's how they found him, like that movie Rockstar with Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is fucking miserable. I never see my family. I'm out on the road.
He's touring the world.
He's in a tribute band. He's in a successful tribute
You
band.
guys missed the one thing that makes this really funny, though. He sounds just like Steve Perry, but he has a speech impediment, and he can't... He starts off with...
Yes.
Listen. It sounds like Voss singing it.
Listen closely. It's the only thing he can't...
You stink.
You have to find something wrong with the fucking guy.
But this isn't like a live concert. They were in a studio, and they finally said, this is the best we're going to get from this fucking guy.
Couldn't they Pro Tools that fucking...
And then he does it in the second line or whatever. Listen.
Now, how many of those guys did the interview? It's like, I close my eyes and I think it's Steven. You know they do that shit.
Yeah.
Going out, they probably take 95% of the gate, which they should. And he's probably making $500 a gig. He probably gets paid like an NFL cheerleader.
Yeah.
He's out there on the road. I never see my family.
Sucks.
I'm just getting sick of it.
And the other one for you guys, because everyone knows Brad Delp decided to kill himself with a barbecue.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? Good move.
Brad Delp, the lead singer of Boston.
He killed himself?
Oh, yeah.
2 hibachis and a bag of coal.
He was a mess at that point. He had big, like, dreads that I don't think he even wanted. I think it was from lack of showering. He looked like a homeless guy.
And he killed himself at a barbecue?
No, with a barbecue.
He rolled it into
Death by barbecue. He rolled it into his bedroom. Sealed up the room, put a note on the door that said, "Do not come in."
This suicide is delicious.
Yeah, it smells so good. I use coals when I kill myself. Propane just doesn't give the same.
Did he smoke himself? Make it nice and slow.
I put a couple cedar chips in there, you know, and a beer can. It gives it a nice.
We got a call coming in. Vorskin, or is it foreskin?
It's Vorskin, buddy.
All right, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, Hope, you just ruined Journey for me. I'm not gonna be able to listen to another song without laughing my ass off.
With that speech impediment?
Yeah.
That's what ruined Journey? Took that long?
By the way, Joe DeRosa and Bill Burr, Caroline's tonight together.
Yep.
And they're going to continue the live programming around 11 or so. So live programming all the way to 3 on this channel today. So Brad Delp dies, and they decide they need to continue without him. So they found a dude that was working at Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Have you heard this yet?
Yeah.
Listen to
this guy.
Does he have a speech impediment?
Another one. Who knows? Yeah, he got hit with a 2x4 while he was going down aisle 5.
And proving our point, these bands will go on way past all the original members dying. Because all they need now is one hit song with this new guy, and it's over. We got a bad recording.
That sounds worse than a bad recording. That
sounds like a cell phone.
I don't know.
I like when people do that when they're at a concert and they call you on their cell phone, like your cell phone has the capability to handle 9,000 watts of shit coming,
all that
decibels
sound,
or whatever.
all the bandwidth it takes to actually take all that fucking spectrum of sound.
Yeah, it literally goes like, and then they go, "Can you hear that,
dude? Listen." That's why people like.
Be a reason,
if you were able to do that, there'd be people fucking grabbing cell phones like you're bootlegging.
Oh yeah, bootleg.
You can't fucking do that. There could be somebody like on the other end of this recording it. They know it sounds like fucking shit. You can't make out anything.
You can't even hear them saying, "I'm at the whatever concert." Like it's just a
the call from the concert sucks. And if you're the idiot that is making the call, you can't hear your friend on the other side either. What? No, I'm here. Get section 304.
You know what I always do? I wait till the first shitty ballad comes on, and I run into the bathroom, and I call my friend, and I go, "Dude, he opened with Billy's Gonna Lose My Number," and then right into fucking Easy Lover.
I hate people who fucking call during concerts. I fucking can't stand that.
It's the worst. Shut up. Calling.
Or people that search out the set list before they go. I want to be surprised.
Yeah, I hate when people. That's why I said cover your ears. I hate when people tell me what they opened with. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, dude.
One of the things though is the
I mean, it's AC/DC. You know, if he's going to moon the crowd, there's going to be a lot of the standards there. People are going to go fucking crazy.
What is that?
His guitar solo. He goes fucking nuts, and then he slows it down to get the crowd. He goes dun 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 dun.
Any solo sucks. I can't listen to a solo, and I know you guys, drummers and shit, but I can't fucking listen to a drum solo at a concert.
Godsmack did a pretty great one.
No, Godsmack did.
It was cool.
I saw that one. It was amazing. It was
that
really
was pretty
fucking
awesome.
cool. But they kind of spiced up the drum solo there somehow.
They were doing the rush shit in between. That was fucking
it was
cool.
Tommy Lee
really
when
cool.
he had the thing spinning around. But
Tommy Lee always had a gimmick, going on where you would want to sit there and watch it. But for the most part, the drum solo means go out and grab your beers.
How shitty was Motley Crue? We saw Motley Crue open for Aerosmith. Aerosmith killed. Motley Crue came out. Vince Neil looks like Bobcat Goldthwait did in Police Academy 2 now. He's just all fat, and he just still has to come out with the strippers, and you're like, Vince, it's over.
No.
Stop riding the fake motorcycle out.
It's on a track like a Disney attraction.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic, man. It's really sad.
Oh, that is sad.
Yeah.
The worst thing I ever saw was, and it was, I think it was, wasn't Winger, was it? Where the drummer did the little drum solo.
That's a great story.
God, it was some 80s fucking hairband reunion thing. It might have been.
That didn't need to happen.
Yeah, that just didn't need to. It wasn't even nostalgic yet. It wasn't even like a bit of it was Warrant, right?
Oh, Warrant, right, okay.
Red Square, I think.
Warrant. And
we saw Slaughter at Red Square.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
This wasn't even
Fly Me to the Angels.
They were terrible. That guy's awful voice.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah, but
Would you stop
the
doing
music
that?
sucks.
Why do you? Getty Lee Eisenberg. No, he's cool. I met him.
No, I'm not.
What song is this? Who sings this song?
Probably right. But he was really.
No, you're killing my hatred.
Yeah, probably right though.
I don't know the flip. What song is this? What song is it?
I don't know, but I hope it's never played again.
Yeah, really.
What song is that?
By who?
I don't know. Like, what song is that? Dude.
Like, why are you doing this, Joe? He does this on the show all the time, and it sounds.
Is it a power ballad?
Yeah. It's like Slaughter or one of those bands. What
do
song
it again,
is
Joe?
that?
Could you just do? Could you play that number?
It's getting worse every time. I can't do it.
Is there any power ballads that really get you?
No.
Where you're like, oh, you get the tingles, like, oh. Come on.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to just say no. Let me, hold on.
Home Sweet Home.
Every shock jock has his
Molly
soft
Crow.
side.
Oh, dude.
What's the power ballad?
I
that makes you
love
go,
Take Me Home by Phil Collins. It's fucking great. Because I can't remember.
Oh, that song gives me like a stomach ache.
Sorry.
Well, quickly, let me just finish with the Warrant thing.
Oh, yeah.
It was Warrant, and it was an 80s thing, and it was before it even became almost nostalgia. They were still just trying to fucking do it, and nobody was showing up at their shows. And the drummer goes through a fucking run, does his drum solo, and throws his sticks, and you heard blink, clink, 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 clink. Yeah. Blink, like that distinct sound of stick hitting floor. Clink, 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 clink.
Oh, no.
He threw it over the fucking crowd. He missed the crowd. This is a band that played arenas.
I'm not letting you guys off the hook, man. Come on. Power ballads. Give me one that
Home
makes
Sweet Home was great.
Home Sweet Home.
That was a huge one. Tonight. That was huge.
Come on, Joe.
What's the Ozzy Osbourne one? Mama, I'm Coming Home is a great one.
See, that's safe, too.
Yeah.
But you know what? Faith No More used to do a cover Easy by the Commodores, and the way they did it was more like a rock ballad. I love it. I still think it's awesome.
Yeah, but that's not. What's the cheesiest song that you can think that you actually like?
Thank you, Bill. I'm talking like Every Rose
Has a Thorn.
or
I love
something
that.
like that.
Oh, I hated that
I love
song.
that song. Now I listen to it, I'm like, ugh.
I'm trying to.
Yeah,
I remember you,
No, but
Skid Row.
You're saying that you still like, right? Like Guilty Pleasure, right?
Yeah, like a power ballad where you go.
Every Rose Has Its Thorn is on my iPod.
Yeah, that's kind of up there.
Wow.
It is.
Yeah.
I downloaded it, and then I listened to it twice, and I like, ugh.
Never
once
again.
in a while, I go back to it. I literally listen to it. I can never get through all of it without visualizing my friends watching me enjoying it, and I get douche chills, and I have to shut it off.
Yeah.
Like, you just start thinking, what if I get caught listening to this?
It's like getting caught blowing someone.
That's the musical version of that.
Hey, dudes, what are you doing here?
It's much more of a hand job.
It's
subtly gay.
Matt Moore in Dallas comes up with November Rain.
Yeah. Yes.
God, that
totally
song was too fucking long, though.
100%.
Jesus Christ.
And it was so disappointing to hear that from Guns N' Roses, where they were there with this great rock band, and then he had all these
No, what song didn't get enough?
keyboards and Dizzy and all these fucking
You know
guys.
what Guns N' Roses song never got enough credit was that Yesterday.
That's a great one.
Yeah, but I mean, radio like.
Which song was that?
Yesterday.
There were so many things.
Nah,
What album is that?
They had one good album.
Use Your
The rest of
Illusion.
it
Yeah,
sucked.
Appetite
You know what?
was the
I
biggie.
think two.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's
two.
I don't have two. I only have one. I
two's
just
good.
bought
Civil War,
one.
I kind of liked. That started off nice.
Nah.
November Rain. That's
like
mine.
that one.
Need your Civil War.
Oh yeah. This is Yesterday. This is such a great song. Let it kick in. Oh, I thought it was good. Guys,
Shut up. Why? Stop whining.
Joe, you got to get Use Your Illusion. There's so many great tracks on that
I don't
album.
like Use Your Illusion 2, what I heard from it.
Dude,
except for You Could Be Mine.
Locomotive's a great track.
Isn't
There's so
Dustin
much stuff.
Bones on too?
Nah, I think
No,
that's
it's
one.
on one.
That's one.
Okay,
Dustin
yes.
Bones.
Dude,
That's another
Great
reason why I
song.
tapped out with them. They came out with like quadruple fucking album.
They
I
fucked
felt like
it up. They
I felt like I
should've
had a term paper to
That
do. I was
album,
like,
if you
I can't
combine the
listen- I
best
can't
tracks
listen to
from
all
the
this.
two, would have
Could
been
be
as
one
good
of
as
the great-
Appetite.
Could be one of the greatest albums of all time.
Yeah,
If
it's too much
you're
filler, though.
Absolutely right.
Pal Talk, I got a quick one going by here. Scorpions, Still Loving You.
That's it.
Oh, how did that one go?
Time.
Yeah.
Maybe time.
Oh, yeah, that.
And then you can.
Win back your love
again.
Joe, there are so many tracks on Use Your Illusion 2 that you're missing out on.
Here we go again, all the way from
Dude,
the start.
I just got Use Your Illusion
They were great,
like
though.
a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah. It's another guy that just looked fucking odd on stage with his fucking skullet, his bald head, and his, like long hair next to his bald head.
Oh, and then he went with the cruising gay guy black leather hat that put on. That Al Pacino movie, remember that?
Yeah. Him and the fucking guy from fucking what was that other band with the bald fucking lead singer?
Midnight
that did the
Oil?
covers. No, because he had the shaved head, so that wasn't that bad. But it was the guy. Oh God, he just recently died. They did the cover of the Slade song.
Yeah.
The fucker. What are they called?
Oh, Robert Palmer? No, wait, he wasn't bald.
He's dead though too.
Slade.
They did the cover of that Slade song.
It's a great game show question.
Bald
dead guy.
I'm just looking at.
What's the name of the Slade song? Then I'll get.
Yeah,
this.
I can't get that either.
Fucking A.
I'm terrible under pressure like this.
Disturbed?
Ed Asner?
No.
That guy's bald.
Come on, motherfuckers on Pal Talk. Help me out here.
I like the Disturbed.
Do you like them?
Oh, yeah.
They pull something out once in a while that I kind of like, but
the first few things they did was awesome.
they were good live. I saw them at Ozfest a few years ago.
We used to hang with those guys back at
No, they're not helping me.
That was one of the biggest letdowns ever. I
Bastards.
finally let my friend talk me into going to an Ozfest, and he's like, come on, Ozzy's headline. I'm like, all right, that'll be cool. We get there. Right before Korn goes on, they're on before Ozzy. They go, Ozzy's feeling too sick, so Korn's going to play an extra long set. Oh, whoop-de-fucking-do. They played like 2 extra songs. I don't even like. I'm not nothing against Korn. I just don't like
Quiet
it.
Riot, thank you.
Oh, Quiet Riot, okay.
He died?
Oh, Dubrow.
Yeah.
Dubrow?
Yeah, the singer.
Kevin Dubrow?
Yeah, something like that. But he was the bald head guy, and he
Chia
really
Pet Dude,
tried.
yeah.
He really tried for a while, and then I think he just went with the bandana or something. Whatever.
Yeah.
But with the long hair coming out the sides. Wow.
He went with who's that gunfighter from the late 18? That was it, Wild Bill Cody.
Wild Bill.
One of those guys where you just got the total lost it, but you got the long hair. He
Yes.
went with the meathead from All in the Family look.
Meathead.
Geez, there, Quiet Riot.
If you look, I don't know what he was doing to camouflage there.
No, he got some work done.
That's
there.
after the wig.
Yeah, that is a wig.
He got a hair hat.
right.
He almost looks like he's
Wait, he's
saying, "Does
dead?
it look okay?"
Yeah, he's dead now.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
Isn't that the guy that sang in Deep Purple?
I think
No.
He sang
I
in a
think
hair metal
everybody
band.
did. Yeah.
He was in Quiet Riot.
Listen, we have to take a break because we got to do a live read. So we'll continue with this. Probably go a little late, and then these guys will get us to noon today.
Okay.
Radio.
Fucking Steve Dahl was let go today.
No way, really?
That's what I'm hearing. By spies out there.
Who's that?
Iran-
Backup quarterback for the Jets.
Iran and Fez spy report. Steve Dahl out in Chicago. Wow. This business is fucked up. Joe DeRosa, Bill Burr, tonight at Caroline's. I'll be there.
Good deal.
Not that that's
Or
gonna
be
We're going to be
square.
drinking later.
I'm just trying to show some support.
We're going to
for
booze
you
up
guys.
later there, Opie? Huh, man, huh?
Nothing
Dude,
better
take
than
off
going
your
out and
skirt,
drinking with
man.
these two.
Fucking,
Tell you that much.
fucking Steve Dahl is out.
Yeah, that's
Just
it.
hitting the wire. Wow. He only did 30 years, so, you know.
Holy shit. Well, if they could fire him,
We're so done.
how done can we be?
I mean, we're skirting around the issue, but we're so done.
Wow.
I don't think we make it to the new year.
Really?
Over here we will.
Yeah, we're okay.
Dude,
As
we're
far as we
so
know, we're
done.
okay at here on satellite. But
I hope
the
not,
CBS
but-
situation is, I don't know what they're going for. What are they going to open up, like fucking a radio museum where they just put velvet ropes around the equipment at the studios all around the country, and people can walk in and see what it's like?
They're going to play Layla on a loop.
On a loop, and just
Did you
I
read-
think just having people come in and look. This is a radio studio, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you walk through here and just charge admission because they have no jocks left, no nothing.
Dude, there was a Google alert. You know, we get all the Opie and Anthony Google alerts, and there was a story out of Cleveland. They replaced us with a format where there's no jocks.
Yes,
And they're-
jockless.
And they're trying to spin how that's cool.
Yeah, no,
Can you get that?
It's cool that they're saving
have it
money.
anymore.
Maybe,
No, but
maybe
they're
that's
like,
how they're
no,
trying to
it's-
spin it. This is real cool because it's not costing us anything.
I understand they have to put a positive spin on everything, but how this guy was trying to do the positive spin on a station that has no DJs, it was unbelievable.
How long before the guy that was doing the spin is fired?
Yeah, right.
You mean
exactly.
like, do your spin and then we're going to fire you?
I've met a
Good,
lot
they're
of
buying
people.
it. They do like it. Now you can get the fuck out
get
of here.
the
All right,
fuck
here it is.
out.
Wow, Danny's good. The new voice of Radio 92.3 is an anonymous announcer outside of Cleveland. No jocks means more music. The changes were implemented December 1st. Sometimes you got to be different, he said.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt. Just shut up with your lies, your corporate fucking bullshit that they think people are going to suck up hook, line, and sinker. Go suck a dick.
Sometimes you got to be
phony, lying shill.
Sometimes you got to be different. That's not different.
I would have loved to see that on CNN. Had that guy with the spinner, you guys both in two windows. Well, sometimes you gotta be different. Shut up, you cunt. You stupid lying fuck.
They're all fucking corporate suit-wearing shills.
Well,
that will just lie.
Temperature's running high out in Cleveland.
Just liars that then get their ass thrown out the door, too, and don't realize, hey, what's happening? Why me?
Yeah.
Shut up.
You're the patsy.
First they came for me.
I meet people a lot on the road that work in radio. And
All right, listen.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I just got to get through this because he continues. We feel that's... Wait. We're... All right, this one, right, first? Okay, he continues. We feel that's a better radio station for Cleveland. And then and then some guy argues the point and goes, local flavor gives audiences fewer reasons to listen. This is how he's spinning it. He goes, local flavor gives audiences fewer reasons to listen. It's as impersonal as you could get, he said about Radio 92.3. It's also as generic as you could get.
What? Oh, whatever. Hey, fuck you. Just fuck off. I'm sure he's on the list to get his ass blown out.
Unbelievable. All right.
All these people, everybody, everyone at CBS, have fun. Get your resumes together. Oh, what the fuck they're going to turn it into at the toy store.
Let's say hi to Pat in Massachusetts. Pat. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Pat.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Pat.
I just want to say...
Who is this? What's up, man?
On every break on BCN, they'll either read an email or talk about guys, people listening to the station, wondering where you guys went. And the DJs, you can hear it in their voice. They know they're next, and they feel really bad for you guys. But
well, there was some kind of fucking rumor also. Some fucking blogger or it might have even been some cheap newspaper was trying to start some shit and said that we said some bad stuff about Toucher and Rich. And we never did. And then they the blogger or the newspaper person, whatever it is, their source was a message board post. So it was some fan that was like saying bad shit about them because they were a fan of us and wanted to hear us on there. It happens. But then they attribute it to us bad-mouthing Toucher and Rich, which is fucking ridiculous. You know, they're in a tough situation, too. Everyone is that's in radio these days.
We love going after jocks, but we have nothing bad to say about those guys.
Have fun with those guys. It's part of the stupid fuck business.
Well, in journalism, you always have to cite three sources or one message from a random listener.
Yeah, one blogger.
Or one blogger.
Yeah, on a message board or a blog.
All right, listen.
Journalism's just taking a giant moose shit. It's not even, they don't need a source anymore. CNN goes to blogs now to find shit. It's like how reputable could they be?
They should just print their papers on moose shit.
Yeah.
That's what it's worth.
There's Walter Cronkite quoting from a blog that I read. Like, you never fucking... President Kennedy is alive and well and leaving the hospital with a mere flesh wound to his head.
Says Dickie Punchcock.
Yes,
leave Dickie alone.
Whackbag. AIDS breath on Whackbag says that the Tet Offensive will not do anything to the Vietnam War effort, and the people on the home front love the war. What's Dickie Punchcock?
Hey, I'm a fan of Mr. Punchcock. Leave him alone.
Could you imagine Walter Cronkite quoting a blogger? Some fucking person that sent something in?
Obama's birth certificate might not be real, says Sissy Cuckboy.
Shit. I'm trying to remember some of the horrendous...
Did you see that? Did you ever see that Seinfeld clip on Larry King? When I was just telling Burr about it, Seinfeld was on Larry King, and Larry King goes, "So, Jerry, you left the show, correct? They did not cancel you?" And Seinfeld goes, "Is this still CNN? I think this has been pretty well documented, Larry."
He did a bit on that,
yeah.
Oh, Larry King is a douche.
Like, what are you, fucking retarded? It's like, what are you talking about?
We haven't made fun of him
Were
in a
you
while.
canceled? You were on your way out, weren't you?
Well, how did the last episode do? Did you get any ratings?
Yeah, did people watch?
Yeah.
How did that end?
Dude, the best Larry King ever was, remember the skateboarder that did that ridiculous, he fell from 50 feet on the half pipe?
Oh, yeah.
And Larry King had the guy on, and what was the exact question?
How important is the board? Swear to fuck. He asked the skateboarder, how important is the board? Well, without it, you're pretty much just running up a hill.
You fucking
if I want to break my cheekbones, it's not that important. But if I want that not to happen,
Yeah.
How important is the race car, AJ Foyt?
He's a fucking idiot. How long are they going to keep him propped up in there like fucking Weekend at Bernie's?
I like how you're wearing the suspenders so long he fucking lost the meat in between his neck and his shoulders.
Those suspenders are holding up to pins at this point.
Thing, it just sort of sucked it down.
I picture the suspenders are grown into his shoulders like a sign in a tree on the road where you see a big oak tree has eaten a signpost or something over the years. That's what his shoulders have done to his suspenders.
He's playing some kudzu on his belt.
Bad news, guys. You will hear from my lawyer. That's Dickie Punchcock.
Oh, Dickie Punchcock. Come on.
We got problems now. We have to do this live radio.
Is that from Dickie Punchcock, or is that from another blogger saying that he's going to sue us?
Well, the Dickie spelled a little differently, so I'm not really
Denise,
sure.
Slug Cunt has said Dickie Punchcock is... Yeah, let's do this reading stuff, and
then we'll continue.
Yes, we'll continue.
And we still got to play Thunderstruck, remember. I didn't forget. So, quick break, and then we go to this. What do we do?
Yeah, all right, quick break.
Caroline's tonight. Headline.
You're listening.
Tony Mushroom?
Opie and Anthony, Bill Burr, Joe DeRosa, the Uninformed guys.
The Uninformed guys.
And they're going to continue...
With an impromptu.
Well, we were going to leave, but we're having fun, so we're going to hang for a little longer. And then we're going to hand the ball over to you guys, and you guys run all the way to Ron and Fez. Then Ron and Fez do their thing, and that's how we work.
Yeah. What Primus I actually listened to Ron and Fez.
They're great.
Dude,
they're great.
Hilarious show.
What Primus song is this? Does anybody know?
Jerry was a race.
I don't know. That's what I'm going to go.
Goddamn fast.
It's Mr. Know-It-All.
I like them for about 5
Never
minutes.
did coming, but never did coming, man.
They rock it out. I like these guys.
Wait, who has the big brown beaver?
Winona.
This one's called Mr. Know-It-All, by the way.
It is.
My name is Mud. My name. Not to be That's so it's been. Say, baby, do you want to lay down with me? Say, baby, do you want to lay down by my side? Baby, do you want to lay down with me? Say, baby. Say, baby. Say, baby. Say, baby, do you want to lay down with me? Say, baby, do you want to lay down by my side? Baby, do. Say, baby, do you want to lay down with me?
That's a great song.
No, that's on.
That's Tommy the Cat.
Tom Waits is in it.
Tom Waits is the voice of Tommy the Cat.
Yeah. Yeah, and Claypool plays on all the Tom Waits records now, too.
Primus is one of those bands that are completely underrated. You either love them or hate them, I guess.
Yep.
But, if you just know the commercial stuff, you know nothing of Primus.
They're
awesome.
awesome.
Nothing of Primus.
They're an awesome band. Tales from the Punch Bowl. Sick
What is that
fucking
song?
album. Sick.
Something Fats that.
My Friend Fats.
My Friend Fats.
My Friend Fats is a butt of a guy. It's new. It was from that last EP. Yeah.
I love the double kicks.
But they all the songs sound very similar, no?
No,
a little bit, but, there's a common thread. You know what makes me laugh, though? Les Claypool, every time he puts out, like, a new solo thing, he'll go, I'm really pushing the envelope of my own musicianship on this album, and then you push play, and it's like, boom, and you're like, oh, this sounds like Primus, except with different people. I can't tell the difference from.
He at one point he put out a release with a band that wasn't like, I think it was like maybe just him and one other person from Primus, and they called themselves Sausage.
Yeah, I have Sausage.
And Sausage basically just sounded exactly like a new Primus
album.
album.
Like Primus.
Sausage was the original Primus. So and then it became Primus, and he went back with the original guys.
Back to the original guys under Sausage. Okay.
In fact, one or two of the songs on the Sausage
fucking
record
Carson
became
Daly over here.
Yeah, right? Look at you.
Who, me?
Why?
I'm just saying.
Fucking Joe, you should have seen that moment, listeners. Because Bill said, fucking Carson Daly over here, and he pointed at Joe. Joe then looked at the TVs behind him and went, where? Like, not getting the joke, thinking Bill Burr was just pointing out Carson Daly on television.
I thought maybe he died or something.
He
it
was
on CNN.
He was goofing on you.
Oh, you know what? You should tell stories.
Was he having a yuck? He was having a yuck on me.
At your
expense. Joe, we should trade stories about bombing on the Carson Daly show.
Yeah.
Oh,
you ever
watch?
watched? Oh my God! When he had his show, I think
is it possible to not bomb on that show?
His show in L.A. though now is good because it's like a real studio. But like, dude, they used to just throw a drop cloth over the fucking SNL set,
really?
and they would just put a desk there. Did you ever do it when you had to, like, they didn't have a place for you to do stand-up? You had to stand right next to his desk. He would literally be like, say, Joe, like literally a foot away, and you'd be standing there, and there was like literally like TRL-aged kids who they put out on folding chairs.
Yeah.
I remember one time having a great time on the show.
That's tough.
Because I heard the band laughing. I was playing to them. I literally told them, I finally did it. I finally had a good set on Carson Daly, and it was crickets.
Dude.
I sent out a MySpace bulletin to everybody. I didn't get one response. Dude, people were just like, what's that? What do you got in there? Nothing. Yeah.
Alrighty then, yeah.
The second and final time I did that show was in L.A., and I get there. Hey, Joe, listen, so here's the deal. 3 odes, same audience. And you're like, oh, that's fun, right? And then they go, first up is John Favreau. And you're like, oh, great, okay. And then this celebrity. You're like, okay, great. So already you're like, right?
Yeah.
Then she goes, then Fiona's here. She hasn't performed in 3 years. Nobody's seen her. This is her comeback performance. The whole audience is waiting to see her. They do an entire episode devoted to Fiona Apple, and then she goes, and then you'll come out and do your stand-up. And I was like, yeah.
And then in the 7th hour, we're gonna have someone cook a chicken.
Yeah.
And these people are just like fucking exhausted.
And that's my crowd for comedy. Fiona Apple. Fucking 16-year-old girls that want to commit suicide. Jesus Christ.
Listen, we got to squeeze one more thing, and then we're going to give the show to these guys till noon, until Ron and Fez, noon to 3. Planned Parenthood gift certificates.
Jesus.
This is the story of the day. That's how busy we were today. We couldn't even get to the story of the day. Listen to this.
There is another potential stocking stuffer that is causing an outcry: holiday gift certificates from Planned Parenthood. As you might imagine, abortion opponents are not in the holiday spirit.
The press release calls it the perfect holiday solution, one that allows you to give the gift of life to your loved ones. Yeah. But critics of these Planned Parenthood gift certificates say nothing could be further from the truth.
Gift certificates and coupons are meant to increase business. They're in the business of abortion, so it's impossible to say that they want to do anything but drive business to their abortion business centers.
But Planned Parenthood officials say their hope is that patients who are struggling to cover the cost of health care will receive and use these certificates to get basic checkups and tests. They concede certificates could be redeemed for any service, including abortion.
Man, they're doing like morning zoo promos.
Dude, I would fucking airdrop these over certain neighborhoods. I would fucking get a C-130 and throw them out the back.
That's just a great gift. Merry Christmas, you fucking whore.
There you go.
Drop it like the Joker at the end of Batman when the money's just falling from the...
They have a parade and just throw it at people.
That's it. Here's your abortion gift certificate. You fucking, you're a slut. This says you're a slut. And if by off chance you get pregnant, I know you're not responsible enough to take care of it. So here's
Although
what
then
I
there's
think
the
of
other
it.
side,
It's a
man.
thought
I
that
mean,
counts.
that's finally people doing something about the population problem.
You know who could have used one of these? Damone.
Damone.
Down at the abortion clinic.
They called it the perfect holiday
Now
solution,
you got the attitude.
Hey, Stacy, I got a abortion certificate for Christmas. My brother gave it to me. We'll get one of those abortions. I won't have to sell the tickets.
Yeah.
Jackson Brown.
Oh shit! Hey,
You
you
don't care if
you wanted it more than I did. All right, I take it back.
Yeah.
Can I just kick you in the guts?
Exactly.
You fucking slut.
Listen, baby, I don't got a gift certificate, but here's some steps.
We wouldn't even fuck rat.
We got more on the story here.
The certificates, in denominations from $25 to $100 each, are available for use at a number of clinics in Indiana and Illinois, and a handful of others around the
You
country.
think you get a better abortion for $100? Because they're giving $25
abortion
certificates and $100 certificates.
Oh, you got to get the $100 abortion. You don't want the $25 abortion. Jesus Christ, they leave an arm in there or some shit.
A throw rug
like
and
that,
a hanger.
What's that Stephen King book
The
where
dark
the guy
half.
is? Yeah, the dark
half.
Yeah.
God damn it! Quit getting to my references before I can get to them.
Of others around the country. Planned Parenthood offers contraception and routine medical exams and says less than 5% of its clientele gets abortions. Even Indiana's health commissioner has deemed the certificates a, quote, really meaningful gift. Planned Parenthood says in that state alone, some 800,000 people are uninsured and unable to afford basic health services.
So people are making really tough decisions about putting gas in their car and food on the table. So we know that many women especially put health care at the bottom of their list of things to do.
The bottom of an abortion at the bottom of the list. Oops. I think you better put that at the top of the list.
Right.
Pretty lickety split.
Well,
where'd you put that aborted baby in the hamper?
Well, what do you think the critics are saying?
They don't like it.
But critics call the concept of giving a gift that could lead to an abortion especially offensive at a time when millions are preparing to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ.
I think they're offending all Americans. I think beyond
All.
Christians,
Don't
people
speak
that
for
don't
me.
celebrate.
She just spoke
celebrate
for
Christmas
everybody.
as
She just fucking spoke for everybody.
That's what they do
in the
in
country.
these groups.
300 million people. She just fucking spoke
That's what
for.
they do with these
I'll tell you what,
groups.
we would have been so lucky if Mary had one of these fucking certificates.
Yeah.
Boom. See you, Jesus. Fuck yourself, Jesus.
There you go.
Christmas. Merry fucking Christmas.
Like an abortion, please. What? She just said
For everybody.
for every American. I think this offends every American. Excuse me, I'm not offended.
Yeah, we can't find one in the studio
And you're
right
fucking
now.
speaking for every American. What a pompous, fucking delusional douche.
You're a
I
sinner.
like how
You're
you
a
can
sinner.
use
I
him.
know I'm a sinner.
You
You're
can
a
use
sinner.
him.
You have the devil in you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't deny it.
It's the taking of the life.
Terrible.
Did they actually kill the
Celebrate
kid with
Christmas
the little...
as-
Oh, sorry.
They kill the unborn fetus. They do give a little paper cut with the coupon.
Oh, is that how they do it?
You
They
sort of
swipe
shove it up
through.
there, yeah.
Swipe through her vagina, and hopefully
that little baby
magnetic strip
jugular.
sucks them out.
They should do that
Hope
where
the kid was getting curious.
they should do that like when you get an abortion, it's like hiring a hitman to kill your wife. How do you want me to do it? You know, I can use piano wire. I can shoot him in the back of the skull.
He thinks he's being born. He comes out. Oh no!
Yeah,
like Pesci. Oh shit! He's at the fucking abortion clinic instead of the hospital.
What happened today? Did everything go good with the birth? We had a little problem. There's nothing we could do about
Your
it.
baby's gone. There was nothing we could do.
I thought I was being born.
He's
Motherfuckers. I thought I was being born. It was just a gay guy shoving a jar up his ass.
He's
Just a
gone.
little-
He didn't make it, and then there's nothing we can do.
And there's nothing we can do.
I love that.
Let's listen to the rest of the critics
I
here.
think beyond Christians, people that don't celebrate Christmas as a religious holiday are still going to be offended by this, because most people do not support the idea of a gift certificate for abortion.
Planned Parenthood is no stranger
She's
to
making a decent
controversy
point,
this
though.
time of year. Since the mid-90s, the organization has sold its Choice on Earth holiday cards, a twist on the Peace on Earth message from the New Testament book of Luke. It's a move the American Life League calls bigoted mockery.
Look, this economy is hitting every business really hard, and you have to
Yeah.
come up with new ways of creating revenue streams.
Getting some fucking people in the door.
Get some people in the door.
If you fucking put out abortion gift certificates, so be it.
So be it is
Who
right.
are we to say what businesses can
You know
or
what
can't put
really-
out gift certificates?
What if you have money left over from the gift certificate? What if the abortion only costs?
Yeah.
Every 5 you get a free one.
Yeah, do they have other things you can
You
buy?
just gotta. All right, I guess I'll take 5 condoms.
Or you gotta
something there. One of those sponges.
You gotta sit there and go. Can I just have the $7? No, we can't. We gotta.
No.
You gotta use it at the store. Sorry.
All right, could you scrape a little more? Maybe you left something behind.
We got a Ron and Fez spy report coming in from Jeremy in Wyoming. Yes, Jeremy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, I was wondering if you guys been paying attention. I was flipping back and forth. I got that Best of Sirius here on my XM, and I was catching Bubba's show. He's out sitting there whining because he didn't get re-signed, sitting there, talking shit about you guys, saying,
Yeah. Is he?
basically how...
Who? At this point, who?
Is he officially not re-signed? Because that would be a good day for satellite radio.
That's what he was saying, yeah.
Good.
I'd
saying
leave.
how he's all pissed off because you guys don't bow down to him and Howard, and he's the number
What?
two.
He's the number 2 guy? Yeah, number 2 is in shit. You're nothing. You're fucking... He's nothing over there. He's not respected.
I'm so
he was
done
there
with
to
these
fill.
assholes.
He was there to fill time on a channel that was dedicated to Howard.
Yep.
And he sucks. The drop off between Howard and him when he comes on is astounding. So he's a fucking loser. He's a fucking
It's like that Raiders of the
asshole.
Lost Ark where he drops the torch and it just disappears.
Yeah, it just goes away.
Spice Boy was saying he's related to Fez through marriage.
Can I be honest with you? Hold on.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Jeremy, I swear to you, I have no idea who you're even talking to. I've heard of Bub with the Love Sponge, absolutely. Who?
It's one of them guys on Bubba's show. Somehow he said he's related to Fez, and
Yeah.
you know he's going to pass a note to Fez at Christmas time, and you know the note saying it's going to be passed to Anthony, and how he's going to kick your ass, and all.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
they were just being
Kick whose ass? Literally or figuratively? I don't. I thought we were supposed to be fired. What happened?
Yeah.
Wasn't
Yeah.
our contract like 2 years ago? We said that we had another month left.
Yeah.
What happened?
All the lies these people tell.
Shut up.
And then
everyone's grabbing at fucking like anything they can to try to keep their head above water in this shit economy and the way radio's going down the toilet. Everyone's trying their best. Just shut up and do a stupid fucking show and try to keep your job.
Call Bubba and go, well, if you were so great, why did you never get your own channel? We got our own channel,
That goddamn
cunt.
call screener won't let.
Of course not.
Of course, because
that's
they're
not
chicken shit assholes.
My brother said it perfectly. Bubba is a cunt.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Muff.
Why don't we get out of here? Because now we're in a bad mood.
We could trash ourselves, and believe me, a lot more people would hear than if Bubba trashed us.
There you go. This is what we're going to do. We got Thunderstruck by AC/DC, brought to you by Step Brothers, now available on DVD, Blu-ray, High Def, and PSP. Step Brothers stars Will Ferrell, John C. Reilly, rated R for crude and sexual content and pervasive language, available in both theatrical and unrated versions. We're going to jam Thunderstruck.
Okay.
Do we have to take a break after that? Little break?
Yeah.
Little break, and then Bill Burr and Joe DeRosa are going to continue
All right, gives
until
us
Ron
a
and
chance
Fez.
to make a little set list. As far
Cool.
as
Yeah.
little topics we're going to
Nice.
talk about.
Yeah.
Dude, just do one set. Do one quick, nice, uninformed set.
We're going to babble. We're going to talk. We should talk about that the fight we had in Nashville.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Oh, and you know how to do a radio tease.
Huh?
By the way, we didn't show you our best stuff because we know you guys are nipping at our heels with your radio show. So,
damn it,
we saved the A material for like Monday when you're long gone.
All right, sweet.
I'm not going to show you all our tricks, you fucks.
Sweet.
Yeah, how can we steal their what is it? Find the noise or guess the
Yeah,
noise?
guess the noise.
How do you steal it?
Well, you have to watch the
man,
videos first of all.
Isn't
glass
this
out of his
interesting sound?
Yeah.
Pulling glass out of his asshole is something you'd want to take. I know it. Feel it.
God almighty. I hope I never see that ever again.
I know. It was
Ant's
horrible.
getting his stitches
And I never
out.
saw it.
I'm gonna
I'm
get my
gonna-
head stitch out.
Anthony's getting his stitches out, so hopefully back to the hat so you don't creep anyone
I
out
really
anymore.
don't want to wear this fucking stupid ass
You
bandana
look like
anymore.
Meryl Streep in some role she's going to win an Oscar for.
I know, which is close. I absolutely look like Chloe
Norma
from Fight
Ray.
Club, that fucking cancer woman that was in the what was
Most
it?
brutal part of that movie is when he just beats that good-looking kid up.
Oh, Jared Leto.
He wanted to destroy something beautiful.
Stupid pretty guy.
Oh, Stephen S. from Bayshore wants to promote a gig. Stephen S. from Bayshore, of course, very important to the radio show. His fancy radio career will be bringing him to Cove Neck, where he'll be doing a little painting.
Wonderful.
It's getting feisty.
I got to get out of here. I really do.
Yeah, we do.
I got shit
So,
to do.
we're going to play Thunderstruck, and it's brought to you by Step Brothers, the Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly comedy.
Oh, real
Available
quick,
now.
and thank you guys for having me in for the
Yeah.
last couple
Always
days.
a
And,
pleasure, you guys.
all right.
Yeah,
I'm looking
thanks,
forward
guys,
to coming
seriously.
back and seeing your Matthew McConaughey.
Yes.
You gonna
my
go
nice
with them?
Do. my beautiful.
Are you going to get a convertible?
Locks. And I'm just going to slowly run my hand through my hair.
You got to do a parody of that shit.
Oh, I will,
you gotta,
definitely.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Have the fucking hair flowing in the wind, and
Except
run
you're
my hair
shooting your
through.
guns.
You got some good before pictures?
Jump in the pool, get up and shake my head off. Pointed at a girl like a, hey,
Remake
I'm in the
the-
hot tub talking. Hey, how you doing?
Remake the Soul Glow commercial from
yeah,
Coming to
like
America.
Soul Glow. Oh, that would be perfect. Yeah, I'll do that.
You're done.
once
You got
my-
the little
once
Charles
my
Bronson
locks-
mustache.
Yep.
Oh, we got her. We got to
It's
go.
my car.
Hit that record for us. Bill Burr and Joe DeRosa will continue until noon with live programming.
All right.
See some of you at
Hey,
the
let's
Bill
send
Burr
out a
show tonight at
MySpace bulletin to
Caroline's.
let our 14 listeners know that we're finally doing a live Uninformed. 45 minutes, getting in, getting out during
That's
this
right.
tough economy.
That's right.
Hey there.
All right, guys.
All right, you guys.
Little
Thanks,
AC/DC.
Anthony.
Have a great weekend. Fun shit. I love having you.
Thank you.
Thunderstruck was brought to you by Step Brothers, now available on DVD, Blu-ray, high def, PSP. Step Brothers stars Will Ferrell, John C. Reilly, is rated R for crude and sexual content and pervasive language. Available in both theatrical and unrated versions.
And now, Uninformed with Bill Burr and Joe DeRosa. No reading, no research, just strong opinions.
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr and Joe DeRosa with our first live Uninformed in about a year.
It's been that long.
Has it been a year? And
Jeez.
Jeez. We got Danny back on the board. It's like the old days.
Just like the good old days.
It's like the good old days, except, yeah, we're going to be filling up, what, half hour here?
Yeah, probably a little less with the break time that we have to give.
Jesus Christ.
All right, let's get right to
Let's
it.
get right to it. What's up with that OJ? Is this guy crazy?
Let's get right to it. Our last Uninformed aired on the November 22nd. It was taken from a pre-recorded, and not the whole thing. 2 hours of it was taken from a pre-recorded session in D.C. The third hour was cut because Bill and I got into the two worst fights of our in our whole friendship.
Such an epic, horrific argument. Danny, I literally broke my headphones. I was so fucking mad at him.
I don't doubt. I can't. Well, I'm not gonna say the number, but I've broken a few pairs of headphones over my days.
Did you do it on air as they were like recording it with some stranger just staring at you?
So,
well, I heard you guys had problems, and I'll take responsibility and apologize on behalf of XMDC.
Please, it was we let a little of the technique show that day. We didn't keep the curtain up, but so we fought whatever, and then we made up, right? And we're like, all right, that was a crazy fight, but here's what we did wrong or whatever, and this is what we need to not do. And then the following week, we were in Nashville together.
Oh, Dan, you got to hear this because like he did like 19 different things. Like we've basically been doing the Uninformed show. Me and Joe have been going around trying to hype this radio show, trying to get it off the ground. So Joe is basically featuring for me on the road. And, as a feature act, there's certain things that you just got a common courtesy of the fact that somebody has to do 50 minutes to an hour after you. And I think pretty much right down the checklist, he broke every goddamn rule. It was a third show in Nashville Zanies. It was a late night crowd, right? And it was basically in defense of Joe. It was rednecky. There was the big fat black dude, gangster rapper guy.
Yeah.
And then some college people.
Yeah.
So Joe goes up there and it's a drunk ass crowd. So Joe goes, I know, I'll open with the political joke. I believe that's. So he opens up with some comment about the state of the political atmosphere, right? And immediately, right after he does the joke, the big black dude goes, boo, right? He booed him. But then he sort of ducked down playfully behind his girlfriend. So I'm like, all right, this guy's just being a knucklehead. But Joe immediately stops the show. He's like, what are you booing me? What do you have your hand up trying to squint into the
Yeah, I
light?
went right into you know, Danny, when I go into I'm going to protect my feelings, my character.
Oh, I know what he said.
I went right
he goes,
into
wait a minute.
that.
He goes, are you booing me? You booing the joke or my political opinion? That's what he says to this big thug. And he goes, I'm booing your joke, nigga. That's what he said, right? So then Joe goes, don't call me nigga. I'm a white person. He takes this as a really serious dude. And now he is just full on, just like he has dug a hole. And
Yeah.
then people pull back. And then he goes, oh, what? Is everybody pulling back because I said nigger? And then he just kept saying it over and over again. And then you said, like...
But wait, let me interject here for my own standing. I was not saying it like calling the black dude
Oh, no,
the
of
N-word.
course,
I was just repeating what he said.
Exactly,
And I
right.
was like, and I was trying to say that. I was going, I just repeating what he said to me. That's all. I'm not
And
then he thought the crowd got offended because he said it, and it was more like they were just kind of sitting there waiting for him to get to his first joke. But Joe was in a defensive place at this point because this guy was being an asshole. That Joe literally thought that that people couldn't handle him, like like he was being too dangerous for him. And dude, it just fucking unraveled from there.
Yeah.
He basically ended his set talking to some woman. He goes, "Oh, you want to hear a joke? I'll give you a joke." And he says to some lady in the crowd, he goes, "Knock, knock." And she goes, "Who's there?" And he goes, "You're a cunt." Right? And then he goes to another lady, and he goes,
"No, it was two guys, though. It was two guys.
It was two guys?
Yeah, it was guys. Yeah.
Okay, who's there? And he goes, "You're a cunt, too." Dude, and I'm standing backstage as he's just bombing this whole burning the whole room down, waiting to go on. And then he does like some sort of happy trails. I apologize to the club, and hey, so win some, you lose some, and he fucking walks off like.
And then just basically puts the ball in your glove and goes,
"Oh yeah,
have at it."
But now here's where things went wrong. Okay, I was genuinely upset about the way the show went. I was mad at myself. I was mad at the audience. I was just all around upset, and I felt terrible and lousy about it. Right, so I came off stage, and I turned to Bill, and I was like, that wasn't my fault. He's like, well, here's what you should have done different. I go, you're right. And I go, fuck. And I was so mad. But we didn't have time to talk about it. So he goes on stage, right? While he's on stage dealing with it, and in my head, legitimately, I'm like, I feel bad and this sucks. I get cornered by a local comedian who schools me on comedy for 45 minutes.
But he was right, dude.
I know, but you know.
This is what he's skipping, Danny. Danny, I literally went on stage. He so burned down the room, I bombed for 8 minutes trying to get this crowd back. And, like, the black dude jumped all over me because he hadn't, just the situation he fucking created. Oh, and there's another thing, too. We gave him the light. And in that situation, as a comedian, if you get the light and some guy's got to do an hour, you get off. Joe thought it was, well, that's my 5-minute wrap-up. And he continued for 5 more minutes. Knock, knock, who's there? You're a cunt. Doing his time.
Who do you think you are, Patrice?
Yeah, I know. Who am I? So the point I'm getting at was that I felt bad, but then I get cornered and I get lectured by this dude, and I'm like, dude, and when you're getting lectured and you're going, dude, I know. I tried to take it a certain way, it didn't work. Leave me alone. Like, I get it. And he just kept coming back to it, and he wouldn't drop it. And I'm like, dude, so by the time he gets off stage, now...
Joe, you deserved a tongue lashing. But you really did.
That's fine, but I'm saying a tongue lashing for 10 minutes, dude. And from you. And from you. Not from the host. You know what I'm saying? Come on. So, by the time Bill gets off stage, I'm now in full-fledged, like, fuck it mode. I did what I did, and that was it. I'm tired of saying I'm sorry. So then Bill doesn't get the apology from me that I should have given him. He sees me talking to these chicks and just acting like I don't give a fuck. That infuriates him.
So the next day, Danny, I get to the airport, and I try to have a calm conversation with Joe, and I literally start screaming the F word in the airport. Like, to the point this lady with kids was telling me to be quiet. And I'm just like, dude, you have not earned the fucking right to go on in front of somebody and say cunt 50. Joe, you said cunt 52 times, screaming this in the fucking Nashville airport. So it literally escalates to this fight that Joe ends up sending me a Dear John letter the next day saying he's moving out of my apartment. And he's not doing the Uninformed show anymore.
It was classic Burr DeRosa fight, because it was like one of those things where everything we were both saying, the other guy wasn't hearing it. He was just hearing it as an insult. Like at one point, Bill goes, "We do Caroline's. I don't want you doing all the cunt, fuck it, whatever." And what I was trying to say was, Bill, I know I said cunt on the other shows where I wasn't bombing, but that was a bit I was doing about the word cunt, and that's all I was trying to translate. But the way it comes out is, Bill, that's just the material I'm doing right now. You know,
that's what he said to me. I go, Joe, you don't say cunt 52 fucking times when somebody has to go on after you. You do that, and you're going to do a fuck Jesus bit? There goes all the women and the black people in the crowd. They're already pulled back, and I got to go on after that shit. And then on top of that, you're ending your set. Knock, knock, who's there? You're a cunt.
And then
Joe literally goes to me. Listen to Danny. He literally goes to me. He goes, sorry. He goes, hey, well, that's just where my act is right now. Like he's some fucking jazz singer.
And then Bill goes, fuck you, you're off the fucking Caroline shows.
You're off the Uninformed tour.
But Bill, he artistically moved on to cunt.
Yeah.
That's where you know.
I didn't know he was so offended by the word cunt. I had no idea.
Joe.
So,
you know the word cunt is really taboo.
I know, but we say it a lot. We say it a lot to each other. We say it a lot
Joe,
on the show.
you were saying it like you were from England. You know, people from England can just say cunt and it's funny.
But I could see how that would alienate a crowd, especially a crowd that's not really familiar.
But in all fairness, the other shows that I did say it on, there was no groans. People laughed. It was fine.
No, I'm going to tell you. Something there, youngster.
All right.
When you have to do an hour after a guy who says cunt like 15 times, there's a certain part of the show that is over now. Like, you've turned the word cunt into, like, the word the. It doesn't mean anything. So that really, like, it affects how I have to start the show. All I had to say to you, though, was, Joe, could you do me a favor? Could you keep it to under 9 cunts in a 25-minute set?
And if you said that, I would have went, sure, dude.
Yeah, of course. But I went to the place where, like, I don't have any power for some reason in my head. I treated you like you were my dad, where I just didn't say anything to the point I just wanted to beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, so that happened, right? And, wow, we already have a caller. That's great. Was that the show when Joe killed? We should hear what that person says, just because it's.
Well, where's Danny? Where did Danny
go? He just
go?
left the room.
Who's been fucking eating pizza and text messaging? I like how we were pretending like Danny was listening as we were telling the story, as he was text messaging.
Well, there's an audience now. We have callers. But listen.
Now we want to take a caller, and we're not near the board.
We both went to the wrong place. I went to Bravado Zone, and you went to you're against me or whatever. You know what I mean? Powerless Zone, whatever. We get this huge fight. You fire me from the tour, and then that's when I went home. I sat for a couple days on it, and then I sent Bill a Dear John letter saying, I love you and you're my friend, but I think I should move out of the apartment. But we shouldn't do Uninformed anymore, and I hope one day we can be pals again.
And you know what this is, Danny? This is all his ego, where I kicked him off the tour, so now he has to somehow get me back by moving out of the apartment. So I literally called him up and I'm like, Joe, why are you pulling a Jackie the Joke Man right now? You're really going to move out of this sweet apartment to go live up on 197th fucking street with 3 roommates again?
That letter was an ego. That letter was like, dude, you were so mad at me, I didn't know what to do. I was like,
Joe,
I didn't know what to do.
Joe, when you said, I'm sorry, man, that's where my act is right now, when, like, he gets in his fucking, he's like a Wolverine. Like, he just will not back down on any fucking level.
No, I understand it, because that's how I am, too. I'm very reactionary. And, like, a lot of times I know what I'll do is when I'm fighting with somebody, it's like the end-all, be-all of everything. It's like, and meanwhile, sometimes the other person, it's no big deal, like a day later or 2 days later.
Right.
But I can't let it go in the moment, and that's all I'll think about.
And also, too, my saying, hey, it's just raw material, that was after 10 minutes of you saying, fuck you, who the fuck are you, you're fucking nothing. You know, dude.
I didn't say you fucking nothing. I said you haven't earned the right to do that yet, dude.
But the way you were speaking to me, you gotta, come on, dude. It gets to a point where you're like.
Because I felt so disrespected that you would, like, I just didn't feel like you had any concern that I had to go on. It was already a fucked up crowd. And not only that, like, I just felt you made the wrong call in the beginning. Like, I thought, hey, let's take one of these calls, man. Was this
See
guy
what that
at
Nashville
the show?
Guy says.
The Nashville guy. Maybe he was on the.
Mark in Nashville, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
I was at one of the earlier shows where Joe walks out there, and within 5 seconds, he's saying cunt to some drunk bitch in the audience.
Yeah, she was a cunt.
Oh, my God. So Joe just throws it all off, and poor Bill's up there. And Nashville is the belt buckle of the Bible Belt. And Bill's up there doing his set, and the crowd is just kind of laughing. I'm up on the top row, and there's some douchebag just kind of going, oh, that's not right, the whole time. It was a shitty crowd.
Yeah, you're actually, if it was the upper balcony, there was definitely not an upper balcony crowd there. But thanks for calling in, man. Thanks for coming up to the shows down there. But, but Joe, like what you're saying, hey, she was a cunt. She's being a cunt. I'm saying, like, I don't know if you're.
I'm being funny right now.
Oh. But like, as far as how you came up as a stand-up comedian, was there any sort of like when I came up in Boston, like, you were kind of educated as to what the etiquette, if you're the feature act, there's just certain things you didn't do. And one of them was you didn't say cunt because, usually the headliner would then become a cunt and toss you off.
There was no like, hey, here's what you do, here's what you don't do. The way I was brought up through this was the headliner will make clear to you either from himself or through the club what his quote-unquote rules are. And whenever I worked with a headliner that didn't want certain things said, the club would come to me and say, listen, this guy, you can't say this, can't say that. So literally,
right.
if as friends, if you, I swear to you, dude, if you would have said to me, please don't do that, I would have went, sure, dude.
I know.
No problem.
I know. I know you would have. I assumed that you had that thing. But, Joe, just to tell you, though, like, in the future, if you're ever in a situation like that and a guy has to go on after you and do an hour, like, when you get the light, wrap it up and try to land the plane somewhere in the swamp. Just give me a chance to crawl out like a couple of Leonard Skinner band members. Somehow, you just fucking. That's what pissed me off was you burned the room down and then you walked off stage like one of those old Rat Pack things. Like the way you were talking was like you had your sport coat over your shoulder. Like, well, I guess.
I just didn't know what to do at that point. But that's why when I came into the green room.
No, you were visibly upset. But dude, just do me a favor.
In
just for other guys that you're going to work with or whatever, it's just like if you're doing that, like you're
pretty much the only one at this point.
Well, if you get the light, dude, if it's going bad like that, wrap it up. Don't go to knock knock. Who's there? You're a cunt. Which, dude, is hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. If I just had to do 10 minutes after you, I wouldn't have given a shit. Like,
right.
But like I had, because I was already like. Dude, it was brutal to watch because I didn't want to see him bomb, and I just kept every time he should zigged, he should have zagged, and I just.
It was It was one of those things. I lost control of it, and I didn't know what to do. And I was trying desperately through some self-deprecation and some material and some antagonistic behavior to make it work. And although there were moments where the situation itself was funny, obviously it was not a good show, and I wasn't happy about it.
Dude, Danny, it was one of the ugliest fights.
I can imagine.
It was brutal, dude.
Well, Stephen S. for Bayshore says, Joe, stop being a cunt, you cunt. and Josh in Philly brings up a good point because he's saying that this is kind of like what Bill did at the Virus Tour in Philly. Because
this is the thing. This is the thing about that was when I was going to get off stage, like I thought Opie and Anthony were going to be mad at me. I thought Jim, and he's right on like a certain level. But it was like one of those deals where it was like that was a situation that was like, see, the host went up and had a good set on the night Joe had his meltdown. Joe went up, made a bad call, and then it unraveled. And like it happens to everybody. But the Philly thing was like the first guy out of the gate gets booed. Then a couple other guys go up, they do okay, and they're still getting booed. And then fucking Dom Irrera gets booed. And they were just animals by the time they came out there. But even then, that's a good point where I probably shouldn't have done that. So maybe that was my
Bill,
my
and
etiquette. That's a decent point that he brought that up. And I was definitely when I thought Jim was going to be mad at me. Like I was sitting there like what I did right there was really because it's really selfish what I did in Philly in a way where it's like I can't get you, so I'm gonna But I was just spontaneously angry. But I definitely had that in the back of my head where. I was like, dude, and to give me a little slack, it was 10,000 fucking people booing. I mean, what am I supposed to do, dude?
But understand.
This was 18 people in the crowd.
Exactly, and I'm sure they weren't as not letting it go as that Philly crowd was. Like they just weren't letting any, like you couldn't get in edgewise. So I guess there is kind of a difference there.
But understand too, I did feel bad. I'm not saying I did, but in my head as it's happening, I'm thinking of the camp. I'm thinking of you. And Bobby and Patrice and Norton and these radio shows. And it's like, these guys are being dicks to me, and I'm telling them they're fucking assholes. And, like, there was just no thing in my head that said, fuck this show, fuck Bill, whatever. It was just like...
You know what it was, Joe? This is the deal. As a comedian, you did the right thing, but as far as, like, the flow of the show, like,
That sucks.
I was talking to Keith about it, and Keith was like, would you have done that? He's like, no, I definitely would have trashed a few people, but you got to make sure, like, it's one of those deals where when this host, feature, headliner, the feature's job, I mean, if you go up there with material and you just blow me out of the water and make my set hard, that's on me. But, like, if you just, it was just one of those things, dude. It's the third show Saturday night. I'm exhausted. I don't want to fucking do it. It's brutal. I like doing the shows, but it's like, I literally just had to cover myself so people are like, okay, don't go to Bill's third show Saturday night.
No, it was, it was very unfortunate. It was an unfortunate thing that happened. It sucked, dude. And when we got into that argument afterwards, man, it was like,
Joe, what, it wasn't even that you did it because everybody's done shit like that. It was your I just felt this cavalier attitude that like, I don't know. I just felt like a disrespect where like if Keith, Bobby, or somebody like that, like we're kind of peers. We came up together, and it's just like, okay, I understand he's got to do this kind of thing, and it was kind of like,
right. But
you're kind of the new guy coming into Vietnam.
But you said when I came in the green room, I was visibly upset. The Cavalier was on stage. It was the Cavalier was the cold shoulder to the audience.
Right.
When it was me and you in the green room, I was upset, and I was like, dude, this sucks. And then again, you went on.
No, and I said, Joe, you handled it in. You said that guy was a dick. We immediately just went to that. What I should have said to you, Joe, was I should have said, Joe, I'm starting to get mad here because I'm feeling like you're having a cavalier attitude, like you don't care what you just created out there. And that's another thing that was different than the Philly thing was the vibe wasn't there. You just made one little mistake.
Yeah,
like when you send a satellite out to Mars and if it's off by like fucking a tenth of a degree, you miss the planet by. It was like one of those sets where, I mean, dude, like I said, we've all had those things. But if you said cunt a few less times, maybe I wouldn't have been.
It was
maybe I wouldn't have been as.
You would have gotten the full-fledged apology had I not gotten browbeaten by the host for 45. But then also, you know what doesn't help matters is the owner of the club came in. And I go, sorry. He goes, who gives a shit? It's fine. Who cares? And like, it was great. Don't worry. And he leaves. And then I'm like, oh, so maybe it wasn't so bad. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay. And so it's like
that same person came in when they felt me out. That one?
No, I mean the owner. The owner.
He wasn't there that night.
Yeah,
he was. The next night?
No, he was there.
Dorfman wasn't there that night.
It was the late show Saturday. He was there Saturday night. It was Saturday. He said to me, he goes, you did a great job all weekend. Don't worry about that show.
Oh, wait, that's right. He wasn't. Because when you started it, he goes, what is Joe doing? I go, he's trying to be Bill Hicks, the feature act. As you're out there, cunt.
Was he upset? He told me he literally was like, don't
No, but this was the deal. Nothing. They were coming to me, feeling me out to see how I felt about it. That was another thing, too. I felt like, what's his face, who brought in Johnny Depp.
Did you kind of cover me? Thank you.
I totally covered for you.
Thank you.
Because like that other girl, other girl came in. What the fuck is Joe doing? What's he doing? I'm like, he's having a tough set, and then she sort of played it off. But if I wanted to be, I could have, if I...
I like how, by the way, first chance to have a live show, and we're just self-indulgent, just talking to each other.
No, this isn't interesting. We got one caller. What are you talking about? All right.
Yeah, so anyway, all said and done, Bill called me after I wrote the breakup letter and said, please don't do this. Let's stay together. And we're still here together, and everything's better.
That's not what I said.
I know.
I opened it.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Why are you being Jackie the Jokeman right now?
Dude, Bill, I swear to you, dude, that was not a fuck you move. That was like, I have pissed this guy off in a way, and he is so mad at me, and I don't know how we got into this position, but we're here. And
all right. You want to talk about getting into a position? Can we please talk about how OJ is going to go to jail, man? I mean, I just fucking... How do you fuck that up, dude? I don't understand how you can beat a double murder, but you steal somebody's sport coat, and you're fucking going to jail for like 9 years.
He stole a sport coat?
Somebody had one of his jerseys, and he broke into their Super 8 fucking hotel room.
I thought it was... That's what it was, his jersey? I thought it was like a statue.
No, I don't know what happened. Every time I was going to jail, the fucking guy, not just a murder, double murder.
That's a classic.
A double fucking murder.
That's a classic case of karma. Something in the universe was like, yeah, you got away with the murder, but here you go.
Well, I mean, also, I think there's a lot of white people in enforcement that want to fucking get him, too.
By the way, that's how you get
know
caught
that.
again.
Not saying that's right or wrong, but what I'm saying is that fucking guy, you got to know that's coming down. What the fuck are you thinking? Maybe he's thinking, hey, I got away with a double murder. What is this?
That's how you get caught again.
Grand larceny? This is no biggie.
That's what I'm saying. It's the arrogance of I got away with it. Fuck it.
Do you think it'd be... Oh, what are we doing? Oh,
1 minute.
This is it for the show?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're out of time.
Jesus
I know,
Christ.
it flies by. It always
All right,
does.
real quickly, I'm going to be at Caroline's tonight with Joe DeRosa doing the rest of the last dates on the Uninformed tour until we have some more markets coming up. And I'll be at the Wilbur Theater in Boston, Massachusetts, February 6th, and Chicopee, February 7th.
All right, February 6th, my half-hour Comedy Central Presents special airs at 10:30 p.m.
Nice.
And please go to myspace.com/Joe DeRosa to see other gigs in your area.
Okay, thank you for listening.